must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
Knowledge is power. But how you use that power defines whether you are good or evil.
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
Knowledge is power. But how you use that power defines whether you are good or evil.
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear.
Hey. We're live. And on time. Hardly.
Close enough to being on time.
It's close enough. But
Exactly.
I got soapays, and that's all that matters. As soon as I plug my phone in and get my photos uploaded, I will share those pictures with you and make you all jelly. Totes jelly.
Of the food?
Yeah.
Sopas?
Of the soapays, yes. Yeah, sopa means soup. This is like S-O-P-E, sope.
Sope. Never heard of it before. Learned a new word tonight.
So we have a new guest tonight, Dave Cruz from Beyond the Strange and Beyond the Strange Radio. Hello, Dave. Welcome. So glad you could join us.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
You're always invited, dude. Always invited. Yeah. So I don't know where the hell Grim. He's probably smoking.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you are.
Can you hear me?
I do hear you. Where did James go?
James, I think, crashed or something because he was here and then he was gone.
Oh, it's a lot. He's putting his kids to bed.
Face froze.
I bet he's putting his kids to bed. Cool. So, I just had one thing tonight to bring up. Turn off your notifications, by the way.
Yeah, it was me.
No, it's cool. Wait, let me make sure that everyone can hear us before I dig into this. Oh, where the hell's the stupid thing? Oh, here it is. Can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me?
It's a good song.
It is. Which, it's an interesting film because it's about mind control. In a way, because they start a religion and a cult, you know.
Good point.
And it's got Oliver Reed in it, who is, like, awesome. All right, cool, they can hear us. So, I would like to discuss subtle marketing mind control. That's what I call it. And how this came about is I was at a certain very famous coffee place that's green. And, you know, I always see the cameras at the cash registers. You know, you see that they can look down the drive-through lane and see what's going on. And I noticed, this was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, that they actually had a camera pointed out of the speaker that you place your order at. So they're watching you there, or they're seeing if you're there, which I suppose is cool, and you can expect that. I went to a new Starbucks by my house the other day, and in addition to having a camera pointed at me, I got to see the dude who was taking my order. And
It was double cameras?
yes. Well, no, there's an LCD.
That's new.
Yeah, it's new. There's an LCD, so I could see him, and he could see me. So this was. I don't know if they can hear me. I have my microphone muted, but you guys can hear me. Oh, they are. Okay, never mind. No, they're gonna hear me twice. Shit. Okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, so my whole point was that, you know, it's bad enough that I'm being watched. Now I'm obligated to respond and look at this person. You know, I know I have zero privacy in my car, but now you want my attention. And in that way, I feel that that's a subtle form of mind control to get you used to responding to a person who's on a screen.
Maybe.
Well, this is the thing. What's the point? What's the ramifications of that? what kind of programs, what kind of subroutines do you build in your head? You know, you're always going to be cheery. People are going to have to start thinking about how they look when they go to Starbucks. You know, chicks are going to be thinking that.
Taking away the ease of the drive-through.
I was gonna say they already do. Yeah.
Right, right. So now they have to look good for, you know, Jimmy at the drive-through. I don't know.
Well, no, now they have to look good for because they think they're going to get their 15 minutes of fame. So now they're going to look good for, you know, the government or Big Brother or whoever, right? So that's an even bigger mental construct.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's more
You know what I mean?
privacy invasion. We don't know where that data is going. You're being recorded
Exactly.
most likely.
Yeah.
It's probably going into a giant facial recognition database.
Oh, for sure. And it's going to be so.
Yeah, I'd say it way more as data collection than like mind control.
Well, yeah, but the mind control that comes out of it, it might not be intentional. And
just like easiness into the whole surveillance, like Black Mirror type state you're talking almost?
No.
Predictive programming, like
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's think about what people will do in response to having a person to talk to at the drive-through now. How will they change
behavior.
Right, well, that's what mind control is, behavior change.
All right, so don't say no. That's what it said.
I didn't hear you say that. I was saying that.
Right.
I didn't hear you say, I apologize. No, I was saying no.
No.
I would.
Well,
my point is
regardless of the screen, you still have to make the transaction with the lady at the window, so you're still having human interaction,
but it's
like in a drive-thru.
It's on your terms. Maybe I just took it out of proportion, but I just felt it was kind of invasive, and plus I don't know where the data's going, and I'm kind of outside. I don't know. So that's all I wanted to bring up. That there was another thing somewhere else. I'll try and have to remember what that was.
No, man, it's a good point. I mean, we all. It's now they're getting us more and more used to what they call in the intellectual literature a transparent society. Sorry, I just knocked over something in my house. And so their thing is, if you have nothing to hide, if you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't have nothing to hide. So
that's a good robot response.
I know, right? And so, which is total BS, and by my standards. And but the point of it is that they want you to get ready for cameras everywhere monitoring your every move. I mean, to the point where it is like, you know, they do have that technology right now. I'm pretty sure. I mean, even with Google Earth in real time, that's a pretty heavy technology to have. Well, I mean, even the things that they were doing at Burning Man in like 2005.
Burning Man's a whole thing of its own, though.
But it extends outwards.
Let me throw something out there real quick, though. Is it actual mind control, or is it the surveillance state that we're living in right now? Because it is like that right now.
What I was talking about is the behavior changes that people will make to themselves because of this introduction of this technology. So, in a way, that is mind control. So, how will people respond to surveillance state becoming more and more ubiquitous? What kind of behaviors will
Knowing
change?
that somebody is always watching you.
Correct.
Yeah.
They've always been watching us before. You're saying the change was that they put in a camera of the person that was taking your order, too, so now you could see them.
Aware.
Yeah, you're getting to
I think that's going to make you buy more. I think that's absolutely going to make you purchase more, because now there's a face-to-face interaction.
Out of guilt.
Which is always... Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. Which is always what Starbucks employees were trained to do, I believe, too.
So now look
to try and be cheerful and friendly.
Right.
And now here they are right in front of you again.
And I'm not bashing Starbucks, by the way. I want to state that I love Starbucks. I go there every day. Okay.
Me too.
It's just that I find this marketing. This is just a marketing tactic. It's not bad. It's not evil. It's really good for their business, probably. But the long-term effects of this, over time, over many companies, that's what I want to explore. You know, how will people's behaviors change because of the introduction of this, the second party that used to be anonymous? That's one thing. But just that invasion, the more feeling you were already being watched when you pulled up, you know, but now you could see the dude watching you. How does that change your thinking, you know?
Right, now you know it, yeah.
Like, they start putting these in gas pumps, because gas pumps, you're like completely detached from somebody. But if you put a camera at the pump, That would be messed up.
They already have
Who's
cameras.
gonna be watching you from the
Somebody to
pump?
buy gas.
Hey, James.
And you're watching them too.
I'm back. Can you hear
What's up,
me?
James?
I'm on my computer. How does this sound?
It sounds the best you've
Excellent.
ever
Sounds
sound.
really good.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
You sound great, dude.
That's crazy.
Just back away from the mic when you vape.
Oh, yeah. Vape Patrol. It's nice we got failed on the vape, dude.
Yeah, it is. It's very cool.
I'm glad you got one. Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Am I still here? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, you're still here.
No, my screen just went bananas. Sorry. I've never really used the computer.
A computer or the computer?
Yeah, dude, I used the fucking computer for about fucking 18 years straight. But all of a sudden, now I'm using a PC and I fucking hate it. Sorry, I'm blabbering right now because I'm just such a Mac dude and I hate PC. Sorry, it's just like it's pop-up central, dude, and it just never happens on a Mac. Anyway, okay, on we go.
You just totally destroyed the whole fucking conversation. I'm kidding.
Fuck yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's what I do. I come in, I fucking say shit, and
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
And I throw tire wrenches into people's spokes and shit, and they fucking endo and smash their face in the ground. Anyway, so we were talking.
No, I was just talking about long-term effects of marketing tactics that are being used today that kind of make you. They play on your emotions to make you either feel guilty. They play on like your raw emotions, like your vanity. You know how you think about yourself.
What about when you go? Okay, so you go to Wendy's, and they've been doing this for years, and you drive up and they're like, "Would you like to donate?" For a Frosty, and you get like the book of Frosty. Yeah, it's long-term marketing. I mean, they've been doing that for like, God, since
forever.
Since 1990.
Since Ronald McDonald House.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
But,
there you go.
Oh, there he is. Nomad, welcome.
What's up, dudes?
What's up, Nomad?
Adam Curry. Right, Grim? She works for Ronald McDonald House, doesn't she?
You know, I've beaten off the charity mind control pretty well. Whenever I'm asked to donate money at a store, I ask them, "What have they ever donated to me?"
Well,
no, I actually say this to people, to the cashiers, and they're like, "Nothing." I'm like, "Right." That's how I thwart it, you know. But I'm a total dick.
You have a point, and it's like. Not that I'm bitching about it, but like, you know, like you hear on the radio all the time, like we have one here, Our Lady of the Wayside, and what you do is you donate your car to them, and it provides money for, I don't know, the blind or whatever fund they want to send it to, you know, but. The car has to sell for you to get money. I haven't seen nothing, but I donated a badass Volkswagen VR6. But, you know, like I never use it anymore, but I had a problem with it, and it just couldn't pass E-check, so it just sat in my driveway for I'd say half a year.
Those engines are tough unless you know those.
Oh, dude, you have to pull. Yeah, you have to pull the entire engine out for me to fix it.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It had to do with the timing chain inside of it. You have to pull the entire engine.
Does it have a chain? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Dude, that car was badass.
Badass.
It was a fucking 6-cylinder Volkswagen Jetta, dude. It was badass.
Yeah. I work in cars, so I know a lot of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, I did too for a long time.
You know,
and then
working in the back seat of a car, Brandon, does not count.
I do like the Volkswagen commercial when the cars roll by and then they're banging, and then the car rolls by again, and they upgrade and they're banging, and the car rolls by, and then they're into the SUV. Dude. That's my life right there, dude.
My brother had like a 1980 something Golf hatchback.
Oh, sweet!
That thing was like 5-speed or 4-speed or whatever. That thing was awesome.
The
so
GTI.
GTI. It was like a dark cherry red lowered. It was wicked
nice, dude.
And it had sunroof or moonroof or whatever. It was really nice for that time.
Yeah, mine had one too, dude. Mine was I bought it off this chick that was a doctor. I wrecked one. I had 2 of them. I wrecked one. I fucking Dale Earnhardt a black one into the wall. No shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, in Cleveland here, icy roads, wintertime, and going over a bridge, car just went fucking squirrely. And I saw it coming, and all was slow mo, and I just 360'd off the wall, blew the whole entire front of the car off.
Nice. Dude,
I couldn't see shit.
You dilated time. You know that, right?
What's that?
Jeez. You dilated time.
What about time?
You dilated it.
Oh yeah, it went super slow mo, dude. It was crazy. I saw the whole thing coming, and it was crazy because I had to been doing 40 miles an hour. All of a sudden, it fishtails out, and I go sideways. And you know how they have those like rumble? Well, up here we have like rumble strips on the side of the highway where it's there.
We have.
Yeah. So like
wake up.
They're wake up strips basically. So my front tires.
Wake up! It's too late.
Yeah, wake up, bitch. Yeah. So I'm going across those sideways, nose first, and at that point in time, it's slow mo. It's like one of those things you always hear of, you know. And then just kablam, dude. Fucking. But that was the first time I got in a wreck with airbags. The whole car just turned white. And what was crazy is like. The only thing that was jacked up when that happened were my hands, because my fucking hands went flying in.
Well, you know what's good? Did the airbag hit you?
No, it didn't.
Okay, because if it did,
it would knock my ass out.
Your neck and knock you out, dude. My friend.
I mean, because that's what like shocked me. I was like, I'm still awake, dude.
Listen,
you know, like
exactly.
Yeah.
That happened to me. My friend, he was in a Grand Marquis that was Interceptor or something like that.
Right.
And this was a
police
Mustang
car,
engine, supercharged engine.
Yep.
Basically, police car, and we were going a 90-degree turn, and he was going 80 miles an hour, and we went over it, and the brakes just locked up, and we went right into a ditch.
Were you riding shotgun, right? Yeah.
I was riding shotgun, and he's blasting Master P. And the bass and everything. I'm like, dude! we went.
What was that big song he had? What was the big one, dude?
Make him say, oh.
Make him say, oh. And then we're hitting the ditch. Nah.
Yeah. I'm forgetting black, but I'll get the guy, Mr. Cow.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I know what you mean with the slow motion thing.
So good, dude.
Because I remember, like, all right, I had a Suburban, Chevy Suburban. I love that thing, right? I got it. It used to belong. Check this out. It used to belong to when, let's say, Obama visited Massachusetts. It would be part of the security, and so it would be part of the presidential barricade. So it was fucking bulletproof and like all this crazy shit, right? It had a place for like where you could put like a hidden shotgun and a hidden gun and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like weird wiring, and it was really nice. So anyway, I had this thing, but the brakes were bad on it. And one day I'm driving it to work, and it's kind of icy out, and I'm going over a hill, and it's kind of a narrow street, you know. And I see a line of cars. It's like 7:30. It's like, you know, kids are getting picked up from school. I see a bus way off in the distance at the intersection. It's a very busy intersection, right? And there's about 10 cars in front of me, 10 cars on the other side of the road coming towards me, and then I see just a big line of cars at the intersections. It's a lot of traffic. So I hit the brakes, and there are no freaking brakes. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And I just skid, right? I just skid. Well, there are barely any brakes. And I pressed into the floor, and somehow, it was all slow motion. Somehow, the biggest car on the road, a Chevy Suburban, I did a 360 in between the two rows of the cars. I had to like draw it out on a map.
It's Suburban,
and, dude, and then the busy intersection with 2 lanes of traffic. I cut across 2 lanes of traffic somehow with no car coming from one end, and then the bus that was supposed to go saw me coming, so it stopped. And I turned around and was facing the exact direction I should be going, and stopped and just kept going to work. And it was the craziest thing. If I ever, I mean, that's the only reason why I kind of believe in.
Everyone needs to tell their craziest accident story, because everyone here has had an accident. I would imagine, right?
but this was like getting out of it. Actually, this was what was It was,
oh yeah, you totally knifed.
I wish I played it like.
And carried on the work with a panic attack.
I had one year.
Yeah.
Here in Atlanta, I had 1 year that I got rear-ended 5 times.
In one shot?
In 1 year.
Oh, in one.
That is a good lawsuit coming.
Yeah, I mean, people. It's on the exits from the highway. People just
on the exit. Yeah.
They look the other way and they boom crash in.
Yep. It happened in Michigan to me, man. I remember.
Thank God I've never been rear-ended.
Oh. Man.
Ding.
You never want to be, man. Because at that point, that's the thing about driving, right? Is that you can be the safest driver in the world and the nicest, and
you're taken out by a tree falling down.
Oh, that almost happened to me. in wintertime here, and
yeah. Oh, dude.
I swear to God. And
yeah.
Yeah, I remember I drove. I just got back. I had to work through the snow, and I just got home, which is down the hill. And I got inside, and as soon as I went inside, I turned on the lights, and I looked out the window at the snow. I was like, jeez, this is crazy. They haven't plowed it yet. And then, like, all of a sudden, the telephone pole right near my car breaks. And I see the telephone pole break, and all of a sudden I see the lights in the neighborhood from the top of the hill go all the way out, all the way to mine. Electricity is out. Dude,
damn.
Because we have a city municipal power facility, and a lot of other towns don't, they had to wait, some towns had to wait like 2 weeks for water and stuff like that, electricity. We had another pole up in about 2 hours. How awesome is that? I mean, that's
crazy. That's quick, dude. That's
a good time to live in.
Right? I was like, those are my heroes right
Hell yeah,
I saw
dude.
them come out in a blizzard, and they cut the thing, and they're dealing with, like, dude, it looked like a lightsaber. You know what I mean? Like the electricity, the power line. It looked like a lightsaber. It's freaking the craziest thing, man. That thing was alive.
All right, it's Aaron's turn. Aaron, what's your craziest accident story?
Actually, I was having a little bit of a hard time hearing Brandon, and forgive me, it is Brandon, right?
Yep.
Okay.
He likes to just talk away from his iPad, that's why.
His volume is a little bit soft, and James, your volume is a little bit high, and I'm sitting in my dining room trying not to make too much of an echo. My wife is asleep.
And you're a little bit country, and I'm a little bit rock and roll.
Anyway, I got a story that's kind of similar to what I thought I heard Brandon describe, because, again, I had a hard time hearing him, but it sounded like he sort of just barely, missed. It sounded like he said he went between a row of cars.
Yeah.
I'm also in Georgia, and we've got...
You're by Jerry then, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half away from Jerry. We have low, soft shoulders. They're grassy, one-lane roads, twist and wind. In many cases, it's just one lane this way and one lane that way in a lot of cases. Doing about 45, 50. Coming up on a right-hand turn. There's a T intersection. Some woman bolts out in front of me. And now I don't know if she saw me, because there was a turn lane to go from my direction onto her street. So there was one or two people in the left-hand turn lane, and I'm just plugging along, and out of the front of these two people that are waiting to make a left turn, this car just, it's there, and I got nowhere to go. I'm on a one-lane street, and the shoulder dropped down, and it was grassy, and at 45, 50 mile an hour, when you hit grass, you have very little control, and I wasn't even wearing a seatbelt. Coming up, and man, as soon as I turned my eyes to where I was headed, I was headed for a telephone pole, and those cables that are usually on about a 30 or 40 degree angle that hold the poles in place. I fucking threaded the needle, dude. Didn't even touch the mirrors on the pole or the cable, and I'm driving a Toyota Tacoma, and I'm telling you, boy, I fucking threaded the needle, and I made it back on the road. Got behind her, caught up to her, and when she saw me coming, she knew I was coming for her.
Holy shit.
It was a black woman. She had maybe an 8 or 9 or 10-year-old son in the passenger seat, and she stopped and she gave me a look, and her eyes were saucers, Right. And she was like, oh my God, she realized what she did.
Yeah.
I'm sure she didn't mean it.
She thought she was seeing a ghost, man, at that point.
Oh,
Something was looking over you, Aaron.
That's hilarious because you say that, because the one I was talking about, Dale Earnhardt off the wall, I was kind of like in a inner city area, and when I did that, I mean, it was like -10 out when that happened. So like cars exploded, the airbags, dust, this, that, whatever. I'm in the middle of the street of off ramp of a highway, so like I'm gonna get nailed again, you know? Like I don't know what's happening at that, but I didn't get knocked out because like the angle that I hit it, the bag went off, and I missed it, like Brandon was saying. So like I missed it, but my fists and my hands like exploded into the, like blew right off the steering wheel. I think I probably had my hand down on because it was a clutch driven car, so I had my hand down on the clutch. Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
And this is just in this. I sound like an idiot because I probably had about 3 or 4 accidents, but none of them were ever my fault, as they always say, right? But none of them were ever my fault, dude. But so anyway, dude, I bail off the wall, blah blah blah, blam blam. I'm like, holy shit! And I can't believe I'm still awake, and all I see is white.
Yeah,
it smells just horrifying.
Yeah,
and I'm like, because you
want to get out of there, right?
Oh yeah, dude. I basically kicked the door open because the whole front of the car was just demolished. It was laying all over the street.
Yeah,
and like, so and I finally get out, and then I don't know. 10 minutes later, this lady comes driving by on the other side of the on-ramp because they're real close, you know, like it's just a big, long, bendy thing. I'm coming off, she's going on. So she goes real slow. She's like, oh my God, baby, you all right? I seen that happen. Holy shit. She was freaking out. I had to go drop my kids off in school, but I had to go back to see if you're all right. It's like, holy shit. Thank you.
That's nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was unbelievable, dude. I'm like,
well, check this out. After our accident, okay, so we're in a ditch after the Crown Vic, after going 80 and head on to a tree. And like you said, the airbags went off, time slowed down for a bit. I look over my friend. He's knocked out because the airbag hit him, which is the most dangerous spot.
Yeah.
And it took off a good chunk of his face, right?
Right.
So, and then I'm like, I smell that nasty smell, which is like probably dripping. I'm thinking it's dripping gasoline. This thing's going to blow up. I got to get the fuck out of this car. So, I can't open the door. I'm like, fuck, I can't roll down the window, right? No power. So I break open through the glass, and it's all, guess what it is? It's all briar bush. And I'm talking,
you putting up the glass.
I had to climb through a briar, so we climbed, and I would climb up, friend, and we climbed through, get to the top of that hill, and we're in shock, and he had to call. This is like just when cell phones came out, maybe like for regular. And and he's on the phone. And 2 days later, we're going to Disney World on vacation, me and his family, right? So he had to call his mom and tell her that the new car was wrecked. And so he's on the phone, and this dude from across, the neighbor who heard the accident, starts running over at us. You idiot kid! Like screaming at us, about to us with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
I had to stop in between them and say, what the hell are you doing yelling at? I was only like 16, 17. Like, what are you doing yelling at my friend? We just got in an accident, you idiot. You almost just died. You know? And he's like, oh, yeah. And I walked away. Like, he was mad. We kids speeding. Like, dude, shut up. Go away. You know? So, anyway, it was scary, though, man. We were a few times. We were very lucky, man.
Was that your first accident ever you've been in?
No.
Yeah.
Well,
dude, my first one was the most brutal fucking thing ever.
Really?
Oh, my God. All right, I'll tell everyone's got their stories, but I got to tell this one. I'm in a 1984 Ford Ranger. Just like Aaron was saying, doing 45, 50.
It was a good truck.
Old motherfucker runs this. You come up to a cross section. I have the right of way. They have the stop signs.
Right.
Below the stop sign. Dude, I hit him. Oh, dude, and me and my dude, I mean, like, sitting next to me, we're going to band practice. Everyone's waiting for us. So, like, dude, and I was probably 17. my parents' anniversary, same night.
Oh man.
They're out to dinner. I got the truck. They got the other car. They're gone. They're at the winery. And like, so, dude, I fucking.
At least you weren't physically hurt. And the thing is,
oh no, dude,
somehow...
dude, yeah, I'll explain it, dude. Check this out. I fucking nailed this F-150. I'm in a truck, but he's a bigger truck. I nailed right in the axle of the front end, and it blasts the truck. Like Aaron says, it turns it sideways. I go through a fucking telephone pole, dude. I go through the pole though, and it fucking and it goes up on like a small hill, rolls over once. We're all fucked up inside of it. I mean, like I remember like 3 parts of it, dude. It was horrible. It was unbelievable. But lo and behold, not a single broken bone. And the only thing that happened to me was I got called Patch for like 3 months because when I fucking dude, but when we hit the truck, like I couldn't tell you if I wore a seatbelt or not, dude. And it wouldn't have mattered because I was tall. That truck was low, so like I smashed up, and there was like this 3-inch like vinyl like strip around it, and it fucking scalped me, dude, like this big. Like that fucking big. It scalped me, man. I had no clue until like 2 days later.
Where's the scar?
No scars. This is just I shaved my head today. So
I was gonna say, dude, you get a haircut, you usually wear a hat.
Oh, I shaved it all off, dude. I've been sweating for like 2 weeks straight, and I'm like,
dude, it's hot. It is hot.
Yeah. That's a fucking dude. I shaved it all off. That shit was my hair was like down way fucking low, but like.
Oh yeah, well.
There you go, dude. He's like, I'll never shave it off.
No, I'll be shaving mine soon because it's getting thin on top, and I sweat when I work.
Dude, fuck it, man. Just shave it off, dude.
I know. One of these days I'm gonna do it, man. I'm emotionally attached.
Yeah, just fuck it, dude.
Is that a ponytail you got there, Aaron?
Oh, he's rocking that. Look at that, man. That thing's like that's about a foot and a half. About a foot and a half long right there.
Yeah, buddy.
Dude, pull it out of the tie. I gotta see this. Oh yeah, dude. Where's the base, dude? Where's the base?
I know, man.
All right, let's draw the pentagram.
It's too fucking thin on top.
Oh come on, man. You could fucking headbang all night long with that.
That's bad.
I do, man. I do. I'm an old retired rocker, man.
Exactly, man. So am I. I just shaved my fucking head, dude.
Yeah, I'll be shaving.
For me, I'll be 40 in February. So, I mean, yeah, I know you guys have got about 10 years on me, right?
I'm 46.
Oh, hold on. Hang on.
Gary's the oldest.
Wait, Dave.
Dave, how old are you? Sorry. Dave, where's Dave? How old?
46.
James.
46. Okay.
James, you know how to adjust your microphone input level?
I don't know. What do you want me to do?
I'm just asking if you know how.
No, I don't know. All it is this fucking thing, dude.
Oh, what is it?
What do you want me to do? Closer? Farther?
I don't know what it is. No, when you're not on the computer anymore, right?
I'm on the computer.
What you're using?
I'm on it right now.
I got you. Okay.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
What am I doing wrong? Is it too...
You're not doing anything wrong, but if you backed your volume off a little bit, I'd be cool with that.
Yeah, it's really loud. That's all. It sounds.
Let me screaming, dude, because I'm about fucking 5 of these in.
I know. That's why I want to turn it down a little bit.
Okay, maybe I can turn my internal down. Hold on.
That's right. Yeah, if you could turn down your internal microphone.
Yeah, I hear you, dude.
Hey,
yeah,
I got a good story for you. It's not a car story though, and it's a story that I wanted to tell on the show that I had with you, Jerry, just a few minutes ago. I told Amy in private, and I wanted to tell Ian. I wanted to tell it on air because it kind of related to the topic we were talking about. But it's a really cool story. It's kind of funny. I was talking to Amy about. It started off with. I showed her a video from a channel called Weather War 101, and he was talking about this fucking tropical storm Cindy rolling in, and
it's my wife's name. Sorry.
Well, after watching the whole video, I realized that a lot of his assertions were wrong. The way he cut the video was wrong. The video, some of the clips that he used from mainstream news weather reporting was actually green screen and the guy wasn't even there. Just all kinds of silly shit that me and Amy were finding wrong. And then at the very end of his video, he asserts with no ambiguity, he says, "This is the only truth you'll ever get." Or what did he say exactly? He said, "What I say is absolutely true, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, here's my PayPal or my Patreon or whatever." So I sent it to Amy and I said, "This is a shill channel." And then I missed it, but she said that the news reporter standing there at the ocean with the waves crashing and high wind, he said his hat isn't even moving. And I looked at it and I went, his little windbreaker jacket, his rain jacket, it's not moving either. And he's talking about high winds and the waves are crashing. He's standing right there at the beach. So, okay. All right. So here's my story. Because Amy and I were talking about the show, and the show was about who to trust. You know, on YouTube is crashing. You know, all these channels are being terminated. George Webb, Dave Acton thing just kind of fucked up everybody's trust, and so it's like, what the fuck is trustworthy?
This Swellington dude too.
So Amy points out that this fucking weatherman is standing in front of a green screen, and we had a laugh. I told her the story, and I'm going to tell you the story. Here it is. I lived in the house I lived in right before I lived in this house, in the town right next door. My neighbor, his name was Mike Oliver, and he was a pot smoker, and we did a little cocaine together, and been to a strip club a couple times together. He's an older guy. He was married. Pretty unattractive guy. Very funny, very intelligent, really interesting character. Great
club visits.
Now, it turns out, and I didn't know this when I first met the guy, but it turns out that he was the voice of the traffic report in Atlanta. And
which one?
Well, he reported traffic for, I think it was called Tri-State.
Oh, okay. He didn't work for WS.
Tricopter. It was Tricopter traffic or something like that.
Not Captain Herb, right?
No, Captain Herb either was on the scene at the same time or came on the scene right after.
You know what? I don't know if you know this. I'm friends with Mark Aaron.
Okay, well, this was for radio, not for TV.
He's a TV traffic.
It's like some Ron Burgundy stuff. Man.
Okay, I'm talking about this guy, Mike Oliver, who reported traffic for radio. He went out on 3 radio stations. I don't mean to mislead you. This wasn't TV. So it was 3 syndicated stations here in Atlanta and surrounding. So he was the traffic guy, and he was infamous, as it were. So here's the funny part of the story. Like I said, this guy was a pot smoker, and we did some drugs, and we hung out and had a few laughs, a lot of laughs. Many times this guy would come over, knock on the door, sit in my living room, and we'd burn a joint. And then he'd look at his watch or the clock, and he'd go, "Oh shit, can I use your phone?" He'd pick up the phone, he'd call the radio station. So here's the funny part of the story. And then within a couple of minutes, they would put him on the air, and we could turn the radio on and listen to him give a live traffic report from my living room, and the radio station would overdub helicopter.
Absolutely.
Voice.
Yep.
And he sat in my fucking living room, and he gave the traffic report.
While he was all high.
While he was getting high.
That's my kind of dude.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say, the whole point of the story is, the moral of the story is, you can't trust a goddamn fucking thing.
Yep, not with your eyes.
I question.
Not even the traffic report.
Right. Remember Captain Herb died a few years ago?
No, I don't.
He's the morning traffic guy.
I know who he is. I didn't know that he died.
Yeah, he died, and Mark Aaron.
Okay, maybe I did hear about. Okay,
he might not have been a real dude. You know what I mean? He could have been a guy getting high on the couch with the helicopter sounds. And they killed off his character.
They killed his character. It's a soap opera.
The helicopter sounds were in his head, man. He was just too paranoid. That's all.
Well, Mike did go up in the copter. He did take helicopter rides. He did go up and see.
Dude.
And he knew what to report on.
That's funny though. I can see like that being in a like Ron Burgundy movie. You know what I mean? Like, hold on a second, just gonna call this in. You know, that's fucking awesome, man. That's a good story. You know, people would be surprised. I remember visiting one of the local, I think CBS or ABC affiliate or NBC affiliate here in Boston, and my dad knows them all, whatever. And he's like, "Oh, you want to see it?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to see it." News, now that the studio and stuff. Little kid, and it is so small, and it was so different. I just remember being like, I cannot believe anything on TV. Even at that age, I was just like, wow, that like green screen, which you were saying, and the camera projecting, and just how small it was, and yet how big and important these people felt and were to people. It was just amazing, just the power of media. It really is, of images. And so I learned to distrust that at a very young age. But yeah, good point, man.
Let's talk about small media. I went to I live in Cleveland. My mom's side of the family, they're from Toledo, Ohio. So I went to my aunt and uncle, both of them work for the Toledo Blade, which is the big newspaper there. So when I was a kid, like one time they took us there, and it was cool because when you're a kid, it was like we got to go down where they print the shit, the fucking newspaper. And they have all these like, okay, you're talking automation in the 80s. It was just like roll carts and shit on like a little path. It wasn't fucking crazy like machines, like massive rolls of paper. It wasn't like that, dude. It was just like printing papers, like. And we'd cruise around on these little tracks. We'd get our own little seat because half the papers weren't full. So like you'd ride around on the tracks. I mean, small media, dude. Small print media, like, yeah. And then you're talking about small studio media. I mean, it's all fucking just bullshit, dude. Like, I could just totally remember that when I was a kid. Like, man, this is tiny. And they're fucking just pumping out shit, just I don't know where it all comes from, and it was late too. It was probably like, I'd say 10 o'clock at night, because you know how they like hot off the presses, they want to print that shit like last minute, and it just never happened that night. It was kind of cool to see, but it was kind of cool to see like just how they printed it. I mean, this was old school printing. Like I said, it had been like 83, 84, something like that when I did that. But I mean, back to fake shit. But I don't know. I worked for a media outlet, and when I got out of college, I worked for Cleveland.com, which is the website for Cleveland Plain Dealer, which is the biggest newspaper in Cleveland. So I did all like I did ads for the Plain Dealer for Cleveland.com that were posted. Yeah, the daily ads. Here's what to eat. Here's where to go. Here's the nightlife. Et cetera, et cetera. And I would do all like the AM graphics. Oh, the Indians won last night. Here's a dude hitting a home run. Whatever. So I would come in at like 6 in the morning and do all these AM graphics, and it was sweet because I got paid for 8 hours, but I only worked 6. Sent me home because I was the only one that was like, sure, I'll come in at 6.
You work for Mafia? Mafia?
No, man, just fucking. It was weird, dude. It was a weird. It was that whole internet fucking phase, dude.
Yeah.
This was like circa like 99, 2000, and then I was working there right when 9/11 hit, and that I think I've told the story before, but like right after that, dude. Man, we can jump into some shit after the 9/11 where a paradigm shift happens in light and love, like the whole I think it's a test on humanity.
Shift happens,
man.
Yes.
So like anyway, so that happened when I lived I lived downtown. I worked downtown. That happened downtown. Flight 93 flew over downtown. It was fucking weird, dude. So like there's a lot of these weird coincidences with it. And so I'm walking to work like everyone else that day. Bright, beautiful, blue sky. And I work for a media outlet, you know, and I walk through the door and there's no one. Silent. Got to walk around to find everyone. They're all around one TV. There's like fucking 25 people around one TV, you know. They're like, holy shit, what's going on? Oh, like, dude, check it out. And you see smoke, just a little smoke. And it's a little more smoke. Second plane, boom, it's on then, you know, like, holy fuck, everyone's tripping out, you know. Everyone runs to their computers. It's a media outlet, dude. Blah, 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 blah. They start fucking hammering away, making shit up, whatever. What is it? Is it this? Is it that? You know, I mean, I've seen it firsthand, like, in that aspect of it, in you know, circa via 2000-ish, you know, whatever, 2001. And 6 months later, they shit canned everyone because they were owned by a company out of New Jersey called Advance Internet. They owned like Portland.com, like all these major like newspapers throughout the country, and across the board they kept like one designer, one coder, one main of everything. And shit, dude, I was like third on the list, so I made it about another like 8 months. but yeah, then they just got rid of everybody, man, and they went to like a strategic format where just somebody could just be like tossing a pick and it would just load right on the site. There wasn't anything to it at that point, you know. But
so they sold out to the CIA.
Yeah, dude, it was just like whatever.
We were just talking about that.
The paper bought out to it, you know, whatever. Advanced Internet probably bought out to a conglomerate of a faction of that, I would imagine. I mean, because they, like I said, they own like all these fucking papers, man, throughout the country, and they even own that. But I never knew. I never
Who's
thought
that? What
my
company
job.
was
Advanced Internet. Yeah, and they owned us, and they owned all these fucking things, and like, but I knew my job was safe for the most part. Like I always got these jobs that I knew that wouldn't go away. Like if I still worked there now, it wouldn't have never gone away. The company's still in existence. Cleveland.com, dude. Go on it right now. It's Plain Deer's website. But if you go on to all their other sites, it's the same code, same everything, just slapped together all throughout the entire country. I think you're talking, you know, you mean you get in that to M5M, and that's a no agenda dig, but like they called M5M, MSM. So you take that aspect of it. It's just shit given to him, and he posts it all throughout the entire country. So
it's the illusion of choice.
Sure, yeah, and
it's like going down to Lens Crafters and you see a wall of glasses, and they've got all these different brand names, and all the brands have different prices because some are high-end brands and some are cheap-ass brands. And you come to find out that the company that makes every single pair of glasses on that wall is one company.
Totally.
You know, and that tactic works so well, and I didn't have it in mind, but I actually used it because I'm a small-time contractor. And when I first started out, when I first quit my last company that I worked for and decided to go independent, I ran a small ad in the newspaper in the service guide. And it was a tiny little section in the local paper.
How big did you get?
It was a 3-line ad, just a tiny little 3-liner. And it worked. It got me business.
Oh yeah,
it was enough to make me a living by myself. Okay, great. Well, I got a little ambitious, and I wanted to double. I wanted to improve. I wanted to compete with myself. So what I did was, I used my brother's name, and this is right around the time when I had a cell phone, when cell phones were brand new, and everybody had a house phone and a cell phone. Before everybody said, "Fuck this house phone." So we had a house phone and a cell phone. And I hadn't canceled the house phone yet, and I decided to run an ad that literally competed with mine, and they sat right on top of each other, little 3-liners, boom, boom, and the section was small, and there wasn't many in there, and so I had 2 of them, and they're right on top. So my one was Aaron and my cell phone. The other was Scott, my brother. Home phone, one cell phone, one home phone.
Sorry, I don't want to, but was it in the newspaper or online?
It was a newspaper. This is print paper.
Yeah.
You know, internet was brand new. Cell phones were brand new. So, I competed with myself used my brother's name and my home phone and my name and myself. So here's what happened, which is kind of funny. I would get a call on my cell phone, and somebody would ask me for a price, and they'd tell me what they had, and okay, thanks, and they'd hang up. And then I'd get a call on my home phone within seconds, and I'd go, I bet you I know who that is. And it was the same guy, and I knew that I could undercut my original price right off the bat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally, man.
And I picked the job up. It saved a lot of jobs.
Yeah. It's crazy.
That is brilliant.
It's just brilliant. Business.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Kim?
What is going on, Home Slice?
By the way. Hi, Kim.
Hi.
How's Minnesota?
Minnesota is good, actually. It's nice and cool. It's actually like 60 degrees out, which is really unusual for this time of year. So
Did
it's
you
nice.
check out any of that shit that was going down in Minnetonka?
Fuck no, I don't care.
Anyway.
There was some kind of crazy ass shit going down in Minnetonka.
Yeah, I checked out the video that you posted that you tagged me under, but after that I was like, oh, I have no idea what's going on, and that was the end of it.
As long as you were okay, that's all I cared about.
Oh, you're so sweet. Working your moves.
Kim, you ever been in a car accident before?
You're married.
So, you're still making your moves. What was that, James? You asked if I've been in a car accident before?
Yeah, we were talking about crazy. Like, everyone, I'm sure everybody here has been in a car accident. What was your craziest car accident? A fender bender or bad?
Yeah, a fender bender.
Okay.
I was probably about 6 or 7, riding in the front seat of my mom's car, and she wasn't paying attention. At that time, you could. And
sure, yeah.
she wasn't paying attention to where she was going, and there was a car stopped at the stop sign in front of us, and she went underneath the car.
Damn, they go up on the hood and shit.
They did. Went up on our hood. Yeah.
Just rear-ended.
Yep.
Oh my god! And you're in the passenger.
I'm like, what?
Oh shit! Yeah, I mean, I remember, dude. My dad, my uncles, everyone, jump on, man, drive. You know, like fuck. It wasn't no thing back then, man. I mean, yeah, like nowadays they'd be tripping out if they saw my 11-year-old doing that, let alone my 7. You know, God.
Right?
Yeah, my father-in-law will take my youngest son, and they'll go park the van, and they'll do a little maneuvering and shit. But at least he gets him out there, and he can fucking fuck around with the steering wheel a little bit.
Yeah, I remember when I was 13. My dad had a brand new Dodge Avenger. And he's like, yeah. Here, you want to drive? I had never driven in my life before. Didn't even know what a speed limit was. And I'm like, okay, sure. And as we're going down the highway, he's like hugging the door and like the old shit handle. Like, he's like, are you going to slow down? Are you going to slow down? And I'm like, what? How fast am I going? I'm going like 80.
Oh my God.
I'd never driven before in my life.
Dude, yeah, I had to learn I explained this story earlier, but the truck that I ended up demolishing, but I had to learn a stick shift 84 Ranger. So I was like, my dad was like, let's go to the first hill. You're like, holy shit, I got cars behind me. I'm fucking dropping clutches, slamming clutches. It was horrifying.
Gotta grind them to find them.
Oh yeah, dude, I had to fucking put on the e-brake. My dad had to jump over and take that shit off. I was like, what? This is not working. It took me a little bit of time, but every car I've owned since then, stick shift. And like, but except the family car I have now, and I donated my last car, and I haven't got $1 for it yet, and I'm pissed, but I donated it to the blind or whatever. You know, like
because
one of them,
the blind need a car.
No, you need the money.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm like, why? That's like the ATM machines. The drive-up
Yeah,
ATM machines having Braille. It's like, what?
You know what? I assume at this point it's just a fucking scam. Like, I don't know. Everything's a fucking scam, dude. It's
Right.
called Our Lady of the Wayside. You donate it, they take the money, and then they donate the money to help, like, just cause, whatever. You know, like.
Yeah. Well, that should be a tax deductible for you.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get your money.
Tax deductible, yeah. Taxes on my life taxes. And then they got to fucking pay for it. They say you get the deductible when they sell the car, and it's been, I don't know, the end of last summer.
I'd call them and be like, hey, yeah.
You know what? I don't care. I really don't care. I mean, if I would have donated to the junkyard, I would have got $50 for it. Whatever, you know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, at least probably $2,500 worth of a car that I didn't get $1 for, which kind of makes me like, but like at the same time, it wasn't running. It wasn't gonna pass e-check, and I would have paid more to get it fixed than what it was worth. So at that point, I mean, and I used to do all the car work myself. And that job I couldn't do myself. I mean, you had to pull the entire engine, all this stuff, and like, no way. So I just donated it. And I was like, hey, it's whatever. If they can make some money and donate it to somebody, but then I'm like, you know what? Right now, I should dive into the nitty gritty and find out the bullshit that's coming. I'm sure there's about 8,000 bad reports on it, you know. But anyway, so that's just my stupid car.
Who are these new people? I don't know these new people.
All right, we have Aaron, who's Rufus Cat. I was on his show tonight.
Yeah, I was going to watch that, but I wasn't able to because my kids were being buttheads, you know.
It's recorded. You can watch it anytime.
Fantastic.
Dave Cruz is with us.
Yeah, Dave.
Dave has a radio show called Beyond the Strange. It's excellent. I was on it a few weeks ago.
Awesome.
And James and Mike and Nomad, you know, and Suzanne's coming, and Speculum's coming, and
Grim must have passed out.
I don't know where he's at.
I don't know. It would only be 10 o'clock. Oh wait, I don't know what time it is.
Well, it'd be 11:59 there, so it's 10:59 here.
Yeah,
it's 11. It's 12 there.
Witching hour.
But Grimsteak is under my time zone, so
yes, he is.
We're
it's
1 minute
11.
away from.
It's only 11 o'clock, so he should be here. I don't know where the fuck he went.
We're 1 minute away from party time.
Yes.
Party? What's that?
It's the 300th anniversary of the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry.
Ooh.
Oh.
Starting in
Wait,
1 minute.
300 what?
The 300th anniversary of the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry.
You know, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't like the 330th, you know, like 333, some shit like that.
It'll be in 33 years.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Back on 33, yeah.
Today is also the day that NASA.
You guys will be, let's see, you'll be about 70, 75 years old then?
85.
85, yeah. Oh, man.
That'll be an interesting.
Yeah, but dude,
day.
you know what's going to be cool then? Is you'd be like, dude, I can buy like a new fucking heart. I can buy 2 kidneys. I can buy a new spinal cord.
Well, you can do that now, but they come from some kid in China.
Cleaner.
The other thing about today is that NASA's shooting off that, I forget what it's called.
Oh, it's the 22nd today.
The 24th.
Oh, wait.
Is it actually happening tonight?
I don't know what time it is. I don't know what day it is.
I saw that. It
Scheduled
was
What time?
It was a weird time, like 9:09 or something like that. I'll look it up again.
My skies this morning were yellow. Might have just been a random thing, but I mean, I'm talking about 6 o'clock in the morning. But it's been like weird, hazy, cloudy all day. I just assume it's just a weird color because of like fog / whatever. And I mean, I'm talking like 6 o'clock in the morning. I look out the window because I passed out on the couch watching something on Plex. And I watched something on yeah, you can edit that out. I watched something on Netflix and I passed out and I woke up at 6 in the morning and it was yellow outside.
That's like
but at the same
tornado
time,
weather, right?
As it was yellow, there was cloud cover. You know, I couldn't see the sky. It was just cloud covered with the.
You know, in Ohio, when it gets tornado-y, it gets green, right?
Oh, dude. Oh, fuck yeah, it gets green. Yes.
Because
did that in Arizona a few times. Creepy.
Does anybody remember what that rocket was called? It was NASA.
Something 9.
Falcon 9? It's 33
Falcon,
in Chaldean Gematria.
Falcon 9?
Falcon 9, that's the one that lands back down.
No.
Is that a SpaceX rocket?
Yeah, that's SpaceX, and it also equals 39 in Chaldean or Pythagorean Gematria.
Oh my god.
Just got to watch Russian vids, man. He will tell you all the 33s because he knows them all.
I was telling you the other day. I'm finally dipping in, dude. I'm getting my toes wet in the whole magic aspect of things.
That's not magic.
No. I mean, just I don't know. Well, okay. Anyway.
Yeah, whatever. I know you are. You should. If you have some extra money, I would recommend signing up for the RuneSoup members thing because
Gordon White.
Yeah, he's running new courses now. He had a Sigil course in February. He just did not a demon, but an entity summoning a couple weeks ago. Good stuff.
I could do the Sigil. I don't know about demons, but Sigils would be cool.
It's not a demon. It's like manifesting a spirit. You're creating a thought form, I think, is more what happens. But I don't know.
Demon, thought form, whatever, right? Yeah.
I didn't read it. I didn't read the courseware yet. And it's presented as a course, by the way.
So the Sigil thing, okay, so you take a word and you take out, what is it, like you take out the vowel? Like, what is it?
You want all the unique consonants. Take out the vowels and all duplicate letters.
Okay, so take skateboard. What do? You
take out all the vowels, A and E and O.
Okay.
And skateboard has no duplicate.
So you take out like every third letter or something like that?
No, you take out all the vowels. You know what a vowel is, right?
I don't know. I know that, but I thought it was like something like.
Well, you could do it however you want. It doesn't matter. What matters is the symbol represents. And you
combine it into a shape or something, right?
It depends on what type of sigil you're making, but yeah. Like the chaos magic theory, chaos theory would be.
So the shape has to follow some type of form?
No.
Okay.
No,
I mean, because
it just has to contain the mental energy of the original word or phrase or thought.
Right. It could be a picture of a bird, but if you thought about your intention and somehow, transferred that energy into the picture in the drawing of it, creating that art, you've then made that symbol represent your intention.
Okay, and that makes sense because I was just listening to this, podcast that was a recent episode or whatever. But and he explained it. I just wanted to reaffirm with like you guys just on an easy basic like level of it. Okay, so you take the vowels out, whatever, like, and then you can, because I have an art background, so I was like, man, I can probably make something pretty cool, like that, maybe somebody can notice right off the bat.
You don't have to there's no specific set of rules.
Right.
You can do something like as easy as create a phrase, write it down, say it out loud, hold it in your mind, and that phrase would be, for example, I want to win the lottery. And then what you could do, and you just get creative. What you could do is you take all the first letters of all those words, and you said you've taken art class. Okay, good. You've got some art background. Good.
I did it.
First letter of all those words. I want to win the lottery. Take those letters, combine them, overlap them, and create a pattern or a design. The T has a hook here and it fits with the bottom of the R there, and then you overlap this, and now it doesn't look like letters anymore. It looks like this weird symbol thing, right? That's a sigil.
I've seen Jerry's, and I'm like, okay, I can kind of you turn things and like, okay, that's an E, that's a, or no, not an, well, whatever.
I have a good example I can show you.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's that last one you made, and
you want a good example of a sigil? Pull out a dollar bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's the sigil on it on the dollar?
The whole thing.
There is
the whole.
What's the sigil? That's not the
filigree and shit on it.
That's really the wrong question to be asked.
Exactly. What isn't the sigil is better. So
what isn't? Well, okay, you got the pyramid. You got this.
Here, James, can you see
so
this?
So a pyramid can be a sigil. Yeah. Okay. There you go. So what are the letters in it? F,
this was my intention, that people who drive for Lyft, they'll be safe and they'll be profitable. Lyft is like Uber.
Be safe and profitable. Okay. Then
Now,
you scroll down.
And then I take each letter L, Y, F, T, right? That already isn't in my list and not a vowel.
Yes.
W, R, K. What do I got here? B.
W, R, K, W, L, L, B. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, keep going.
I think STP is what I have here. Last three. Okay. So I take all the unique consonants and drop all the vowels, and this is just one way to do it, not the way.
Yeah.
And then I arrange them in a way that makes a picture. So what I did here was like, this is the Y. It starts here and it goes like that.
Oh.
Here's my F. Here's my S.
Yeah.
Here's my T. Here's my R. Here's my K.
Right.
Here's my L.
Okay.
Here's my B. Okay, you just make it however you want. And,
cool. Okay. I'm going to start making
And you think about what you want and you put it into this, and it's cool because sometimes they work out to look like.
And what's the circle around the whole thing?
That binds the energy to the symbol. So it doesn't
perfect.
leak out.
Right.
And then use any one of.
And that really, that's all about intention / design.
Yeah, you might even call it law of attraction. In some
law of attraction.
It most definitely is the law of attraction, but it's just more complicated, I guess.
For lifters, right?
Well, this is
I can do the same thing, but no, that makes sense.
This is a reusable thing. You can draw it and put it and charge it, and it will work for you.
Yeah.
How do you charge
You can burn it. You can bury it. You can.
What'd you do with that one?
You can.
He just showed it to public.
Yeah, I did. I Twitter
That's one way
charged
to
it.
charge it.
Well, he showed it the other day. I remember the same picture. So
right. I'm okay. First of all, it's not for me. Wait, James.
And that's why when I listened to the episode, I was like, I remember what Jerry drew, and I was like, okay.
So I didn't make this for me.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't drive for Lyft.
I would imagine not.
It's for the public. It's for the public.
Yeah.
So.
So you're intending to humanity.
People can use it for themselves. I didn't charge it. It's just out there now.
It's just me and the other.
Yeah, you did charge it.
6 people looking at
it. Because everyone's looking at it right now?
Well, yes and no. You charged it because it's an anagram of the sentence or phrase that you wrote down.
Well, actually, I did charge this. I take that back.
And there's a thought behind that phrase. Lyft workers will be safe. That's a good thought. That's positive and profitable. That's extra profitable. That's extra positive. That's very generous.
Yeah.
Intent money.
Right, but I mean, I didn't do it for myself, but I did charge it. I burned it.
No, well, I understand, but simply by writing it down is.
Oh, absolutely. It's like the power of suggestion. I agree.
That's right.
I agree.
That's right. And then you went so far as to create a sigil just based on those letters. And so the whole process of creating that and getting creative and thinking, okay, where am I going to put this? Where am I going to put that? And we'll wrap this around the dollar bill, which will help bind the profitability of blah, blah, blah. All that time and energy you spent, and it may not have been much, but every second you spent was involved in charging that sigil. The whole time you spent drawing it, writing it, and then showing it and explaining it.
Yeah, I don't.
And then what charged it even more is the fact that you showed it to a bunch of people who are now simultaneously looking at it and thinking about it.
Well, they need to look. They need to look at this one then.
Now what we need to do is pay attention to the news, because Lyft and Uber have getting the shit in the news lately. And now that we've all seen this little sigil that you just created, everybody keep your eye on the news and watch for a little bit of positive news about Lyft. And then we can say, hey, Jerry did that.
No. We did it all together. No, I have a website called Digital Sigils where I put.
How many websites you got, Jerry?
You do? I didn't know that.
Yeah, this is it. And
how many websites you got, dude?
I have enough. And I make sigils for things just that I publish. I'll put them into like Inkscape.
Well, that one's cool. What's that one? Lucky, happy, healthy.
You can use this to charge your food or your water. You can draw this.
Oh, you know what I did?
Draw this on a water bottle.
Speaking of charging water, when I replaced my water heater, You know those blankets that come with them sometimes? It's a thermal blanket you wrap your water heater in.
Yeah.
I was at the time I changed my water heater. I was in a band and they were practicing in my basement. So all my band members and friends and family and anybody else who would sometimes frequent the place.
Whoever wants a free beer.
I want that telepathic one.
So I handed out a Sharpie, and after I got the water heater, every new person that showed up in that space, I handed them a Sharpie. I said, "Go write something positive." And you should see my water heater. It looks like a cast. You know when you're a teenager and you get your arm broken and everyone at school signs it. It looks like all kinds of shit. Long live water heater. All kinds of shit.
Water heater.
You know what I mean? Love, peace, all that stuff.
Yeah, think of what the energy's doing. Like it's been proven that you can write love on a bottle of water and it will change the form of the water.
Light and love, right? Light and love.
Yeah, and if you put hate on it,
yep. I'm aware of
it. I'm aware of
all that. That's why I did it.
The power of it is just amazing. So your water heater is probably all filled with love.
That's what. All right. All my taps. It all goes through the same. It all goes through the same pipes. So yeah, that's why I did it. Absolutely. Unfortunately, if I just turn on cold water, it actually doesn't go through the water heater, so it's unaffected.
Yeah, I know.
True.
Darn it! I just realized half of my water is tainted.
I was listening to
What do you pay for water, Aaron? By the way.
What do I pay for water?
Yeah.
Per unit, or what's my average bill?
Your bill per month. Mine's 100.
Mine's 50.
100? Yeah, no. Mine's in the 50 range.
Yeah.
Less.
Mine's expensive.
Yeah, I pay
mine's
for
in the 35 to 50 range.
Water plus garbage and recycling.
Yeah.
You guys got it good. Mine's water and electric, and mine runs about $350.
Oh, you got one of those collectives or the
water and electric.
Yeah, it's like fucking everything.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was just listening to a cast. I say cast. Just assume I'm saying podcast, but I listened to a podcast about. This week, the last week and a half has been really like eye opening to me in podcast aspect. The last 2 days have been really good, but like, talking about train of thought.
Jerry, what's that site again?
I put the link in the chat, in the Hangouts, and in the live chat.
Let's talk about the show you guys just did.
Let's talk about sex, baby. Hey,
let's talk about you.
The show you did before this. Did you guys do like Hoax or Not Hoax or something?
Maybe.
I want to talk about American Gods if everyone's caught up on it.
Oh, dude, I'm at episode.
I'm not caught up on it. I saw, and I didn't even know I was supposed to be caught up, but I did watch 1 or 2 episodes, and then I said, okay, I've seen enough.
You think so?
Oh, it's really good.
Dude, never seen it.
It gets better.
No, it's not about whether it gets better or not. It's
okay, it's whatever you want to take out of it, right?
Yeah, but Aaron, it's a really good explanation of religious roots in a lot of ways. It's really interesting. It really is. It's kind of boring at the beginning.
I do indulge on occasion a television show now and then. I did get into Westworld and I saw the whole thing.
Yeah, that's good too.
What do you like?
See, now I think there's a big agenda behind that to get people ready for transhumanism.
Well, there's always an agenda. Are you too mesmerized by being entertained by this American Gods to pick out the part of the agenda that's being played out there?
No, but it's the only show I've watched this year.
Yeah, for me, I'm a fan of art and computer graphics, and it's just an art form. To me, I watch it just because of that aspect. Dude, that thing is shot really well. It's edited really well. I like that aspect of it because I used to want to be an editor. I'm like, man, that's badass. Or the time spent in to make the cutscenes, lucid dreams. I mean, phenomenal shit. You know, like so the time put into it, I respect it. At the same time, yeah, it's an off the wall storyline. It's crazy to follow. It's kind of cool. But at the same
really
time,
tie it up in the last episode. You really.
I know. I'm trying to get there, dude. I've heard you and Grim talk about it, like, oh my god, dude, it's crazy. Like,
but to Aaron, it's basically the story of gods. You know,
Yeah.
like Odin and who else is in there? Ansara, the goddess of Easter, or what Easter was based on, and Sheba, who are incarnate now, but they're fading because the belief in them is going away. And it's all about a war starting between them and the American gods, who are media, technology, and data, big data, essentially. Who are
Okay, I haven't watched enough to get any of that out of it.
like I said, it gets better and better and better. Yeah.
Okay.
It starts slow, and then I'd say after 3, it fucking starts rocking and rolling, dude.
Okay, I don't even think I got past 3. I did watch the first 2.
The second one, you saw the second one? Like where the chick starts sucking people in and shit?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first one, I think, wasn't it?
That was the first one.
He keeps doing it, dude.
That's Sheba, I think, is her name. Or she's
Right.
got some other name. But the first one, though, didn't have where Shadow gets sucked into the limo, Mr. Toad Boy.
Oh, dude.
The
That's when he goes techno. Yeah.
He's vaping toad skins.
He's vaping Toad. He's vaping Toad forever. Yeah. Dude's
Toad?
vaping a fucking tobacco pipe with a toad in it.
But it's vape.
Oh, that's a metaphor for mushrooms.
I would imagine.
Well, yeah. Well, the toad skins are. I forgot the name of the
but
toad.
the toad like fucks you.
Toadstool.
No. There's an actual
No,
toad
it's
skin
different.
that's a hallucinogenic, and it was.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Well, the relationship.
Toad is hallucinogenic, and I think that might have a tie-in to the mushroom, which is also known as a toadstool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Super Mario Brothers, they were nailing us.
It's a metaphor for hallucinogenic. It's a metaphor
entheogens.
for
like all entheogens can share some kind of thing in common, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a metaphor for higher consciousness,
I hope so.
or at least the exploration of higher consciousness.
Totally.
Psychedelics often lead to higher consciousness.
Oh man, what's up?
What's up, dude?
What are you doing? Been chilling or what?
But the toad skin thing
is a specific thing.
Long believed thing that you can lick a toad and trip a sack, but that's not true.
Right.
No, it is. There are
slimy, disgusting, like swamp water.
Well, but it's not your average American swamp toad.
Yeah, definitely. But there's ways you can
I'm tripping on the swamp
harvest, maybe say toad skins, and smoke them for the actual effect that people got from those toads that were psychedelic.
Yeah, they might have did their spin on it, right?
DMT, essentially.
Sure.
I mean,
DMT,
it's not, maybe not DMT, but
probably a form of it. Maybe, like you were talking about the mushroom or the toad or whatever. You know, like it could be a relatable to that. Yeah, for sure.
Some sort of psychedelic.
Sure.
And for some reason, I don't know if it's true, but the whole licking a toad thing, I think, is mainly false. And that what they did is much different. They harvested the excretions from it and smoked it.
Well, because whatever, that's the defense mechanism, maybe? It tripped out whatever was trying to attack it?
Yep, I think so. And that's his main defensive mechanism.
Of the toad?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a main defensive mechanism.
You start tripping out
some
bugs that are attacking
it.
Or any mammals
are poison of some sort that were designed.
They're part of it too, which is kind of.
Well, the more interesting question is, why do we have receptors for these drugs?
Yes, I think it's okay. Then you go back to light, love, receptors.
Because we're part of nature.
Finding, and you're part of nature. The tree's part of nature. We're part of nature. The blade of grass is part of nature.
Well, Jerry, probably because we're supposed to be taking them.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, and they just did all these studies on it.
You
dude.
could ask the same question about vitamins
and pot
or oxygen.
Yeah. They thought the Flintstone vitamin was good. Yeah, it's like
I mean, there are
think
things
about
that if you
anything.
eat, there are things that if you eat them, you get sick right away. There are things that if you eat them, you die pretty damn quickly.
Exactly.
There are
We
things
learned
that
that
if you
over
eat
time.
them, your body will be nourished.
Man, I
Some
had this
things
weird.
hurt and some things help.
I guess it's synchronicity today. My uncle died. I'd say he was 52. I'd say it was probably about 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago. And I remember me and him were chilling on the back porch at my other uncle's house, his brother's house, and we were both smoking cigarettes back in the day. So, and we're talking. He's like, and he kind of knew I was into, and this was then too. He knew that I was kind of into the fringe stuff. And we were talking about food, and he was talking about. He's like, you know what? Humans weren't meant to eat like bread. So, and bread, yes, bread. They weren't meant. Our bodies are not meant to, like in the beginning, whatever, weren't meant to process the items in bread.
At least not the bread we have now.
Now the bread kills us.
Yeah, but most people don't eat stone ground wheat bread.
Sure. And you're talking whatever, and knights and kings back then, stone ground fucking bread, that or whatever. I don't even know if they go that far, but maybe you and me can make stone ground bread right now. I would imagine you gotta hit the Googles and find out how to make it. So, but
if you don't mind eating sand,
there was a point in time where we realized that we could harvest wheat bread.
Yeah, your body is not meant to break down bread. Your body is meant to just chow down on whatever the fuck's growing on the ground, but all these things have been introduced to nature, poison ivy, this, that, there's all these random plants that have been introduced over time, and it's just like, one step by another is like taking you out. It's like fucked up, dude. It's like,
that's like, why do they want?
Why does
that is a good question?
New plants introduced. What are you talking about?
Want to take you out?
Are you talking about invasive species, or are you talking about plants that Earth has never seen before? Because you're talking about things.
I'm talking about, I guess, invasive species at this point. So, like wheat.
Those have been here. They were, just either engineered or they came from somewhere else.
Well, I think those, like wheat and stuff, is engineered, obviously, right?
Look at corn.
Like now it is.
Corn is not.
Now it is. Now
the way I heard
now soy is.
But corn.
But there was a point where wheat was legitimately grown.
Yeah,
all food has been engineered for 10,000 years.
Yes.
Yeah, right. And
if you look at what.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, if you look at what it was supposed to look like and what it looks like now, it is completely different. And that has been a slow, gradual process. The only difference now, doing it at an extremely rapid pace.
Oh yeah,
because they're
that's the big difference.
Because they're changing the genetics directly, and they're not using natural selection and like the Gregor Mendel methods to breed new species.
That was still changing the genetics. That's still changing genetics. We're just doing it. We're going right into the actual.
But I'd much rather eat a plant that is genetically modified naturally through natural selection and selective breeding than one that was monkeyed with CRISPR.
Probably.
Amen to that.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Because it's completely natural as a farmer to pick the best crops you have and reproduce from there.
Exactly, you make stronger crops. But the point about corn is, I don't think it was here in the States.
Look,
it was brought over
goats
South America.
And spiders are not supposed to crossbreed.
Nope.
So
yeah, I heard about that. Like spider silk coming out of goats. That's crazy.
coming out. It was in there. It was a protein that they engineered to come out of the goat's milk.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
What, you
I
never
didn't
heard
hear
that?
about this shit. No.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear. What was that? What? Spiders weren't meant to create
You
with
need
what?
a link for that one.
Basically, they converted a nipple into a spinneret.
Yeah,
Right.
Because
Are you
spider
freaking
silk
kidding
is
me?
the strongest thing on the planet.
Dude, I want my nipples to be able to spin
Yeah, they
webs.
genetically engineered a goat to produce a milk that contained a protein that was identical to spider silk.
Jeez.
Spider-Man, dude.
Spider pig.
So it's not like webs. It's not like actual webs were coming out of the goat. It wasn't spider goat. Spider goat.
Those silk
goat.
strands of
spider goat.
I wore that shirt to work this week. My spider pig shirt. I actually have one. It says Bacon Fantasy, introducing Spider Pig.
What about your bacon satanic shirt?
Hail
like
Bacon, the one I trolled Elon Musk with yesterday.
Dude, did you?
Yeah,
Yes.
hell yeah.
Oh God,
Wait, you did what?
That's epic.
I trolled Elon
That's
Musk.
so
I
good.
didn't troll him, but I kind of trolled him.
All right. So the way I heard about crops today on the podcast was okay. You take fucking ancient back, boils down to an A and a B, a one person to another. This person's fucking starving, and this person made wheat. This person was like, "I'll give you a fucking gold coin for that wheat." Bam.
But how did they make wheat?
Well, or maybe it wasn't wheat. Maybe it was just food in general.
Was it magic beans?
Well, that's been.
It was just this food in general, which created a monopoly. People were like, "I'll pay money for."
But the real question is, why did the gold have any value?
This is kind of what I brought up in the chat with
Golds
Aaron.
have value.
it was a
probably
bead.
It's kind of
just as long.
out of laziness we allow people to grow our food for us. And out of laziness,
And then the food advances over time and changes, and starts changing your DNA, starts changing the biology. Where my uncle said you weren't meant to eat bread. The bread turns into this, and it starts killing people. Then you have all these spin-offs of bread, gluten-free, this and that. You know, it's like, is it another chemical? What is gluten-free? I didn't even know what the fuck gluten-free.
How about just look at all the
Gluten
food
is wheat
allergies?
protein.
Bread, right? So obvious. Okay,
Gluten's
something
been around
same.
forever. Gluten's what makes bread doughy.
Stick together, right?
Gluten is wheat protein.
Right.
Yeah, it's stick together or something, right?
It makes it ties it all together. Kind of like Lebowski's rug.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
There's
View it all
nothing wrong with gluten.
Here's my trollery from last night.
What was you were talking about the other day about that then, Jerry? About the
bacon.
Yeah.
So he typed. He
there's
forgot bacon. And I said, Elon, we must always hail bacon. And then,
We must.
And then Barrett did this.
Dude, I made bacon. Bacon Street. That's awesome. I made bacon tonight for the kids. They wanted a breakfast dinner, so man, big pile of eggs and bacon. Dude. Yeah. They wanted breakfast.
Oh, breakfast for dinner is the best.
Eggs and bacon dinner, man. Why not?
Breakfast for dinner is the best.
Yeah, dude. Cantaloupe, eggs and bacon. Yeah.
Because it's not right just to have the shits in the morning.
Fuck no.
No,
Yeah.
I just made cheesy hash brown potatoes with bacon on top, and it was so good.
I'm gonna chop that shit up and throw it out.
Potatoes are like my weakness, though, and bacon. Bacon too.
I'm going on a liquid diet today. So. I'll be raiding the chip cache for a couple little snackies. But that'll be about I don't know. Let's see. Right now it's only 11:30. Your guys, 12:30 me. So
what do you guys think about all this stuff about fluoride and the pineal gland? How true do you think that is?
I like Alex Jones.
How true is it?
Very true.
Maybe
For 25 years, we've been digging out
James, one at a time.
It's not true at all. Hitler was an altruistic humanitarian, and he really, really cared about the teeth of the inmates of the camps.
And he was played by Walt Disney. and he was a woman.
Fluoride. Hey, it's in the water, right?
Yeah, and Stalin, by the way, is the first to ever use it. And by the way, Stalin was a real sweetheart of a guy. He loved the people in his concentration camps. And he was super concerned about their dental health.
Exactly, and that just goes to show how humanitarian they were.
So if that doesn't tell you what fluoride does or doesn't do, or at least some truth behind it.
I am in no way questioning that it's poison. I know it's poison. But the whole...
Yep, it is. It eats through freaking concrete. If it eats through freaking concrete, why is it good for me?
Millimeters or some
It's not,
shit, right?
it's not good for you. Probably...
Okay, so your question was the validity of the truth behind what it does to the pineal gland.
No, the pineal gland itself.
Yes.
What about it?
Didn't know for sure.
Is it
when you really think about it?
Is it distraction? Is it real? Is it?
I don't think
your body deflect that. Like,
well, what could it possibly be if it has light receptors and it's located in the center of your fucking brain?
I don't know that it does.
And it has a lens.
Where have you read this? I've never been able to find
supporting pineal gland, they say is center, right?
And it produces DMT. That's all I need to know.
Right, there you go, Mike.
I heard
that. Oh, that's interesting, actually.
Well, it is a gland after all.
It's part of
so if you brush your teeth hardcore, you go on a DMT trip?
It's part of the endocrine system.
The trick is it doesn't escape the pineal gland in so many different people. It gets stuck in there, ultimately, the DMT. It can't...
Well,
it's
then
released,
it's like
released when
cloudy
you die.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
Well, but it's also released, I think...
What the hell happened?
It was called the 33-minute drop. It's 12:33.
No. Fuck yeah, it is, dude. Holy shit.
It's the AI fucking with us.
It's just me and you. What the... Oh, and...
What? I'm here, man.
Aaron.
Yeah, it only drops a few people.
Wow.
I got kicked from the call there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was crazy,
It's
dude.
12:33. On the 33s, you get dropped. You watch.
12:33.
Really? Is that a fact? Is that a joke?
It's been happening for the last couple of hangouts.
Wait,
really?
Where's Kim? She's the... There it is.
Damn.
Oh, my God, dude. How the hell did that just happen? Okay.
Anyway, what I was going to say...
Did everyone else get booted?
Yeah, before I dropped.
No.
Okay.
Wait.
No,
James,
dude.
James, wait. That a bunch of people say that like the pineal gland is what would be called an alien implant. Like it's something, or maybe the energetic overlay over it is partially this alien. It's just funny. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Well,
So the weird thing
remember
also
the last
about-
time I was hanging out with you guys, I was talking. We were talking about dreams, and I suggested that we try to have the same dream.
I thought about it today.
All I came up with was a lake. It's by a lake.
Let's meet on a lake.
No, it's not.
yeah.
You can't say where to meet.
Well, look, the reason I even brought that up just now because you were talking about DMT, pineal gland, and all that, and when DMT is released. If I'm not mistaken, DMT is also released during dream state.
That's what I was about to say before I got booted.
Orgasm.
So now imagine. Okay, I don't know about that, but maybe. Actually, you might be right because there's all kind of sex rituals, fucking crazy throughout all culture. So, all right, check this out. Imagine if we were not dosed with fluoride. Imagine the dreams we would be having. Imagine the vivid dreams, dreams you would remember, dreams that were profound, dreams that were controllable, dreams that were lucid.
Oh, apparently.
And that's why you try to not have any fluoride for
How do you cut
as
all
long
fluoride
as
out,
possible.
That's the problem I'm facing.
You make you reverse osmosis your water, and you don't have fluoride in your food.
You boil it, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you take a shower,
you have to shower with.
It absorbs through the skin.
You have to get a reverse osmosis.
Also, I would say something simple as not using deodorant that has heavy like aluminum in it. As weird as that sounds to a lot of people.
No, we talked about it. I remember.
I don't use deodorant.
I don't either.
What I was going to say is you could put a reverse osmosis system in your house for a couple $100, and all your water will be filtered, and all the fluoride will be removed.
I've seen it. I had the guy come to my house. Oh, good lord! Like,
Also, all of us here, think about this for a second. Think about your life. What age were you when suddenly, or another, your imagination just kind of dulled down?
When I was in school.
Never.
Yeah, in school.
In school.
Jerry, you're
That's
lucky.
the purpose of
but
school.
For most people, it's around like the age of.
I'm glad you asked that.
12-ish, 13 maybe.
What, middle school?
Yeah, people.
It starts when you start school, but as you continue through school is when it really.
I mean,
the pineal gland gets calcified because
7.
of all of our outer influences, and fluoride is one of the many things that does it.
I got lucky because after, like, in 7th and 8th grade is when I started playing D&D. And if anything's going to boost your imagination and your creativity, it's that game. Because
that's what it is. It's imagination and creativity.
We played
okay.
it. Go ahead.
That's all you need to make the world better.
Yeah, because
imagination and creativity.
Like my kids now, they love video games. That's not really imaginative. They might have hand-eye coordination.
Military recruiting.
Let me try to bring this. Let me jump in, you guys. Let me try to bring this back to the topic originally from the question about DMT, pineal gland, and fluoride. Now, I know that you guys are talking about creativity. When I said 7, I'm not speaking of creativity. I'm speaking of my dreams, which is the time your DMT is released. I specifically remember my dreams from the age up to about 7 years old, and then my dreams started changing drastically and highly reduced in their clarity or their intensity.
Yeah. Do you still remember them?
I remember some of them. In fact, the only dreams I remember in my whole life are about 4 or 5, and out of that 4 or 5, 2 or 3 are actually from under age 10 years old.
Dude, same here. Like, oh my God, same here. Like, I always tell the story.
I had the most craziest, fucking intense, vivid dreams that I could actually remember. I woke up and I could remember them and describe every detail when I was younger. Now, guess what? I can't fucking do that anymore.
That's happens to me all the time now. And I think it's because of how I've paid
if our
attention
pineal
to what I'm
glands
taking
actually,
into my...
I'm sorry, go ahead. You're quiet. I can hardly hear you. I don't mean to run you over.
Yeah,
go ahead. No, continue.
Man. You're not loud at all.
Finish. No, Aaron, finish off.
I was thinking if our pineal glands are calcified or crystallized, as we hear through the grapevine. If that's the case, then perhaps during dream state, when our pineal gland should be excreting, because it is a gland, should be excreting lots of DMT, we should have crazy dreams, just like we were young. Imagine if we never had fucking fluoride. And by the way, I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't researched. I don't know how much is actually absorbed through the skin, but I do understand that it is a systemic, and maybe some is absorbed through the skin, but taking it internally through your system is certainly a much bigger deal. So I don't know the effects of showering with regular water, but specifically about the dreams. I do remember being between 7 and 10 years old where my horribly amazing vivid dreams pretty much came to a stop. After that, couldn't remember them anymore. They weren't as vivid. They weren't as profound.
You also describe them as horrible in a way, right?
Well, I'm just being emphatic.
Horribly vivid?
Yeah, in fact, some of them were horribly vivid.
It's like intense, right?
Yes. I mean, certainly. It wasn't.
My dreams have actually gotten more. I remember things more now than what I ever have. But I'm also on what I believe to be my right spiritual path. Like the other day, I had two dreams at once.
Yeah.
I was aware in both of them they were not connected.
Do you have a dream journal, Kim?
I don't, but I'm thinking about starting one because I get a lot of messages in them.
Because they're like, yeah, I mean, God, I remember having dreams last night, but it's like,
I have a question. I had a thing happen this week, and I don't remember. I should have written it down, but I did not. I apologize. But I had a memory of something that I didn't have before last week. Like, I had a memory of something new in my head.
That's hardcore, dude, yeah.
And I can't remember what it was now, but I couldn't I couldn't actually place it anywhere. Like, okay, I remember doing that, but it's not in my timeline, you know?
More than a deja vu?
More than deja vu.
But more intense. Okay.
No, like a memory, like a birthday party when I was a kid kind of thing. Like, wait a minute, that never happened to me. So I was trying to remember if it was something that I would just have said in my youth to boast or whatever, and it just became a memory, or it's actually something else, or it's a dream. Because I have dreams that merge with my reality. TJ reminded me of this in chat.
Oh yes, like where you can't remember if it really happened or if it was a dream. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
It seems to be happening more and more lately. Is my point.
I mean, and that's probably a good thing. I think that means you're on the right path.
I
would think so.
Deja vu is a sign that you're on the right path.
I think deja vu is you as two of your timelines coming together.
Coinciding.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know,
I interpret my deja vus as every time I have one, I say to myself, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be right now.
Yep. Well, yeah, because your timelines are coinciding, so it would mean that you're right where you need to be.
Maybe that's where you made a bad decision last time.
Oh.
I'm just
you know,
saying,
I've never actually had a deja vu that was negative.
I had my first deja vu in maybe years.
Yeah, why would a deja vu be negative?
It just feels like always it's a reminder. It's some subtle ass reminder within like the depth of reality. That's what it always feels like.
Yeah.
So, that's one thing I don't know if I've experienced as a deja vu. But as far as like lucid dreams and shit, yeah. Like you're talking about vivid shit, and like I can control, like I'd say whatever 80% of my dreams. Some of them are you're along for the ride, dude. But like,
can you read?
Yeah.
Can you read text in the dream?
I can move. Like,
can you literally see a sign and stop and read it?
I can't say I've ever done that.
That's hard to. That's one thing that's hard to find a lot of times.
You know what? I don't know.
There's not a lot of text in dreams, but there is if you look for it.
I'm gonna give that a shot next time. I've never tried that.
I can see my hands. I can do this. I mean, I can move. I tell my kids all the time. Okay. My main story is all the time. Okay, Freddy's chasing you, but guess what? You can fucking turn around and chase him. Like, that's what I tell them all the time.
Can you do that?
And
you can make him disappear.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes. I did it when I was younger. It was so frightening. I was like, fuck you. And I turned around and I started chasing him. And like Aaron was saying, between 7 and 10 years old, it was so frightening. Okay. My grandpa took me to see the first like Star Trek movie, and the fucking preview was Nightmare on Elm Street, dude. And like, and all it was this chick like singing, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you.
Yep.
This little girl with a dollhouse on her bed. Freddy's coming for you. 3, and then she gets to the end, dude, and then fucking blam, the hand comes blasting through the dollhouse and shit, right through her bed, right through, like, I mean, I was like, Grandpa, I'll be right back. I gotta go take a leak. Like, I about pissed my pants. So, like, as being a kid seeing that shit, dude, that, like, whatever, that thought form. So, yeah, so you take that aspect and then you put it in,
like going back on the whole thing about the pineal gland being maybe a provider of all that kind of inspiration and what happens in your dreams, and that over time it does die down or maybe gets shut off.
You're talking about it dies down because you get older and have the same amount of power.
Let's not forget that the brain is a radio transmitter, sender, receiver.
Sure.
So,
and it's getting shut down.
It's getting shut down. Certain frequencies are being
via Wi-Fi, via hums
4G, 5G, 3G.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, totally.
That is absolutely messing with us.
So maybe
definitely.
If we're during
but
a
on
dream
top of that,
state,
the chemicals.
Perhaps the mind flushed with DMT is able to tune into a frequency that it normally wouldn't.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Our bodies are light,
and we don't get that because my dream is
getting disconnected from it.
Profound, and I mean profound. And I swear that probably half of all of the deja vus I've ever had in my life, and I'm 46, probably half of all my deja vus come from the time between when I'm 6, 7 to maybe 10 years old.
Yeah.
That's
These are
interesting.
memories that go back that far. Deja vu that maybe I had a dream and I saw something, I didn't understand it. And then 35 years later, you live that moment.
How the fuck do you remember that?
Dude, also think about the fact that it was coming from a time where before your, let's just say, before your
my pineal gland was ruined.
Exactly. Before it was calcified, before it was functioning properly.
Is it so profound
before it got shut down.
I'm sorry. Is it so profound it sticks out that much, Aaron?
Yes.
As at year 46? I mean, because I'm just like, dude, is it the drugs? All the drugs I did? Is it I cannot remember all that shit when I was a kid, dude. I mean, dude, I mean, I'm going back to 15. I'm like, fuck, I don't even remember that.
Oh, I'm with you, James. I can't remember any of that stuff.
But it was more hardcore when you're a kid, obviously, right? I mean, it was such empowering when you were a kid.
Look, the vast majority of stuff back then I don't remember, but there are profound moments and things that stick out.
Yeah, they're just ingrained.
And
yeah. That's okay. So you have 10 of them that are just fucking embedded in you. You know, I mean,
I've got at least 2 dreams right off the top of my head that I know for sure that I was at least 7 or 8 years old. And I could describe them to you as though I had them this morning.
To a T, right? Yeah, for sure. That's the same with me. I mean, and like I said, I'm almost 40. I'll be 40, and yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, man. And it's the same thing, dude. There's so I mean, dude, I could paint it on the wall right behind. You know, it's I
have more physical memories.
Yeah.
After 10.
Yeah.
I have more memories of interactions with real people in real situations after 10 years old. But before 10 years old, the most of my memories consist of actual dreams.
And that really makes you wonder when you think about that for a second. Why is that?
Exactly. That's why I keep coming back to it, because it's a
great
thought.
thing it's a great thing to discuss because it is profound.
Have you guys ever heard any of the old Andrew Bartz's stuff about what he says about dream time and what's going to happen to us? And I guess some people would call this the event horizon or the event or whatever. When humans start dreaming together again, we're all going to start dreaming together.
Holy shit.
Does it have to be dreaming or just consciousness?
Dreaming. It's going to start with dreaming. It's like the beginning of us getting our telepathy back.
I think that would be what we're trying to do here, right?
That makes sense.
That's a cool
I think it would start that way.
We're trying to pick a pinpoint
James,
somewhere.
Can you imagine the
collective
ongoing dream, and every time you go to sleep, it's almost like Sim City. You just go and engage the collective consciousness. Yeah. Can you imagine this ongoing dream that we all just, in and out of every time we go to sleep?
Well, it just brings up the question, are we dreaming this? But answer that in a second. What I do want to say is that what he says, the way it's going to progress, is that kids are going to start having dreams together, and there'll be a lot of deja vu with adults at first. So if you've noticed a lot more deja vus happening, ask your kids if their schoolmates are dreaming the same dreams as them. That's an interesting thing to ask, because that's one of the things he said. Look, I don't know if the guy's full of shit or whatever, but it's information. And we can always say, okay, it's not happening yet, or that is happening now, and maybe that is a valid thing he said.
I'll ask that. That's a good study. My oldest son, he'll be 11, and his buddies are the same age. I'll ask him, and I'll ask him to ask. You know what? His best friend lives right down the road. I'm sure he'll be over tomorrow, and I'll be like, dude, what are you dreaming about every night?
Ask him if they had dreams. Were they in each other's dreams and remember it?
Totally will, dude. And he'll tell me.
The second thing that I've heard...
He wants to be more of an adult than my son does, so he'll totally tell me. Yeah.
The second thing I heard...
always kids, right?
The second thing I heard recently is that... I think we talked about this before, too. That not I don't want to say the original humans, but humanity, used to dream together collectively... Yes. And that would create things in reality. They would render in 3D after we created them in astral or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's like the last. If that's true and what Bartza says is true, that's going to be the last step where we actually start dreaming together and creating our reality for real.
But is that the AI?
What does it matter?
There is no real thing. Like AI is not real. It's not actually intelligent quite yet. It's still computer.
We always be better.
Hey,
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, it's crazy.
She doesn't have her headphones on yet.
I wouldn't say
saying
that.
I didn't like it.
What's that?
Google didn't like it.
The AI didn't like him saying that. You didn't.
Yeah.
Did you catch the audio garble?
That's because no, Speculum came in the chat and she didn't have her headphones in.
What's Speculum?
What's up?
Welcome.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
What's up? My other future ex-wife.
Whoa. Weird. Looping.
Welcome.
Wait, let me fix my mic problems. Hold on.
Looping. Oh, that's better. Whatever you did, right there.
She's feedback.
No, I just muted. Man, you're definitely like the golden age where people were basically connected via
telepathy.
Your brain state, yeah. Well, I guess you can say that.
I think we're getting to that point.
I think
it seems like it.
Well, they're trying to get back to that point.
I think
yes, Jerry.
The internet's laying out the physical
the internet
manifestation of the energetic thing that it represents, which will make us think about it more and build those neural pathways. I think that's how it's going to work.
Totally, dude. This is the way we can do this now, because obviously everyone cannot do what we think via when you're sitting on your couch and like, man, I wish I could talk to my buddies right now, or whatever, like, but you maybe in a meditative aspect or a lucid dream aspect, we can connect. It's possible. Like,
they've shown with studies. Yeah, it's been shown in studies, but I think it takes a lot more.
Dude, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
You have to work the muscle.
It takes discipline.
Dude, like we were just talking about fluoride. It's blocking receptors. It's fucking shit up. Telemeters, this and that. Check
the ingredients in your shampoo, even.
Sure.
Dude, who
you
fucking
talk
knows?
about ingredients. You talk about all this shit that is not natural. And then you talk, dude, you want to get all hippy dippy and be like, dude, all I do is everything that's from
I'll stop shaving. I'll be all hippy dippy.
I mean, I don't know. I got fucking Doritos in my cabinet right now, and they're fucking delicious.
And they are also made with genetically modified organisms.
Dude, I don't know. Whatever. I don't care.
Genetically modified organisms that were specifically genetically modified to be saturated with more toxic pesticides and herbicides.
Exactly.
They are. So not only genetically modified, but they were specifically modified so that they could handle more toxic pesticides and herbicides.
Yeah. Not only that, but they're made to handle the massive amount that they need to produce. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where it's like
maybe our bodies and anatomy is changing so that we can handle that stuff.
It probably is, but we should go back to the local. We should support
most definitely.
locals.
I agree with that. I'm just saying that might be the anatomy changes that we've been seeing.
Right.
That it might be the reason for it.
Reason for a lot of the negative things that might be happening.
That too.
I'd be very curious to see how we compare then to Europeans, because Europeans have a lot more local farming in that regard. I mean, everywhere you
what
go.
is it you want to compare?
Well, I'm talking about the anatomy though. This has happened worldwide. I mean, some people remember body parts and organs being in different places, Like my kidneys used to be in my lower back. They're not there anymore. They're in my rib cage. What the hell,
So you're talking from a pesticide standpoint or from just everything?
I'm just saying that I think that our anatomy is changing so that we can handle not just the pesticides, but maybe handle the whatever's coming.
Or what if it's just our pineal gland that's changing, and adapting. And
big
no,
That could be
no,
too.
there's more stuff going on. The magnetics of the plane are changing, of the realm, I should say, not the plane. The realm.
Yes.
The magnetics.
would
I'm on board with
that
that, yeah.
literally change our anatomy, though?
Yeah, well, the way I heard it described was that, like, people's compasses aren't working anymore because north is drifting around, magnetic north.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
the magnetic field of the realm can no
bullshit.
longer be controlled by technology. That's what I heard. And I'm looking for that link right now. But, which is an interesting thought. And these people stated that...
You're saying
Go ahead.
the magnetic north, you said?
A couple things. Physically, magnetic north with a compass is moving around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, damn.
And secondly,
I know.
technology,
It's been doing that forever, though.
Technology no longer can control magnetic fields. Like the technology that they have that controls magnetic fields, like that kind of shit isn't working anymore. And the third thing was that we generate a magnetic field from our heart chakra, heart vortex, or heart whatever.
Yes.
So those are becoming stronger and overpowering the...
Is that why I glow green?
Probably.
Because green is the heart chakra.
I glow green and blue.
I glow green like crazy. I glow green, and then there's yellow and blue.
Mm-hmm. Me too. No yellow on me, though. I'm looking for the video. It was really interesting. You know, again, it's data. I have no idea if it's true or not, because I have no idea.
It kind of makes sense, though.
It does make sense.
It totally makes sense.
That's why it's stuck
if
in
more
my
people,
craw.
if there's magnetic from the heart, bam.
Okay, so like, I don't even know how to explain this. I always have this, like, I don't want to say vision, but just this thought, this in my mind's eye of repelling people with something in my chest, like Iron Man. You know, like imagine he had a scent. You know, he shoots shit out of his hands. I can do that for my chest, like in my dreams. It's like my defense mechanism. So
Could you imagine that before Iron Man?
Yeah, I always had it.
There you go. There
Since I
you
was
go,
a little
dude.
kid,
It's something it's an intrinsic thing that we have as humans that's been kind of subverted over time.
Yeah, but it's more to me. It's always been my thing I could rely on if I was ever in a bad spot. I could just activate this and blow it.
Isn't that the Care Bears too?
I never watched Care Bears. It could
Oh
be.
yes.
You know, interestingly enough, Spider-Man does the same thing. And I've always thought to myself, what a weird place to eject spider webs out of the wrist.
Oh, the wrist.
Well, he does?
Well, your hands are... You're right.
He goes like this.
Yeah, but the middle part was to squeeze the you have to understand how Spider-Man's technology works. He had the sensor pads under his gloves, and
you do, don't you?
I do.
I do too. Yeah.
He squeezed them with those two fingers. That's why he made the devil horns. So I don't, Is Stanley a Satanist? I don't think so. No. It's just the way it came out, whatever.
But isn't it not a technology? Isn't it that he got affected by radiation or something like that?
No, that's a technology. He produces webbing.
He got bit by a spider.
Control it.
He built a controller to like gate it.
Right, exactly.
But still based off a spider bite.
My whole point was that it's an ejection of an energy. You were talking about the chakras and the body,
yes,
and the body energy, and you said that you always had this intrinsic sense that you could, as a defense mechanism,
in my chest, my chest, not from my
out of the chest.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. Because all right, I'm sorry, I missed the part. I thought you said wrists also because
I made the analogy to how he shoots the laser beams or the particle beams out of his hands. I could do the same thing out of my chest, out of my heart.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget which comic book character does that, but Stan Lee did do a comic book. He tells a story about printing a comic book where somebody cut themselves, and so they all cut themselves and put blood into the ink, and they printed the comic.
That's awesome.
But his cameos in movies are pretty funny. He's
oh my god,
still going around.
It's so pathetic at this point. Except in Guardians of the Galaxy, it was pretty funny. Look at that dirty old man.
I don't mind the cameos. I'm fine with the cameos.
The one in what did I just see?
Doctor Strange.
Is he on the bus? Is that the one he's on the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the bus reading. What was the book?
Something crazy.
It was something good. It was definitely something good.
Yeah.
Doors of Perception, I believe.
Yes, you're right. It was.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Perception.
That makes total sense.
Who just
It makes so much sense, doesn't it?
Where did James go? Oh, there he is.
He's being quiet.
It makes you wonder where they're going with all these superheroes.
Oh, I love Marvel.
And if you think about it, where did all of it come from?
They're demigods.
They're demigods, yeah.
But where did it come from? Regular human beings that are creative. Or from priests, I guess. I think it's just from artists. People that are able to see through the veil of reality and kind of use them. Yeah, that could be too.
Stanley has a show where he goes around looking for these people in real life too.
Superhuman, yeah. I don't think it's on the air anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is or isn't, but I definitely saw it a couple
know
years back.
One of them that he got, the guy who could, his body was a conductor. He could put his
That was a weird one.
It's not true. That was total fakery.
There were a couple that were a little weird. There were some that were stupid.
Pretty gay overall.
Yeah.
Pretty
definitely.
gay, did you say?
Yeah.
The majority was very
that's
poor,
awesome.
but there were a few that were, I thought that a few of them were pretty interesting.
I think it's just a big metaphor, though.
It's almost like, who wants to be a star, or who wants to be a, American
America's
Idol.
Next Top Talent.
Yeah, America's Got Talent is what it is.
Just like America's Next Top President, it's all a bullshit ass distraction to distract you from finding.
That's right. We have a reality TV star for a president. That's right. I think we've hit rock bottom.
It's always been that way, though, with
Ronald
the president.
Reagan,
Oh yeah,
it's
that's
always
right.
been America's Next Top President. It's another reality show.
Yeah, but Ronald Reagan was he was a respected actor.
And the start of the decline.
Yeah, it could be.
A real actor took an acting role. It's layers upon layers of loops here.
Well, hey, listen. Since we're on Ronald Reagan, here's a good question. Here's a good food for conversation. Since we're all pretty aware of psyops, false flags, etc., and we're talking about Ronald Reagan, you just said it was the beginning of the decline. Ronald Reagan there was an assassination attempt. He was
I was just thinking
shot.
that.
So, can we say, was that a hoax, or can we say what I have heard, and that is that Ronald Reagan actually opposed a lot of the New World Order type globalist agenda shit that they were doing, and then they tried to take him out, and either they failed or they warned him on purpose, but either way he got the warning because his policies changed after that.
Yeah, that's totally possible.
Yeah.
And we don't know. Like, a lot of the general public don't know about things like that. It takes researchers and journalists to find that shit out, and sometimes when you hear stuff like that, it's instantly discarded as being like conspiracy theory.
Well, you also almost don't want to put that out there.
Exactly.
The journalist
right?
is probably a little nervous at that point.
Oh, so true, Mike.
Times have changed, though, a little bit.
Well, Reagan was clearly one of the most revered presidents. If you guys remember, his passing gathered probably the largest crowd of attendees at any funeral in recent modern history. I can't remember anybody's funeral that had such a turnout.
The funeral. I mean, I grew up loving Reagan, and actually, he was because my dad loved him, and I would do an impression of him. I'd say, "Well, there you go again, Jerry." That's how
he was.
No.
He was credited with the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of communism.
No, but
Ronald Reagan got credit for that.
Off that there was a fucking wall in their city. That had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I phrased it that way. He got credit for it. I didn't say that he did it. He got credit for
Right,
it.
just like who got credit for killing the leader of Al Qaeda.
That's
Al
right.
Qaeda, the biggest
That's right.
evil in the world, and then it ended, and then something else popped right back up.
And we know that was complete fucking hoax.
Yeah.
The whole creditation thing. I
A
mean,
big part of
at
it,
least
at
they
least.
pulled it off with Ronald Reagan. At least the whole world believes that he was responsible for that.
Yeah, and it just makes you wonder how deep down of a dark path are we going with that bullshit.
I don't fucking know anybody that believes that Barack Obama had anything to do with Osama's killing, and I don't think
We
I know
dropped
anybody
Megatron in the ocean.
who believes that motherfucker was still alive, considering
Nah, he
his
died years ago.
dialysis.
He's Megatron. He got dropped in the ocean.
Most likely,
With no picture proof, because no one would want to see it.
He's Norman Cassiano. He can take 4 slugs to the back from a Sig Sauer and be out of the hospital the next day.
Oh, is it dude in Orlando?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or it's just all a big ass distraction to make you forget that you are
The
actually
most powerful person in the world.
Yep.
Yep, that's all it is.
There you
Everything,
go.
all of it, all of it. If it has nothing to do with your actual power and your mind, it is a distraction.
Indeed.
And someone just lit a cigarette.
Amen to that.
I'm surprised
Mic
no
drop.
one got kicked off the chat yet.
It's not 33 minutes after.
Well,
That's true.
that not only that, but it goes back to the whole thing we were talking about earlier about like the whole fact that maybe the pineal gland has a key factor to play, and that it does get calcified.
You know what? Since I stopped watching news and stopped interacting with the negative people, like I opened up a whole new Facebook page and everything, so that I could only have positive people, be friends with positive people. I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I don't interact with negativity or anything like that. I have had more spiritual experiences ever
that's
now
a huge
since
thing,
I've done
too.
that.
Because especially if you're doing it on social media and ridding it from your life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
that's
like
an
almost
important-
like the same thing, I think, at this
never
point
had
as ridding
spiritual
fluoride from your life or littering chemicals,
I almost delete
littering
my whole
aluminum
Facebook.
deodorant.
I want to do that. I want to delete my whole Facebook. You know, there's a movement towards that. You know,
I'm
I
off.
say to people, you know, if you want to really get in touch with me and know who I am, like reach out to me on different platforms because Facebook at this point
Yep,
is so
fake
fake,
book.
and and you can't judge anything based on it, but it's slowly becoming the abandoned amusement park that MySpace now is. You know,
I miss MySpace.
I do too.
I had an awesome profile. It was purple and stuff.
I woke up on MySpace. I accidentally found an Alan Watt video interview, and that was the beginning of my awakening.
You know what? Yeah, he's
Oh.
Alan
Nice.
Watt or Watt?
The power of the internet.
So, what about this mummy thing? Dave asked in chat. If we
Oh, the
mentioned-
Nazca mummy?
Yeah.
Or the mummy, the movie, the bomb, the
No. The white paper mache statue that they MRI'd.
Well, some people think it's 3D printing,
Yeah.
and there's some issues with it because I watched the video. Now listen, like,
Hey, can you turn your mic up and please repeat what you just said?
Yeah, Brandon, we can
Sure.
barely hear you. Sorry. Or just get closer to your iPad.
I'm pretty damn close. I don't know.
Ah, that's
can hear
perfect.
you.
That was
There you
really
go.
loud.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
I think the microphone's up here, maybe. Yeah. So, if you remember, about a year ago, Jay Widener, I think, beta tested. There was a Kubrick, a so-called Kubrick confessional, and everybody went crazy because the guy.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Remember that? And it was I knew
I wrote about
immediately
it.
was a hoax. I remember going on Fade to Black before Jay Widener, even the day that thing dropped. And Jay was going to be on Fade to Black, and so I was like, oh, I'm going to get on. And Jimmy actually took a call that night, right before Jay even got on. I want to know what you guys think about it. So I got on, and I was like, it's a hoax, like 100%. Like, all right, wait a second. He's like, have you seen the whole thing, all 45? I'm like, I don't have to, Jimmy. I'm like, I've seen about 5-10 minutes of it. It's not him. It's not Stanley Kubrick. Whoever this is a hoaxer, and blah, 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 blah. And then somebody else got on and said pretty much the same thing in a different way. But then Jay Widener caught on, and he was like, "Hey, I don't really know right now. I'm gonna have to really look this over." And then they had Coast to Coast, of course, which they're having tonight about the Nazca.
Yeah,
Mummy.
he's supposed to be on tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, with the Nazca Mummy and Jay Widener. Again, that's my point. A year later, everybody's forgotten about the amnesia. They've forgotten about Jay Widener putting across this Cooper Hoax thing and pretending he had nothing to do with it after the public woke up and was like, "This isn't Cooper. This is not flying." Now there's this Nazca Mummy, right? And to me, it could be an elaborate 3D print job for all I know, right? What's really weird in watching the video is that a few of the slides are dated differently. So like you'll get one of the scans that they did.
More slides from H.I.V.E? Oh, come on.
I was gonna say H.I.V.E is all over this,
well, dude, it says like 1997 on it, and like the other one says 2003, and so I'm like, huh? You know what I mean? Are those got to be years, and it says like May, you know. So I'm thinking that's like, okay, so they've had it since 1997. You know what I mean? So, but it could be complete, utter BS.
It could be a big distraction.
I wrote this article last year. The supposition was that Kubrick video was released and quickly discredited because the leaked director cut came out where he was telling the guy what to say. Tom, I think his name is. And my supposition was that the release of that was to get it into the public mind, right? It would get buried in the internet, but if ever any information came out that really pointed to Kubrick doing that, people they'd immediately go to Google and they'd find that article and they'd find all the debunking information and they'd immediately discredit it as bullshit.
Yeah.
It's
and that's probably... I gotta go, guys. Bye.
It's a programming trick.
Ciao.
Take care,
Good night.
Kim.
Nice to meet you, Kim.
Yep, nice to meet you too. Love you guys.
Good night.
Love you too.
And dude, I was just gonna say that's probably exactly what History Channel is doing right now. They're eating up alternative and conspiracy media hardcore.
Yeah, they're part of the whole alien programming agenda too.
Oh, yeah, that too.
That's probably go, guys.
Ancient alien theorists believe.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Oh, there's like a loop.
Yeah.
Somebody probably has the
James.
chat open. And...
Yeah, James is back in.
Just blame James for everything.
Or maybe Brandon's talking. I can't really tell.
Yeah, that too.
Definitely not.
Check.
Wait.
Oh, fuck.
Everybody mute, and you'll find out.
Anything.
Everybody mute, you'll find out who's doing it.
I can't hear anything.
I hear you, James.
James can't hear us. I think it's James doing it. Fuck. Can you hear him going check?
I can't hear you.
It's actually kind of trippy.
Hardcore delay.
I hear you, James. So, if you don't mind, can I digress for a little bit?
Do it, dude.
Yes.
That's what we're all about.
Oh, it's not. Oh, he's back.
Sound like a weird loop.
Before I came in, you guys were talking about computer screens, ordering food at Starbucks and shit like that.
Marketing. The stuff I wanted to talk about tonight.
Can I digress for a little bit? So,
that's what we're all about.
I wrote down, as I was trying to get into the chat, I wrote down predictability. Because there was something I wanted to talk about that related to something you guys were talking about. But by the time I got in, conversation shifted to cars, and then
I don't know how that happened.
And then crazy car accidents.
It just happens.
It's completely irresponsible on your part.
I'm not the host.
That was before I joined. I'm just going to say
were...
that was before I joined.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is that? Jerry, I thought you were the host.
This is not my show. It's our show.
Oh, pardon me.
It's
okay.
It's a collective. Go ahead. Anyway, yeah, it did digress, and I didn't stop it because I was eating.
I'm a little lost because I don't remember specifically what you were talking about, but I wanted to get in on that part
What
of
I
the
was
conversation.
talking about, thank you for bringing it back around, because I do want to talk about it, is the effect of marketing tactics, subliminals, mind control, whatever you want to call it, affecting people's behavior long term. How is it making them more adaptable to a police state environment, like expecting to be watched at all times, that kind of thing. What happened to me was that I've always known that Starbucks has cameras at the order station to watch to see if someone's there. They keep an eye on it. It's cool. I know it's there, but I don't have to pay attention to the camera and the speaker. Now they have a video monitor there where the person who's taking your order is visible talking to you. So it's two-way communications with an actual person.
At the drive-in?
At the drive-thru, yeah. This was at somewhere along 575, new Starbucks. Yeah, so
Okay, so you can see the person, okay?
You're kind of obliged to address them, to look at them and pay attention. Whereas before I could fuck around in my car and change my radio and then give me this, that, and whatever.
Oh, I see.
Got you.
Okay.
Now it's like now you're taking my time away. That this is just one aspect of it. That I'm obliged to pay attention to this person, look them in the eye, essentially, right? Because it would be rude otherwise.
Because now they're looking at you.
Right. So it's attaching a person to that. It's personifying the surveillance. My concern is more longer term effects with the stupid retardedness of the kids these days that will be like, oh, I got to look good for Timmy, the barista today, and they're going to worry about things in their future because of this.
I think that was a very astute statement you made just a second ago when you said it personifies the police state. You said it personifies the surveillance.
Yes.
That's why I don't support big corporations.
Me neither, except Starbucks.
Starbucks is the fucking devil.
Well, how many sci-fi movies have we seen now that are futuristic and somebody walks into a mall or a shopping center and this hologram shows up, looks right at you. It's a full-sized person. They're talking to you directly. Hey, Jerry, welcome to Target.
That's going to happen sooner or later.
Minority Report.
Yep, it totally is. And it's getting to that point.
Exactly. And somebody walks into
James.
And this hologram shows up, looks right at you.
Oh, I can't kick him. It's so horrible.
Hey, Jerry.
Oh, that. No, that is what it's happening though. And dude, I wish. Is there a local coffee shop you have nearby that you could support besides Starbucks?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'll go to Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, not
even better. Classic.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
So.
Yeah, I would rather just not drink coffee.
Or just
James, you're echoing. Thank you.
Buy your own, support someplace you can find locally or online that is an organic grower.
I'm sure there is.
Make your own, but dude, yeah, it's not easy. We love convenience, don't we?
Yeah.
We can't deny that. It's hard to get past. And then all of a sudden, if someone randomly loses their water,
hey Wolverine,
then
we require shirts on this show.
Oh, I'm excited right now.
Go ahead.
Giggity.
No shirt, no Wolverine claws, no service.
Hey, Ian, what's up, bro?
Not much, homie. What's happening?
What's up?
Chilling, man.
What are y'all doing tonight? Talking about conspiracies?
No.
Yeah.
Mind control and marketing.
Kick ass.
Isn't there a conspiracy in everything, though? Mind control and marketing, there's definitely conspiracy in that.
All business is conspiracy by nature. Conspiracy is not necessarily bad. To conspire about something is...
I understand.
So
that's life. That's really life.
Every corporation is
at this point.
Yeah, really. It's whatever. The media made conspiracy theorists a bad term. It was demonized, if you will.
Oh, definitely.
So I mean,
I think that happened right around the time of the JFK assassination.
Well, we're not just conspiracy theorists. I think by our own behavior, we could easily be defined as conspiracists or conspirators.
Did
we
any
are
of you
conspiring at this very moment.
I'm a conspiracy realist.
There you go. There you go, dude.
There's a llama behind you. Holy shit.
Oh, my.
It's just a dog. Scared me.
That's the thing he sacrificed, man.
A dog or a llama?
It was a goat. It was a goat.
It was a kid.
So, Aaron, did we explore that enough for you? Or
we could always go deeper.
I suppose if you feel like going somewhere else, you don't hold back for me.
No, I wanted to throw it out there and see what other people thought. If they, my thinking was if I could show you how I look at the technology used this way. Oh, who left now? If I could point this out and say, hey, look, do you think this could happen in the future because of this? Blah blah blah. Other people might think of their daily experience and go, oh yeah, there's, like it happened to me twice. Actually, I just thought of it. I was at the bank today and I had to look at the bank teller through the drive-through. Even though I could see
that was a real person, though.
Well, so was
seriously, like I mean,
it's no different.
You'd rather interact with an inanimate piece of object than an actual breathing, living human person. Is that what you're saying?
On one level, technically, that is correct. I wouldn't go through the drive-through if I wanted to talk to the teller face-to-face.
Right.
Secondly, it puts me. I feel as if I'm obliged to pay attention to her.
Right.
And that's the bigger concern.
Which you would be if you had to walk in. You can't, like you said, you can't mess around in your car and whatnot.
I'm not going to look down at the ground and kick my feet around and go, oh, I miss Crabtree. Whatever.
Right. No, understood. It's just interesting that, like, we're, because I think it's healthy to have human interaction. You know what I mean? But I understand that.
I go into Starbucks all the time. I do. And this is this was not my regular Starbucks. It was a new one on the way somewhere, on the way to work or whatever.
So, and it's interesting to see that new technology being implied through drive-thrus.
Yeah. But and I think it just reinforces what I said earlier, which is that everybody assumes, almost everybody assumes now that they're being watched 24/7. So it's almost like they're creating a godlike omnipresence on Earth.
Just marry that with the Vault 7 leaks a few months ago.
I was just going to say that.
And the Samsung,
why? What do you mean?
Well, all the software that the CIA. Hey, Ian, could you please mute if you're not talking? Everybody.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I can't hear you. Why is he on there? Anyway.
What, you want me to turn my mic back on, brother?
I don't know. All I'm seeing is you, not everyone else talk. That's the thing.
Oh well, I don't think I'm controlling that on my end.
No, I think Google switches when it detects noise. That's all. That's why I thought it might not be you. It might just be me. Never mind. No, I totally forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
We were talking about
Vault 7.
Yeah, Vault 7.
Vault 7.
Oh, yeah, Vault 7.
That came out. That came out, and it kind of just got subjected. Like no one, like it came out, and everyone cared a little bit, and then no one give a shit.
Dude,
there was no protest for that shit.
No.
We don't have
what's
time
up with
to
that?
protest. We got hoaxes to pick apart every other fucking day.
Or we get the next top president to protest instead.
What's the point?
The thing that's popular.
What's the point of picking apart the hoaxes these days? Really? What are you?
I'm done with it, dude.
Yeah, really. Like
I'm washing my hands of that shit.
But
how many hands does the magician have? It seems like we're being scattered with the real and the fake in many directions.
Absolutely.
What if the distraction? Okay, like take the bridge. Okay, a lot of fucking cars running into people lately, right? And then the guy's killed immediately. Part of the Vault 7 release was remote control car software. Everything that was in Vault 7 is happening now.
Right, that was mind-blowing, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, nobody's talking about that.
What
And then
they're
it makes you
talking
wonder about, like,
is that it's a Russian collusion with the current administration and trying to get everyone off the WikiLeaks
Right.
track.
Now get this. Now, one of the Vault 7 releases actually was software that makes you look like you're coming from Russia.
Right, rerouting. We know this.
Right.
I mean, techies know this.
So it could have been hacked from inside the DNC even, but made to look like Russia.
Bingo.
You guys do understand the concept of the double bluff.
No, I know. I'm getting that, but nobody's talking about it. That's why I'm talking about it. I mean, even like Dark Journalists isn't talking about it. Nobody is talking about this shit.
It's suspicious as hell.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody is really talking about the double bluff thing.
And I'll add another thing too: the WannaCry ransomware thing with the Bitcoin, 300 Bitcoin, or 600. It was 600 Bitcoin. Okay, it's 600. That's just a weird number. A, B, part of the WannaCry, the virus that was released, the ransomware was part of the Vault 7 releases. Okay. And that locked up the whole NHS in the UK, National Health Service. So people were fucked up for like 24 hours. They couldn't get into the computers because they were all locked up, which is pretty funny. Anyway, my point is, I think that we're going to start seeing like Bitcoin regulation, internet regulation coming down now. And you see Theresa May just brought that out. So it's almost like if there's some kind of predictive programming system that would, not predictive per se, but makes you more tolerant of it in the future, whatever that's called. Like a sample drug. Here, take a
normalization.
Yeah, it's a normalization process. That's what these things
That's
are.
exactly what's going on, dude.
Yeah.
Right, through slow immersion with all these memes that we see, that we live.
Right, now here's where I'm going to throw it all off the rails. I don't think there is a single group controlling this. I think it's happening because of what, let's call it synchronicities. It's happening that way. Now,
Dude, this gets back to some of that whole AI thing I was talking about from the future, moving through this, the apparent timeline. Like perhaps this is all bubbling under the surface, even though no one seems to want to go down the path that AI actually exists. They want to go down the path that we have the potential for AI to exist. But if we look at futures, hedging futures, future realities that are able to move backwards through all the great sci-fi, why can't that be applicable to this dream we're in?
And why can't the AI just be our collective consciousness as a whole?
Perhaps it is.
Yeah, I know. Or the infected portion of it.
Mind parasite, baby.
I wanted to throw this out while you were talking about the crybaby virus that went around. I got a question. I guess I'm going to assume that most of you guys can answer this, but some of you might be surprised. Can you name the only country in the whole world that was not affected by that?
Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, I didn't even hear the whole question.
Oh.
Jerry nailed it.
No, I know.
It's so significant.
Their computers were under maintenance that day. All their systems
Yeah, they got lucky.
That's obviously just a coincidence.
The spoon is not on the chair.
There is no spoon.
There is no spoon.
Yep. So true, dude. There is no spoon.
So I think, like, for me, what do we? So we're constantly talking about what do we do, and besides participating in more open source, blockchain, peer-to-peer stuff, what do we do if this is the reality in which we find ourselves? Is there possibly another, the 8th chakra, the emergence of these senses, Merlin becoming untombed from being crystallized? The pineal experience wrapping this background.
How about the falling off of the Klepoth?
Or the coming of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
He's here, baby.
I'd say ultimately it relies on the self.
Right, and I think
purely, it's simple. Like, in a way, it is. Maybe there are outer influences, but ultimately it relies on the self.
But together.
Yep.
And yet, here we are. I mean,
there's a reason we're here.
Yes, but like collectively on a larger scale, we're still in the middle of this crazy turbulence collectively. Lots of us are clucking, look at the sky, look at, what's going on. And then the majority are not. So it doesn't seem, is this snowball getting bigger, or are we just becoming more intensely aware of how much wool's over our eyes?
Well, it's not
Sorry
over
to
our
make
eyes.
all those metaphors.
It's not over our eyes. That's the thing, and we're starting to realize more and more of it's not really, that there's just kind of a reality show going on around us, and we're able to navigate through it.
Granted, a lot of people aren't, though.
No,
that's what I'm saying. We are all here aware of it, and there's this internal flame happening. But still, when I look out onto the lands, I'm seeing massive amounts of strife and turbulence and craziness. The landscape is treacherous.
Don't look.
And yet I feel,
agree,
and I'm doing that as much as possible, actually.
Right. And that's the best we can do,
Yeah, keep abreast. But
exactly.
Don't
like that
focus.
Forever.
Keep abreast.
And I also think how you interpret it and how you react to it really matters, because you are able to look out on the lands. You are able to see that for what it is. And that's, right now, I think the thing that's going to make the biggest impact. The people that are aware. The people that can see through the fucking bullshit fog.
Right, because I think that in the end, the people who are controlling this, call them the programmers. So I think at the end, the programmers, when we make it through, will be like, good job.
Nice try.
No.
Or, like a cold
good
fish
show.
in your face.
Really like good show, good job. You made it.
Yeah.
You're not a fucker.
I think people need to look out for the fake awareness. In other words, you've got aware and you've got awake, but then you have a Kundalini awakening, which is something altogether different.
That's an alien technology, dude.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not an expert in these matters. But one thing that I am seeing and hearing a lot from members of both sexes, but really from women a lot in general, is a level of dissatisfaction with men in general.
All right.
And in these conscious communities and stuff like that, what it appears to me, and I could be wrong about this, but it looks like as if millions of people are waking up every day, and almost every one of them is a woman. I mean, that's what it started. Like there's a separation between the sexes.
But ironically, in these groups that I find myself in, like this one tonight, there's usually two women, two of us, and a group of men. So you may be seeing that, but I don't know. I am still continually noticing more guys.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't think that's what he was saying. You were talking.
Why not just say that there didn't used to be any women?
No, I think what he's saying is that everybody's
I'm talking about
feeling
a different type of awakening. I'm not talking about whether you realize 911 was real or whether Pizzagate is true or not true. I'm talking about a true awakening.
You're
not
saying
just
like you wake up, you're androgynous. You feel more androgynous than heterosexual. Not even sex. You feel like you're really a woman inside, is what you were saying, right?
Because we need to respect.
Yeah.
We need to respect the divine feminine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you never said that.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, no, I got you. This is all. I mean, we're in a duality kind of situation here, and so I guess I just always get past that. So yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying, brother. I gotcha.
didn't notice that at all. That there was.
And it seems like women are more in touch with an emotional plane of existence, and that's, I think, what you're saying a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it.
Well, if you just look at the currents, electricity, positive, negative, and what takes in, what puts out, there's, I kind of look at it in ones and zeros, this whole dimension we're in, and it starts looking more logical to me in a math kind of way. So
I can't really go along with that, because even though we know that the digital world and AI is binary, the human being is trinary at least. You know what I mean? That's the reason they never will be able to get transhumanism to work. It's on a different field. It's on a trinary field. So
interesting.
We have innate energies.
I totally agree.
Plus,
is what I'm talking about.
We do absolutely have innate energies, male and female, really do exist. But there's something even greater beyond that we're still, for some reason, coming to terms with.
Maybe.
We're like.
Maybe not.
No, I think.
Yeah, maybe not.
I think he's absolutely correct. I think
I know,
Wolverine guy over there is absolutely correct that there's a triunity aspect to human.
Absolutely.
And
isn't that part of the gate, unlocking this consciousness and trying to move out of it? Like, really, the reconciliation of irreconcilable opposites, as Jung said.
Yeah, we want a light body out of here.
That's exactly what might be happening right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's part of this.
Down the boundaries of something like sex, even though it does have intrinsic values.
It's more than
that
though,
means something.
Because
it is way more than that.
We've been put behind many layers of trap door, not doors, but we're like,
distractions.
No. When you get out of this realm, when you get out of here, there's going to be another thing, another test. You have to break through
another level.
Yeah, there's another level of like your worst fear that you have to overcome.
Yes.
And then when you break through that, it's going to be the next worst fear until you're completely cleared and nothing phases you. Then you can walk out of here. That's kind of the way I've pick it up. It's not really karma. Karma's just in this one.
Well, karma is a very misunderstood
You just laid out the premise of the Matrix movie.
Exactly. In a way.
I was thinking like Jacob's Ladder, which is very Matrix too.
So many, exactly.
That was like a near-death experience movie, though.
Well, not the movie, the actual concept that is written down in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that just a form of the Tree of Life?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The Jacob's Ladder computer. Where's Fractal Truth when you need him?
Jack and the Beanstalk, too.
Right, we should go all day with this.
Stairway to Heaven.
The fact that we're all here discussing
Jacob's
this is
Ladder.
amazing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying the fact that we're all here discussing this is absolutely amazing.
You fucking say that every time.
Okay,
dude, because it is.
Isn't that like a sigil? Every time he says that, we get this positive.
I got a boat.
This like
maybe
you're
that's
standing
what I'm trying
here.
to do.
I got a fucking boat.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to do.
Look at the facts. Look at the facts. You got.
And we got new people.
Yeah.
Ian's here. Dude, yeah.
Look at the fact.
I love it.
You've got some of the most brilliant minds on the planet at this time in this room on this discussion. So, I mean, right?
Hey,
let's roll.
Bravo
hey,
to that.
Jim.
Let's fucking roll.
Do you remember? When Max? You heard all Max's interviews, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when he said that all the gods were here now?
Yeah. I seem to maybe possibly remember that.
Yeah. So this could be a meeting of them.
Yeah, I guess it could be.
Even Michael Tsarion recently talked about this, the priesthood of the Illies. And I've never read that book, but I want to check that out because what it establishes, apparently, you can find this even in Genesis, is that Adam walked with God in the garden, and it establishes the physicality of these gods in a way that you never really hit home to me before, and that this priesthood basically is to convince you that these gods that you pray to and everything aren't actual physical beings, actually, in some sense, you know what I mean, that incarnate. And so that was awakening for me. It's pretty interesting, so that's coming out more.
I have a thought on that. What aren't we being convinced that we're actually riding in these vehicles that we're in, our flesh? Like, it seems like this whole situation is weighing us down into this is what you are. This is how, subscribing to the rules of whatever this is called.
But I would say that you're projecting your 3D persona, your 3D body is a projection from your consciousness, and you could change it at will.
But doesn't it change when we interact with each other? Isn't it ever changing?
No, maybe.
Yes, because we co-create.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It is ever changing.
Right, but
it is ever changing.
You're not a creator. You're not a god. You're a co-creator.
Sub-creator, yeah.
But
we're all
you project
here together for purpose.
Who's making all the noise? Stop it.
Not I.
Popcorn.
Jesus, Brandon.
Popcorn for the good conversation. Dude, we should all have popcorn at this point.
Yes.
Not microwave popcorn, though.
No, of course not.
Jeffy Pop on the stove with the old tinfoil.
Oh my God, I used to love that.
Anyway, the thing was that you project your own body. It's a projection of your internal whatever of your head.
I understand that concept, especially through occult magic and ceremonial stuff, the whole glamour thing, right? That's where it all comes from. But I'm thinking in terms of like overlapping reality, like dimensions. So we're all here talking, yet there's a sense of separateness, and yet we're overlapping and creating something other. And we're forming each other as we talk.
This is our 8th chat. We have probably
Hegelian dialectics.
all formed a very strong energetic bond at this point. In fact, I could feel it waning by the end of this week because we hadn't talked in almost 6 days.
Ditto.
I mean,
so it was time to come back strong.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
And that's why
definitely.
I held off, because you guys all disappeared last night, fuckers.
We need to feed the tree, as the band Belly used to say.
Everyone fell out, dude. Yeah.
But no, I don't know. I don't know.
There's a time and place for everything, you know?
It worked out.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, that's the thing. We need to get past, like, I don't know, there's so many different things where we're subjected into believing that there has to be a certain narrative.
Right. But I always look the other way.
That's just not,
I always look the other way.
Not true.
Yeah, and
you make your own narrative from the beginning, and then you get like everyone gets distracted, and it's a matter of who's going to come back online or come back to finding their own truth.
You know, this is just, I got a data point here, because this is what I remember hearing was the original problem with this realm, is that the beings who came here first, like there were people here, things got fucked up, right, and it got trashed, and then a bunch of people came in to like rescue the ones who were trapped, and forgot who they were over time. And that's what we are. Like, we forgot that we were these original beings who made this container, you know. And that's kind of a metaphor for what we are now today. Our life, our one life, we're distracted constantly from everything that we are and can be. And,
yes.
And it's kind of like it's as
And
above, so below. Again.
All of the distraction is for one purpose, is to distract us from that one single question.
Right, but we're doing it to ourselves. That's the whole point. It's not anyone.
Well, we're getting a lot of help.
Yeah.
From outside influence.
Good or bad or both?
Mostly bad, I would think.
Yeah, I do feel like there's the wood is dark, in other words. You know, the light has a hard time.
I feel there is a positive outside force, if you want to call it that, but I feel that we're connected to this force. And then once again, this is just a narrative that I've chosen to believe in. This is this Sophianic narrative where, you know, the idea that one of these aeonic gods is somehow trapped within this planet, and that this planet is special because all the other planets are just a bunch of hunk of rocks and stuff like that, and they don't have one of these pleromic gods entrapped within it.
Ooh, I like this.
What would the pleromic god be like?
I like that.
Yaldabaoth?
Excuse me?
Like Yaldabaoth would be that god?
No. Yaldabaoth was created by Sophia, but you know he's the jealous god that thinks he created everything. You know, but he's the fake god up in the sky, the old man. I'm talking about the lady downstairs, where everything really comes from.
The planetary consciousness. What people,
you bet.
Some people.
Well, either way, the point is we are connected.
Well, yeah.
You can divert that into so many different beliefs. You can say so many different gods. Does that really matter?
You and I, Nomad, have talked about this, that we are part of the Earth organism, of the Sophia organism.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt, yeah. And there's an intrusive force, these so-called archons, you know, and that's what the people found out a long time ago, and you know.
And let's not call it Sophia. Let's not call it archons at this point, like, because we can get down to the depth of it when we stop labeling things.
Well, let me label one thing real quick. Is, you know, what if the archons are nothing more than the macrocosm of our shadow, a Jungian shadow? That, you know,
exactly.
Again, as above, so below. We got these rulers.
We effect of ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the connection.
Well, those archons were depicted on cave art 12, 13,000 years ago.
Everyone's got demons, James.
Yeah, I understand that. But what about here, there, south, north, east, west, all around the freaking world? drawing the same pictures in cave art.
You know, maybe before chemtrails and fluoride toothpaste, people got.
Well, dude, yeah. I mean,
their antennas were better. You know, they picked up the shit.
They were connected.
Yeah.
I understand they were connected, but they were
they were
all seeing the same thing.
Okay. Well, how about this? Because the question seems to be, and this is one of course, as you know, one of the oldest questions in the occult. These diamonds, demons, whatever they are, Shemhamfrish, do they exist, have their own independent existence outside of you and your mind, or are they a part of your, your psychology? Part of your mind.
I think there's two types actually.
That makes sense to an extent. I mean, it depends on
which is it?
If you're viewing it or experiencing it.
So this is actually
if you can experience it, it is not you.
This is actually the same argument that the UFO community is going through right now. With the whole.
Do you view it or experience it? I don't know. Is that the same in one? I don't know.
I think it's a question of the archons. But if we look at some of the writings of Carlos Castaneda and what Don Juan Mata said and everything, the truth is both. They live out there in their little space. They live inside your fucking mind.
Yeah, right. You put the coin in his toothpaste, right?
They are your mind. That's if you want to know who the enemy is, the person you know and love the best.
I understand that, and that's what the Archons was. It was myths and legends and gods thrown into fucking Saturn. You know, it was like, whatever they thought a myth and legend was, at that time,
It's all an aspect of being human.
Yeah,
you can't deny
back
that.
Then, yeah, 12,000 years ago.
No, it's always been that.
It's a shamanistic knowledge. It's a nature-based knowledge. It's a shamanistic. That's why they're trying to get rid of all these Indians and stuff all over the world. It's to get rid of the Indians.
Yeah.
Well, it's also to get rid of their practices, their magic practices.
Oh, fuck
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The very knowledge that we're speaking of is what they're trying to eradicate.
Right, because the Vatican wants their magic to be tops.
And also, they don't want us to know that it's all an aspect of ourself.
Right. Well, that's why we have to go to them.
In my opinion, at least.
Yeah, that's why you have conspiracy theories, because the struggle has to be outside of you. They don't want you to look at the struggle. And
so true.
And I'm just learning a lot of these things. So I don't know any of this stuff about love or whatever, but I'm working with this energy moving lady. And let me tell you, I've always thought that was cool and wanted to believe in stuff like that. But until people start moving the energy in your body from 1,000 miles away, like during a Skype session, dude, I mean, that's when you become a believer for real, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
Definitely.
It's just scalar technology.
You're right on point, dude. It's like
she doesn't have a little machine, she's doing it. Yeah.
I could scam people over the internet.
It's they call it, love and light, dude. Whatever. So love is unimaginable, but the light is us. We're electric. That shit is. Dude, all those studies are coming out more and more and more. And more
and
of a
yet,
paradigm.
as they come out more and more, they go back because the ancient Chinese knew this, that we at least know of.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Exactly.
It's like
meridians and all that.
One of my friends said, he said, supposedly maybe every human being in the world can do this. Well, maybe every human being in the world can do this, move energy in somebody's body with their help from 1,000 miles away. But can they do it today?
No.
I mean, I know that can do it.
Most people know. Most people can't now.
See, now that is one practice that requires some degree of belief.
That's also why I'd be wary about believing wholesale in Sophia or the Archons.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's just a narrative that I've adopted. That and even some of the things that my energy moving lady tells me that, like, I'm going. I don't want to get into some of the more bizarre stuff, but like saying that I'm having a
I love the bizarre
awakening and stuff like this, when in fact she has not had one, and I don't know. I'm not saying I'm having a Kundalini awakening, but there's also physical reality that this lady is moving stuff, energy in my body. She's like, okay, I mean, just right off the bat, we just start up at the feet, and she's moving stuff inside my body. It's not an opinion. It's not something that makes me, feel good or something that I think would be cool. It's physical reality. And
could you also agree that before this happened, you were onto something?
I was onto something.
You were aware of something, right? Something you were not taught.
Yeah. I had this. I did have some type of big awakening, and it had to do with these. See, in other words, I just turned. I'm not even gonna tell you how old I just turned, but the deal is, just only a few months ago, no one's ever told me that they knew me in a past lives and stuff like that. Now there's people coming. Well, 4 people that are telling me this. It's just strange things that's never really happened to me before.
Yeah, dude, and that's extremely interesting. And you got to think, why did this happen to you? There's some reason you're on the path, dude.
Yeah,
and I think it's all personal. We're all on the same path, and that's why I kind of like go against believing in certain things, because I think it goes down right to the self. And as humans, we're creative.
We like to. System can maybe be a big deception. I don't know.
It could be. It could be.
Or another.
But either way, we're creative individuals, and we like to apply anything that could be not just ourselves, but it could just be right down to the self. And that we've always been this way, and we've been distracted as shit. We're just, people here are waking up from that shit. We're seeing through the bullshit distractions.
Or this is all a mind control experiment that we're in.
Oh damn!
Reality.
Well, I mean, just what you said. Now, don't believe everything. I got to look at both sides.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, that thought came into my mind, not just like with the entire reality, but this work that I've been doing with this lady, and I had known her for 31 years. And so I thought this energy moving stuff is very weird and everything. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, she started talking about aliens or something. Then she started putting me in the story, and I was like, is she trying to tell me something in the future? Is this some philosophy I'm supposed to believe? Is she trying to mind control me or something? And then when I realized what it was, I almost practically fell out of my chair. I've never had an alien abduction or anything, but I've been doing these investigations at Ghostlight Road of these plasma orbs, these ghost lights. Yep. And that's what she was fucking talking about. And I started talking about it, and she's like, oh, is that what it is? The bitch read my fucking mind.
Well, fucking plasma, dude.
She didn't read your mind. She read your mind field. You weren't controlling your thoughts well enough, and they broadcast out. That's what she.
Right, you project. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm a big time projector anyway. But I'm a terrible. I'm not a very good receiver. But
did she read you? I wonder.
Oh no, she's sitting there talking to guides the entire time. I mean, this is some pretty far out stuff.
Yeah, and she's talking about extraterrestrials, essentially, right?
Yeah, well, not as the guides. The guides are something different, and apparently the extraterrestrials or aliens or whatever she calls them is not something that is favorable.
Not physical.
Or yeah, I don't think that they're physical, but these things that I'm investigating at Ghostlight Road, these orbs, they change sizes and stuff. Well, I've taken professional film stuff down there, and I've seen there's entities on the inside of these things, and I've got it on film. I mean, 1080p jaw-dropping film footage, and you can hear in my voice how scared I am. So that's
you're seeing through it, dude. You're seeing through the bullshit. That's what it seems like.
Well, it was a camera.
Now, when she says guides, we're talking. These are guides that she taps into.
Spirit
off the spot.
And we are talking plural guides.
Yes, and then
did she ever indicate how many?
No, she didn't. But just today, she started talking about my guides and my guide, which is the first time she's ever brought this up. So
ask her next time. Try to get a number. Ask her, is there a specific number? Is there a finite number of guides?
No, there isn't.
Did you say no, Jerry?
No, usually they have one main one. Of all the psychics that I've actually interacted with, they usually have one main one that they go with, and then possibly a second one that's usually an old family member.
Okay, well, there's a number that I'm thinking of, and I don't want to front load this question.
3?
And I want to try to get some feedback, and maybe one day I'll talk to this cat again, and or maybe if he talks to you.
Show,
I'm interviewing Walter Bosley later today.
No way, you should bring him on this show. I'd love to talk to Walter.
Yeah.
No, really, like for real, you're Walter.
Yeah, my Basis 67 is about to be released. I did an interview with Miles Johnson about a month ago. He interviewed me, and I've already released my version or our version of that interview, and you can find it on my YouTube channel. But Miles, and we just sent all our edits and the entire thing to Miles, and he's just saved a lot of work by it. He's basically like repackaging ours and just releasing it. But he told me it's on the runway like 2 days ago, so it's going to be released just like any day. It's Basis 67.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah,
nice,
sure.
dude.
Too bad you couldn't get 66. That would have been awesome.
I like 67.
Aaron, Jim Ian is like a super soldier-ish person who'd be good on your show.
Okay. Well, I'll have to dig into them, so at least I'll have a good set of questions.
Yeah, the reason I got on that, and I was on the Leak Project show, and that one already has like about 20,500 views, and I did that with Rex. That's last December. But the main thing that is the audience seems to like is these blood sacrifice rituals I did and ayahuasca rituals I did last year in Peru and in Mexico.
Wait, you just put blood sacrifice and ayahuasca rituals in the same sentence, dude.
Yeah. What about that? Is that wrong?
Blood sacrifice rituals and ayahuasca rituals?
Yeah,
completely different, I would say.
Yeah, I did the ayahuasca rituals in Peru, and I did the blood sacrifice rituals in Mexico. I was just saying that's what the people seem to be want to hear about is these different rituals and stuff that I go do.
Oh, definitely.
But
ayahuasca is pretty well known, but dude, blood sacrifice, you gotta explain.
I was with one of the most powerful men in Mexico, the sorcerer Enrique Berdón, last autumnal equinox, and we did black magic rituals and then white magic rituals. But on the night of the autumnal equinox, we did black magic rituals, and we did our widdershins and all this stuff in this flaming pentagram outside. And then we went underground to an underground sacred cave where there's been a candle burning down there for 5 years. And then we went into the room where there's in front of a 10-foot tall statue of Lucifer. And then down there on the altar below that was a 16-year-old totally nude clairvoyant girl writhing in ecstasy. And then so the ritual began, and that's what I talk about in this video that's out there right now.
Like a
just like out of body, like fucking just gonzo. Like,
well, yeah. Well, see, then there was the goat, so then after they got me in a trance and they did this and that, and then they rang the bell in my ear and I kind of freaked out and everything. And then boom, there was Yane, the beautiful sorceress, and she was wearing a black robe just like mine. And she had the goat, which is a very large goat. And that's when, so Enrique, when we were, seeing what the clairvoyant girl was doing, he had the knife and he was rubbing it over her chest, the ceremonial dagger, as if to say, do you understand? Do you understand? And I told him, yo entiendo. And so, and it just went from there. But, and I promise you that young lady is alive and well today. She's an important part of the organization.
It's like a experience or whatever, yeah.
Sounds like she's functioning like a Sybil or a Pythia from the ancient times.
Yes, she was coming off that motherfucker. I mean, she was
right.
Eyes were close.
Right.
She was not acting for sure.
What did the Lucifer statue look like?
Insane, dude.
And it didn't look like a Baphomet. It looked like a man. It was the most perfect.
Oh, Baphomet, yeah.
Yeah, but no, it didn't look like that. Because Baphomet.
Okay.
This was a man, but he had big horns, and he had the most, perfect physique you can imagine.
He was Hellboy.
But then he had a penis with an erection that was sticking.
Oh,
isn't that Osiris?
Yeah.
Well, Lucifer's the Prince of Beauty.
That shit is
right. He wasn't like a demon
they had me like run my hands all over the statue and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, and I'm not gay, but I mean, obviously, it's a naked, man's body and everything. But then he's on a pedestal. Then when you go around the back, it just so happens it's like your face is like right there where his butt is.
Did you kiss his ass?
Man, and this is down in where?
It's primitive.
Lucifer gets such a bad rap, man.
Well, it's a primitive way to connect with
nature. Really, that's what
Right,
it
it's
is.
the beauty in nature. He's one of the crown princes, and that's definitely his role. But so when you came
it's
round the
primitive.
back, did you kiss his arse?
You already know the answer to that.
Yeah, you look.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, well,
you
I'm just
definitely
trying
did.
to. I'm vetting you out, is what I'm doing. So
I was there.
Sure,
I was there on very important business. Believe me, I was what was being accomplished with this ritual. But anyway, then I went to town on the goat. I slashed that motherfucker up. And then I tried
you did it with the blood, with the life force.
Blood was fucking everywhere,
Mhm.
every fucking where. And and so then I tried to stick my hand up there in his cavity and pull out his heart, so I could do it like you see the Mayans and stuff do it. My hand was running into something, because I don't know the anatomy of a goat. And by this time, his tongue was all sticking out like that. And I just picked that motherfucker up, just fucking gashed him onto that other goddamn altar.
Yeah,
Did
that's,
you eat
that's
the heart?
primitive. That's a primitive
So
way
all
to
you guys
connect.
are dressed in these black garbs and shit or whatever, like
black robes.
Your robes or whatever. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I've got my own robe here at the house. I made my own with the sewing machine. I'm in a secret society. It's called the.
No, that's what I mean. Like, I think that's like an aspect to it. I think it's like, I don't want to say cosplay, but like it's part of it. Like, you know what I'm saying, dude?
And what society are you in?
You don't need the garb, but it adds to it.
Okay.
And that's not necessarily the wrong way to go about doing shit or connecting with reality, but it is a primitive way of connecting with reality. We've grown past that. It's
Well, did you?
It's
what
still
about
primitive too. Primal, yes.
That's a
better
blood
word.
sacrifice ritual. You know what I mean?
No, it's not a ritual though.
Yeah,
in a way, I
Mine
guess
is
you're
the
right.
ritual. Like, you're taking all the good shit out of it, and it's just an industrialized, slaughter.
Yeah.
What I'm
doing. You want to do the whole thing, right? Yeah.
There's a lot more to something
next time
like
it's
a goat sacrifice.
Because I'm gonna be having anger next time. I now realize that I love these animals. These animals are cared for, and so there's a holy and sacred purpose to this. I won't be mad next time. You see, I'm learning, but I was putting the anger of this problem that I was trying to take care of. But from here on out, I'm going to be doing it in a loving, kind manner.
Have you ever lived in the wilderness?
I've ever lived in the wilderness
and had to eat your own food from animals in the wilderness, because it's a lot different when you go through that kind of situation.
Yeah,
you don't.
No, I haven't.
You connect with reality, and you don't have to do like the ritual, and it's almost the same outcome.
It is a ritual, yeah, sure. I mean, it's ritual for ritual, right? I mean, life's a ritual.
Well, some of the ancient civilizations talk about how being, of course, connected to the natural world around them, it is that the animals you'd call to it, and an animal would offer itself up, so it would appear.
Sure.
So there was this it's almost kind of divine.
That was in Avatar. You're making that up from Avatar.
I've never seen that, Jerry. I promised you I'm not front-loaded by that.
No, I'm teasing. I know you're right. I'm just saying.
I just think we've evolved to the point where we don't need to primally execute like that or do a ritual in that way.
Let's talk about this. Aren't the animals treated much more horrifically that go into your hamburger every day?
Yes, absolutely. The whole industry is terrible.
Yeah, I don't support that.
So what I'm doing is a lot more holy and sacred.
In a way, you're right, dude.
For some of these hamburgers and stuff that I've eaten, because I'm doing the same thing you are, eating animals that have been tortured every day of their life. And this animal that I killed was not. He had a little bit of short pain there at the end, but he was well taken care of, raised for these ceremonial purposes.
Often animals that are in the sacrifice there's this whole king for a day situation. So they have a process where they go through this honoring of them. Now, I don't know this particular ritual, but this is pretty common, where they literally treat them like royalty, feed them the best, are pampering on them until they're sacrificed, and at which point then they're consumed also. So I find it way more sacred than getting your chicken at the market that went through all the crap.
Absolutely.
Consider too.
I totally agree.
The guys on death row getting a last meal and whatever they want, before they're sacrificed in the chair.
It's a trickle down.
And I guess it makes
you
makes you wonder, does all the ritual stuff after that, does that make a difference? Because it might. It really might.
Right.
I just feel like, I don't know, we've evolved to the point where
Well, if
we've executed more and more people every year.
Yeah. Well, what about war? That's the biggest.
My whole point is, I think we can. Yeah, you're right.
Look at
Iraq.
Right, I mean, look at we bombed that country into piss. I mean, how can you say we're evolved, man? I don't.
My whole point. Let me just say,
Yeah,
my point is that the whole thing with the ritual sacrifice, yes, that has been extremely effective. I say we're evolved because we've gotten to the point where I think we can do that with our minds without having to have physical.
But so many cents out of every dollar you spend goes to kill women and children in Iraq.
Dude, I know I vote with my dollar. Dude, trust me, I know. I vote.
Right. So
everyone should realize that they vote with their dollar.
Absolutely.
I say trust me, and that's the point where I'm coming from. I think we've evolved to the point where we can impact our reality without our minds before we have to do any kind of sacrifice. And that was, I think, where we were at in our past. We learned from that. Or maybe not everyone, but I feel like, I don't know.
Not everybody's evolution is the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right, dude.
Not only that, and we've all got different jobs to do, you know?
The million faces of Buddha. I mean, for example. So this is all.
I do like that idea.
This is interesting to me if we sweep back around to the beginning of this conversation with the pineal gland and the calcification of it, because that's I think where did we get convoluted? Did we get misconstrued in this calcification of our greater gland that's helping us with the doors of perception, with the gates of perception to unlock this code we find ourselves in, where we're talking here, is so whether we're doing it primitively, technically, meditatively, is I've lost my question.
Maybe all of the above.
I have the fluoride did not put itself in the water. All right, the fluoride did not put itself in the water. And fluoride's not
definitely
there.
not.
For your teeth, there is an agenda.
That's something we can all agree on.
Stop yelling, please.
I think that's something we can all agree on, right?
Here's a question. What I was
fluoride.
suggesting before was that, what if this pineal gland stuff is a distraction?
Could you elaborate on that?
It's a distraction. It's calcification or not. It's still going to do whatever we need it to do. It's still.
No, that can't possibly be true.
Why?
Well, because if it's true that fluoride does calcify the pineal gland, how could it possibly function normally? How could you possibly expect it to function normally if it's not supposed to be calcified and it is?
Exactly.
It would just not function as normal.
Right.
It might still function. I mean, it is
just like
gland.
someone that is on
It might not
pharmaceutical
function
drugs.
at all.
Their brain won't function quite the same, but it will still function.
It won't in a nominal manner, absolutely.
Well, if you think of it as a key unlocking a door, if you lose one of the notches, you can't open the door.
All right. What I'm saying though is more than that. I'm saying, what if you're creating a belief system and a mind prison of your own by believing your pineal gland is calcified and you can't escape?
I get you. So you're actually locking yourself in by the thought alone.
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And in that respect,
that's exactly what someone with a calcified pineal gland would think.
Oh, jeez. The trap.
And a Freemason.
Dude, I don't know.
Freemason
it's
or
just
Freemason?
I'm just saying, it's not.
Well, it's going back to the thing with Look sacrificing.
Who you hear this from, though. That's what I'm saying. Look who you
sacrificing. Yeah, that's true. You're right, dude, Jerry. Look who you hear a lot of it from.
Exactly.
But then why even bother to put the fluoride into the water then? There's no point.
Because it's a byproduct of, what is it, coal mining or something, and they need to get rid of
aluminum.
Yeah.
Would you consider
Byproduct of
Rick
aluminum
Strassman
manufacture.
a valuable source, or no?
I would,
Okay.
yes. I think Rick Strassman is an excellent source.
And he's done extensive research on the pineal gland and how it relates to DMT.
Yes.
Yeah, and that I find extremely valuable.
And I don't doubt that at all. But has he proven that calcification due to fluoride is causing lack or less
Nope.
DMT? Exactly.
It's probably not just fluoride either.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone's pineal gland is acting improperly. I think they are.
And one more thing I want to say, in just like the whole animal thing, living off the wilderness, as I have done, and getting an animal for food. Oh, just in time, Aaron. Living off the wilderness, getting an animal from food, and thanking nature, thanking reality for that sustenance is almost just as good of a ritual as the other part, the negative part. Or I at least see it as negative. It might not be negative.
Yeah,
but you get where I'm going, dude.
I agree with you, and I don't think it's just as good. I think it's better what you're saying. And as far as the negative aspects, really the only way I have to counter that is that if you eat a hamburger, you paid money for an animal to be tortured its entire life. If you eat a piece of bacon, though, that pig never moves from that pen. It's sitting there shitting on itself, living in howling anger and stuff, and then people put this fear and anxiety and trauma into their bodies.
So true, dude. So true. I totally agree with you, dude. My favorite documentary is Earthlings.
Oh yeah, that's a fierce one.
Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
When you see that, when you see
It's
that
moving.
wolf that is skinned.
Oh my god,
dude!
I made bacon and eggs. And my kids tonight, they wanted a breakfast dinner, and it was fucking crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, bacon is freaking awesome in a way, but then when you really think about it, just like what you're
dude,
saying about the hamburger.
Yeah, like I was just talking about earlier about bread and this and that. I mean, dude, we're fucked. It don't even matter.
But that's
dude.
why I love the whole wilderness survival thing. When you get in touch with nature.
One of the things that like our ancestors thought, that we see and we still see in some people is that you consume it, you take it on. So and of course that the whole eating of the heart and all this. So I've brought that forth into my life. I mean, I had some sort of awareness around eating other like things that have muscle, and I always felt that I had some sort of vibrational yes to I'm taking this on. So whatever it is, whatever happened to it, I'm taking its energetic on, and somehow it's becomes part of me. The whole "you are what you eat" thing.
Exactly, and when you're living off nature, you take everything on. You take every aspect of that animal that you had to kill. Like obviously, you wouldn't like to kill it, but you did because you needed the food. But then you can utilize so much else from the animal, every aspect of it. And we did that for so long. I mean, we thrived by doing that as humans before we got electricity.
I don't want to derail your conversation, but I really need to get out of here.
Dude, Aaron, thanks for coming in.
Yes, Aaron.
Thank you so much for joining us. Please feel free. I'll always send you a link.
Excellent.
I'm going to check out your previous show tonight.
It's been my pleasure, guys, and it's been nice to meet all you guys. And Ian, I will be in touch with you. And Jerry, thanks for coming on the show last night or tonight, a little while ago.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
And I'm sorry, but I don't know or remember everybody's name here.
Guys, just say guys.
But
we'll keep the rock light on, brother.
Keep on doing what you do, man.
Yep.
Keep on keeping on.
Right on. Same to you guys.
Yeah.
Peace and love, everybody. I'm out.
Peace and love.
Take care. Later, bro.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Nice. It was awesome you joined the Hive. And Ian too.
Yeah.
It's good to get awesome
Are they both gone now?
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're here, dude. Yeah, dude,
Nice.
you got some crazy insight, man.
Yeah, it's interesting
not that
to hear
you're
that.
crazy. Not that you're crazy. Get me wrong.
And I'm sorry if I'm
dude.
like,
I am on
conflicting
this
too.
like whole different paradigm now.
Well, let me tell you, the reason that they had me on those shows is because that the last book that I wrote, and that's what.
Hey, dude, dude, my phone's been cutting in and out, and my headphone, I'm having technical difficulties in it, and I missed like when you came on. I missed like I would have been here the whole fucking time, but I've been so jacked up. Okay, so I just need a little recap, like on who you are, dude.
Okay,
Like, I'm sorry.
I'm the man. My name is Anthropos, and I just finished a book called "My Family Created the National Security State," and then in parentheses, "No need to thank me." So
okay, cool. Good dude. Dude,
FBI,
so true. Yeah, okay, cool, man. All right, let's do it. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, FBI, CIA, NSA, Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra, all that stuff was created by my family.
Wow. Okay, man. I don't even know where to fucking do it.
Damn.
It's not
Mike, where are you, Mike?
I'm here.
Honestly, your family's
Mike.
legacy has been being shown on the History Channel.
Oh fuck, dude! It's
so
it's
fucking
in our
weird.
face right now.
It's so
right
weird.
Fucking now, dude. Yeah, dude. All right, I gotta know. I gotta know what Mike wants to ask right now. Mike, what do you want to ask?
I have no idea. I am in listen mode right now.
Oh, dude, come on, dude. Oh, man.
I have a question for you, Ian. So have you always known this, or was this information you came into later?
I've known that my great uncle was a very important person, so I've known that my whole life. But none of this is like even up for debate. I mean, a 5 minutes on Google can prove everything. I don't really have any extraordinary claims that are hard to prove. This is all child's play to prove. Every word I'm telling you. That's why nobody ever challenges me on any of the questions of the book, because I give a few bits of information. Really what it comes down to this is that the government works, or at least worked about 70 years ago, different than kind of what people think the way that it works. But one man was in charge of the defense budget for the United States of America for 40 years, and that's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, everything, all that.
Yeah, it was one platform, right? Yeah.
No, one man, one person.
Oh, one man?
One man, one penis, one hand, one signature.
Vanderbilt Bush?
No, his name was George Mahon. He's my great uncle. He's not alive anymore.
So where in this,
What was that, George Mahon?
Mahon, Mahon.
Oh.
So where do you come? So how does this come forward into your life? So you were a super soldier. Is this what you're saying?
No. I've never claimed to be a super soldier. But let me tell you. So no, I'm not a super soldier. There is some really weird stuff going on with me, because like when I go out of the country and do my investigations, like on the elongated skulls and different stuff like that, there is some kind of weird stuff that happens. But I have been. I'll tell you this. For years, I was in prison fighting for my life and fighting for my pride every day. And so I have a type of real programming, survival programming, whatever you want to call it. I'm not a super soldier, but I'm about as hard as they come. But, as far as the deal is with my family, the legacy that it has on me or whatever is basically what I've found out, and also through a letter that was sent to me by my Uncle George when I was 21 years old, is I'm on a bloodlines of what you call a pharaonic dominators.
Wait, Michael Jordan sent you an email?
No, not that I know of.
Who did you just say?
Oop man?
My uncle George, that man that I said had all that.
George Mahon, right?
Yeah.
So, what about this? So, are you been in the military or not?
No, I've never been in the military.
Okay.
Dude, what area are you from? Like, where are you at now?
I'm in Austin. I'm in Austin, Texas right now.
Austin, all right. Yeah, okay. Are you always been in Texas, or you live like here or there or whatever? So
Well,
okay, so these trips you've been on, like where have you been? Like,
well, I used to live in Costa Rica, and I used to live in Mexico a little bit, but then mostly just in Texas, like in Austin and El Paso and Houston and Lubbock. I'm from Lubbock, Texas.
okay, right on.
So that's, that's.
I mean, it's just cool to hear like where people have been and gone and
Sure,
like,
yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, dude,
what
you
do
got
you
some
think?
good stories too.
What do you think about like harmonic like resonance? Like,
I think that's the next. Putting these frequencies in water, like what Sevan Bomar is doing and everything.
yeah, it's all in water. Dude, they're doing like studies on like healing with harmonic like tuning forks and shit. Like okay, so you have like, let's say you have a 5-foot radius around you.
That's like Royal Rife treatment.
Yeah, and it's like this is your personal space, and inside this personal space is your cloud, and your digital cloud, basically, and each. Okay, so in that, so you're an egg, okay, and in that egg you are. In that egg, there's layers of a tree rings.
Let me just stop you right there at that egg, Joe, because I really hit on something, and I don't know that true, and no one's ever said this or anything to me or about me or anything, but this I heard this concept that I really fascinated me one time, and it was in these Carlos Castaneda books, and yes, they're talking about the luminous egg configuration of the human being. Well, the reason Carlos Castaneda got chosen by Don Juan Matus is because he had a double luminous egg configuration.
A double
luminous egg configuration.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I mean, I understand you yourself, but how do you? I mean, so the double, is that like a side by side or like a double dome? I don't even know how to explain that, because I could see a singular person. I don't. Is it like a what's up, bro? You put your arm around him and shit, or like?
I'm not a clairvoyant. I just read that in a book.
Yeah. I mean, I do like the whole concept of like, you have this personal clock, like, dude, all of it's electric, and all of its wavelength, and all of its light, and all of it can span across the entire fucking universe. So like, it expands. Well, I don't know. Do you go? I mean,
it's one way to look at the same truth.
There's thousands of life forms and species and throughout the universe. So like, where you go from here, great. Fucking send me on to the next. But at the same time, I do like the aspect of like, you're able to use these frequencies to, dude, I mean, they can change DNA with frequency, with sound frequency.
You bet.
So like,
you can make your dick bigger with them.
Sure, man. Fucking
literally.
They can change your DNA with base mind.
You take the D ring and bam. Yeah. So fuck it, whatever. But yeah, man. I mean, that shit's off the hook, dude. Like, if they can change stuff with sound, with tuning forks, and like find like a tight spot in your neck and retune it and recalibrate it with a fucking tuning fork, dude. Because they can, like, I talk about the tree ring, the rings, and they can find what massive amount of stress when say you fell out of a tree or something when you were like fucking 10 and you fucking landed on the back of your shoulder, dude. And that shit fucking hurt like a bitch for like fucking year. Like, you didn't even know it at the time, but like when you're fucking 38, you're like, damn, dude, my fucking shoulder, dude. Like, and they can find that massive like stress relief, and they can hit this like tune and boom, and then like gone, dude. Like therapeutic fucking intervention, dude.
I believe that.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they're doing harmonic resonance or whatever whatever you want to call it. You know,
that's one of your three components. Because if it's true that the world behind where we live, like what if it's tone, archetype, and color, right? I mean, you know, kind of like what Stuart.
Sure, color. Yes, yeah.
So true.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if it's different ways of looking at the ultimate truth. It's different ways of perceiving it, different avenues.
I mean, are we
that makes sense?
I wonder, Nomad, is there ever an ultimate truth, though?
No, I don't think so.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. I don't think so. It's always good to just keep soaking it in, man. I mean, like, whatever.
Tell me that after you die.
Exactly.
Fuck it. Dude, fuck it, man. I don't. Whatever. I'm not afraid to die right now. I got a family. I got 2 kids. Fuck it.
No.
I mean, whatever. I'll go on to the
so
next.
Easy
If I die, I
to
fucking
say
die,
fuck
dude.
it, though. It's so easy to say that.
It is easy to say fuck it, but like, I'm not afraid, dude. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can't. I don't know. You know. So today's 1:26 or whatever in the morning where I'm at, and I can't be killed. I can't be killed today. Let me tell you that.
No way.
You are invincible today.
I'm too strong right now. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm gonna fuck machine gun, army, whatever. It don't make a fuck. I'm gonna live, you know. But
I guess
at the stroke of midnight, a 12-year-old girl might be able to thump me on the forehead, and I just fall over. But that's another day. That's tomorrow. I'm talking about today.
I guess what I'm also talking about is the transition.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I don't think we really ever die necessarily.
But dude, you're matter. You're matter. You evaporate. You turn into earthworms, and you're fucking something else. I don't.
The transition is difficult.
Well, who knows that
for
dude?
A lot of people?
That's one version of something. I mean,
but it does. There's a lot of mythology that backs that up. That, you know, the whole letting go process, the stripping of everything.
Who's had an NDE?
A what?
NDE. Near-death experience.
Oh, near-death? No. I mean, no. Like
the car crash.
Yeah, I was explaining car crashes, and so...
That might be,
had, the biggest hardcore one I had was the... you might have heard it. The whitewater rafting thing. I don't know. I did once where I thought I was toast, dude.
You thought you were toast, but have you ever gotten to the point where you were, like, not
when you were toast and they brought you back?
Okay, same thing. You know what? Okay, you wanna put it in this weird category? Water. So water was involved. When I was a kid, I was in a river, in just an area, you know, like when you're a kid, you're searching for crayfish and shit, you know, like you're just having fun. I was probably about
playing around.
Just playing around in the river. I was probably about, I'd say like 8, 9 years old or something like that. Anyway, I mean, I could probably swim here and there, you know, if you were like to find it on there or something. Dude, I hit a pocket and just went down, just gonzo. And like, at the same time, just imagine like the hand of God, like just like, ooh. And just like grabbing you and just pulling you out of the fucking water. Like, I mean, I thought I was toast, you know, like, I mean, just completely gone. And just someone reached down. It was like, hand of God, fuck it. And it was just some lady, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, like, randomly.
You were close.
Dude, I was on the other side of the river. Like, where the fuck did this chick come from, dude? Like, blam, just pull me right out of the fucking water. Like, I mean, I was probably under. It was like something in a movie, dude. You're looking up and it's just water waves. I'm like, I'm probably suffocated. I don't even know at that. I mean, dude, I was so young at that time. I mean, I just know it was tripped the fuck out.
Oh damn, dude!
I'm sucked under, and this hand just boom. And fucking pulls me out, dude. And she's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, sure." And then that was it, about it. You know, it was like, I mean, it was that quick, that painless, but at the same time, I was like, dude, I'm underwater. I'm like 8, 10, whatever. I don't even remember how old I was, and I'm gonna die. And that was probably the closest near death. But as far as swimming, I felt. I mean, I've dumped like many times in the river and whitewater rafting and stuff, and I never thought I was gonna like die, so to speak. As long as I was with the right people at the time and telling me what to do, and that's what happened when I swam through 3 sets of fucking class 6 rapids, which is fucking class 5 in freezing cold water, wetsuits and everything. So they classified it as 6 in West Virginia in October, dude. Holy shit, man. Me and my dude, man, we fucking try to get all squirrely. We're doing bonks off rocks and shit. We're fucking spinning around. So we get all ballsy. And at the same time, it's just me and him. We put in on the river at like 6 in the morning. It's like this eerie fog. You're fucking cruising on the river. We're the first fucking people on the new on the new river in West Virginia. There's like the Gauley River and the
Gauley and
New River.
I've been on that. I rafted on there.
Yeah. So
it's fucking hillbilly land there. You know the only
What's
empty
that?
parking lot.
Yeah.
The only empty
You're
parking lot.
You're talking. You're talking.
The only empty parking lot in the town by that raft company was the dentist's office.
Yeah, dude. Get your tooth fixed.
Oh my god.
Dude. So we catch the early bus on the way down. Like my dude that I went with, like he lived there for like 5 years, dude. So like this is the only time I would ever done anything like this. Me and him, that was it. And so like, and we had this little red bomber raft. We called it the Ferrari. It was like a 2-man fucking raft. We're on fucking crazy motherfucking river, dude. I mean, like, I was nervous, but I wasn't because I was with him. And he knows what the fuck he's doing. So, like, I mean, he's done it a million times. He's done it a million times in a kayak. He knows where you're going to die and where you're not going to die. And left, right, up, down, whatever. So we put it in a river, dude. It's eerie as fuck. It's like a cloud cover just blasting down the river. It's quiet. It's so calm. It's peaceful. And then you can hear it. So we do the first few sets. No problem. So we start blazing. And then we do a couple more sets. I mean, we're doing like the whole thing. And then eventually we get to a point where like, let's do this like thing where you can surf the rapids. So basically, you bomb like this little part of a rapid, and you can turn the boat real quick. You can jump in the front of the boat, and you start surfing the top of the wave just by like weight transfer. And so you start surfing the wave, and it's real fun and shit. And it's not real fun when the edge catches and it flips your motherfucking boat upside down, and you're fucking launched, and the boat goes gone.
Or you get trapped under a rock.
I was not trapped, but I started swimming, dude. I had like a guide vest on. It wasn't like a big giant life preserver. It's like super skinny, like a jet ski guy. So like I had that on. I had fucking shoes on, dude. Shoes, bricks. So like the bricks were keeping my feet down, and I could not fucking keep my feet up. They were fucking bricks, dude. And I had an oar in my hand. That's the only thing you have. Keep it. You never lose your fucking
paddle
oar.
Or die.
Yeah, that's right, dude. You lose that shit, it's gone the rest of the day. So fucking keep it. I mean, dude. 3 sets of fucking class 6 rapids with an oar.
Did you do
unbelievable? I was in, out, down, up, down, fucking just drowned. Not drowned, up, out, then out, drowned, not drowned, up, out. Dude, unfucking real. And the whole
when that water gets aerated, you have no chance. You're going right down.
Unfucking real. But at the same time, all I keep hearing is my dude's like, river left, river right. I'm fucking taking that, or I'm fucking gouging water, dude. Just like every split second I heard him
about a
say,
primal experience, Nomad. That is one of them for sure.
dude.
James, did you do a dam release or was it just a regular late
dam
season?
release?
Yeah, okay. They release the dam once a year, and they let you out like right where the dam, explodes.
That's where I put in.
Yeah, that's when you get to class.
That's where I put in. Yeah, that shit.
Would you say that's natural though?
No, it's a dam.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, right next door, the river is being affected by a dam hardcore right now. In my local
well, the water level rises.
The people who live around there, I forget the name of the company that runs it, but the people who live around there, the natives, they all think that the rafting company put the rocks in the water to build the business. No, that's what
I'm gonna say. I doubt it.
Did you see when you drove up the hill? Did you see all those houses with no driveways?
Yeah.
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 Those are the people I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's a bunch of dude. The people that live there at this point are like those fucking SJWs. Like they want to fucking have a off the grid living aspect.
They don't. The people who live there
so
are
stupid now, dude. Yeah, they got their fucking. I'm gonna fucking take my my camper, dude. And I'm gonna live up there. But
it's illegal in Florida now.
What are you guys
no,
talking about?
I get it though, but okay, I make fun of that. But at the same time, the dude that I went with lived there for like about almost 3 years in a fucking barn, dude. So that's what you're dealing with there. I mean, it's all about a lifestyle, and everybody's different. So like, he went to Ohio University for like outdoor studies, and he ended up working at a fucking rafting company, you know. But he worked his way up through it and became a videographer. And he'd be like the dude that would go down before you and film you and shit in a kayak, you know. He'd be like long gone. He'd film your whole adventure, and you really wouldn't know him, so to speak. But he was a videographer, and he knew every in and out of that river. Dude, I'll tell you one story about. I have all these cool stories because I've gone whitewater rafting probably I'd say 12 times.
It's a shame you didn't have a GoPro on. That would have been an awesome video.
Dude, this was before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was before that. The gnarliest thing I ever done, besides almost dying, twice when I was a little kid, and then twice, and the second time was when I swam through them rapids, dude. The first time I ever went whitewater rafting, the day before, a guy died. You ever hear of the New River Gorge? It's like the tallest arching, spanning bridge. It's in West Virginia. These motherfuckers, they closed down half the highway and they base jump off of it. It's in West Virginia. It's like the only legal base jumping thing you can do. Anyway, first time I ever went rafting was during that time, which was really cool. I just saw dudes launching left and right, jumping off this fucking bridge, man. It was fucking crazy, dude.
Oh, that's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. And I always wanted the first. I've never done it to this day, but I always first time I ever wanted to go in an air. At first, and at that point too, I'd never been in an airplane. I was like, dude, I gotta I want the first time I go in an airplane, I want to jump out of it. But I never did it. I would have totally fucking did it for sure. As I was younger, you know. I mean, I would have loved the first time I went in an airplane to fucking jump out the bitch, dude. Cause that's just my crazy brain. I mean, I've always been 100 miles an hour, snowboarding, skateboarding, fucking. I played all the sports. And, that's just my. I don't know. I have
Dude, James, you're getting a little loud. Just
I'm loud. You know. I'm getting loud again.
You just started to. Keep on going though.
I just have a loud personality, I guess. And
you get a mic though, right?
Dude, it's on my. Now I switch.
You just started getting super close to it, and it picked up on volume.
I'm sorry. It's just because
that's a new headset. Where's the green one?
I told you I was having problems with it, and I swear, I have 2 of them. Here it is right here, and I'm about to fucking burn it. And like,
doesn't your laptop, doesn't your phone have a microphone?
Well, right now, dude, I'm on my phone and I'm using my wireless headphones.
Oh, that's why they sound bad. Okay.
That's why it sounds really bad.
What if you just use your phone alone with no headset? It's too loud.
Well, dude, I don't want to fucking hold my phone.
You don't have to hold it. I think it's loud enough. From where you're sitting.
Just to talk?
Yeah,
Like,
we haven't ever tried that, but whatever. It's no.
Well,
I don't care.
Try it, James.
Let me try it. What's up? What's that? Try it? You said?
Yeah, try it.
Am I killing everybody, dude?
You project well. It's a good thing.
No, you're fine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You can't.
I'm just trying to relay some crazy, crazy fucking extreme guy shit.
No, it's awesome. But what happens is you can't hear everyone else talking when you're talking.
I'm sorry, man.
No, it's
All
not
right,
your
hold
fault.
on.
It's the heads.
Let me try. Wait, so you want me to cancel the headphones out and just use the phone?
Just put it on speakerphone. Don't you talk
Speaker.
Try it. Yeah. Well,
Experiment.
will it get feedback though?
No.
I don't know.
No, I only use my phone. That's all I use.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
What
Yeah,
are
you always
using,
sound super
Loman?
clear, Mike.
Yeah, usually using the phone headset and camera works perfectly fine. On a computer, not so much.
Boy, I went away from the computer. So
turn off your Bluetooth. On your phone.
That's what I had to learn, turning the Bluetooth off.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, that sounds good.
All right, fuck it. Whatever, we'll do that.
No, it's
Dude, rock. This is good.
Unless it's too loud for you in the house, you know.
All right. No, I mean it's just not coming out my phone now. Obviously, it's fine. So, I mean, I can hear you fine.
And you sound,
nice,
you sound 1,000
dude.
times better.
All right.
Yeah, it sounds good.
So, the craziest thing I've done on a river was called the Halls of Karma. And basically, there was a point, like, all right, so we're coming through a rapid, and then you find an eddy, which is like a calm part of the water. So, like, I went through like a rapid point, and then we chucked real hard, and we went over to the side into an, and then I moved over Eddie most. Sorry, I saw that pop up. Anyway, I'm still laughing. Anyway, so we put it in an eddy. So we pop out of the water. You can stand on the rocks. So I'm looking down at this. Basically, it's like a triangle. Of course, everything esoteric's a triangle. So I'm looking at this triangle. All the water's coming in different angles, and it's squirting the sink. So about every, I'd say, 30, 40 seconds or so, you see like a toilet. So, like, the myth is, the longer you can hold your breath, the longer you can go down. And then one by one, these motherfuckers start jumping in, dude. I mean, I'm with these guys that are, like, I went, the first time I saw that, I was with, like, 3 people that were with the rafting company, and I was on a rafting, like, raft, you know, like, it wasn't that crazy as the time I told you, like, the last time. That was the last time I ever went, was when I dumped, and it was fucking insane. But like, this time it was for fun. I did cliff jump. I did like probably like a 20 some foot, 2-story, like backflip jump off some stupid shit cliff thing. But yeah, so there's this thing called the Halls of Karma triangle vortex every 30 40 seconds. Once you start swirl, dude would jump in, zoom, cyclone, gone, and he'd spit up like, I don't know, 40 50 60 yards down the river. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
and there was something about that timing.
Yeah, you think of the time travel tube, just
30 to 40 seconds.
Oh, easily, dude. I mean, okay, imagine a football field, imagine a dude getting sucked the fuck down and popping out 60 yards down the field.
Like that's what it was. And you were like,
you're in water, dude. You're in water, so there's something.
Dude, it was crazy.
Yeah,
I was tripping.
that's awesome.
I'm like, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? And then all of a sudden you'd be like, whoop, like, what the fuck? Way the fuck down the river, dude. Like, what the fuck? I'm like, I have to do this. I have to do this. And then all they were just like, just hold your breath, dude.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So I'm like, fuck it. I see the whirlpool of the flush. Fucking jump straight in, dude. I fucking jump in. I start going down. I can feel myself just spinning the fuck around. And what happens is they call it the halls of karma because, like, all light dissipates as you're going down. You start seeing crazy shit. The light disappears. You pop up. It's like a tube, and you're in a vortex of the river, and it's just like, whoosh, whoosh. And like, I'd say I probably made it like 30, 40 yards, dude. I'm like, fuck this. I'm out of breath. I'm gone. I start breaking for it. I don't even know where I'm at. I finally pop up, and I was just like, oh my god, like as I'm probably, I don't know, probably 19 at the time, 20 years old.
Yeah, that's a fun experience, dude.
Oh, it was cool. So
that's adventure right there.
My halls of karma, and that still exists to this day for sure. Look it up.
Dude, I'd love to hit that up.
It was crazy. It's a definite experience, I'd say for sure. Anything against Mother Nature, I'd say test yourself, dude. It's an experience, man. Like, I mean, I've done a ton of snowboard and stuff like that. I've never skied, but I've always been a snowboarder, but since I'd say 93. But and I still go like at least once a year, maybe if I'm lucky 4 times a year.
Damn.
I have to go to New York to do it.
I think I started skiing when I was like 5 years old.
Right. Yeah.
Snowboarding when I was 18.
All you guys, anybody a little west of me, yeah, you're a lot younger and you have better snow.
Yeah, I'm east of you, I think.
What's that?
I think I'm east of you.
Yeah, you're east.
New England.
I gotta travel to New York to go get good snow.
Dude, we should go snowboarding sometime. I didn't know you snowboarded.
Yeah. Shit's in my garage right now.
Nice. Yeah, dude.
But dude, I'm telling you, man.
The near-death experience, though.
The older you get, man.
The closer you get, the better. I think it's something that almost as a yearly basis, we should do something that pushes the limits, first of all.
Sure.
And then second of all, gets us closer to something or some like realizing death, I would say.
Sounds like a horrible idea.
No, that sounds like a great idea because
it's
it makes
a recipe for disaster.
Mike,
but if you can do something safe, say like DMT or mushrooms, like once a year, where it connects you.
DMT.
Oh yeah, that I'm fine with, but
that puts you closer to death. DMT does. It does.
DMT is. I don't know if is ayahuasca a natural thing in the human body. I know DMT is a natural human thing in the body.
I did the ayahuasca ritual in Peru last year.
How was it?
How did that
Something I want to do at some point.
Yeah, it was kick ass. But a lot of these places that they got all these rules, and it's some guy named Joseph Smith from Boston, Massachusetts, who's the shaman. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I was like, I'm gonna get with an Indian. I want to go with somebody that doesn't have one drop of European blood in them.
Absolutely.
It's good to have a good guide. How's your experience?
It was really good. He gave the history of Peru, the history of the exploitation, and he, instead of blaming it on the Spanish, he blamed it all on the Germans, which I thought was very bizarre. But
that is interesting.
Yeah, but all of the customers in there, everyone except for me and another guy from the United States had Spanish last names. So you can see from a marketing perspective how you might not be good to bad mouthing the Spanish when everyone's got a Spanish name.
But German is such a random thing to pick. They didn't go anywhere.
Well, no, I mean it's all the same system, right? I mean, if you know all the law, Western law, Germanic language, whatever you want to call it, the Vatican, the entire world system. It's
all right.
It's pretty much all the same anyway. That's my way of looking at it. But
did you go into the forest to do it, or were you in
Amazon? I mean, we were in a tin
the jungle.
Yeah, it was at the Madre de Dio River, the Mother of God River, in extreme eastern Peru, right at the headwaters of the Amazon River.
Very nice.
All right, you gnarliest river.
Puerto Maldonado. But he said, "Boa, boa, planta medicine." He does these chanting. He says, "Boa, boa blanca." And they have these deals. Where you're gonna throw up when you drink the stuff. And
yeah, did you throw that shit up?
Yes, I did.
No, I mean, like, was it that like gnarly? You were like,
I didn't think it was that bad. It took. I threw up about a half an hour after everybody else did. I can tell you.
How long did that take for like the nausea to go away? Then once you threw up, it was done, or?
Yeah, pretty much. There's some question in. I know that there's different preparations and stuff they have, and what I've found out or determined that most of the men were in there to see this guy as a curandero. In other words, he was saying, you can see all these visions and hear these voices and stuff like that, but really, most of the men in there, I think, were there to get cured of some chronic disease, maybe like cancer, something like that. And I told the Sean, he assigned this man who spoke Spanish as to be my translator, who's just another customer there. And, he was going asking if we had any questions. And I told him, I said, I have the strength of 10 men, so I want you to, do my dose accordingly and everything like that. And that really got the attention or whatever of one of these other guys. And so he had the interpreter ask me, he said, you have the strength of 10 men physically or mentally? And I told him, I said, I have the strength of 10 men physically, spiritually, and mentally. And so they seem to be happy with that. But I still, I got cured of a couple of things that very night, but I did not go see any of the wild sights or hear any of the weird sounds or anything like that. But I had a cough for several months that I'll have this like one cough an hour or something like that. And that just went away immediately. And then the people that I was traveling with, my documentary film team, they both came up to me the next day independently and without provocation or anything, let me know that they couldn't believe how calm I was. Like that it put some type of calm on myself.
That's awesome, dude.
That's hardcore, dude. I mean, like, did you experience something?
Well, one thing I've learned about the ayahuasca is you got to go back. You got to do it a bunch of times. That's what
That's what I'm. Did you do it once? I got to ask as a thought form as you were talking. Like, was it just the one time?
Yeah, I just did it one night.
Okay.
Right. A lot of these retreats and stuff that you go to, you're doing it repeatedly over days and days, and then not only that, they're cleansing your body and everything like this. But I'm definitely going to be doing it again as soon as possible.
Cool, man. Yeah. Have you tried the DMT thing?
No, somebody left some over here, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they make it out of. I hear it's legit, but I didn't really want to mess with it.
I hear, yeah, but I also hear that you can do it through like elongated breathing and shit, where like
breatharianism.
It's harmonic frequency.
It is naturally produced.
Yeah,
well,
you can.
After all,
I've heard. Yeah, if you do yoga intense for like 20 years, maybe you can get the same effect. Who wants to? I'm ready to do something right now. God dang, I ain't getting any younger, huh?
And that's also probably what happens before you die.
A crazy amount of effort, but like they say, these people can do these like crazy breathing exercises for like 2 fucking hours. But I mean, who's got 2 hours to spend on this? But like 2 hours and like.
Well, it's what shamans do to an extent.
I got 2 hours.
And what are they doing? They're connecting with reality. They're connecting with nature.
It's
with source.
It's breaking down the barriers that separate the mind from that source. Ultimately, it's just completely turning that part of the brain off that is put there to act as a barrier.
True, Mike.
Which source, though? Are you talking connecting to nature? Is
all right.
Connecting to source.
It has nothing to do with.
Well, like what
that
Mike
depends
just
what you
said,
define it as. Yeah.
What Mike just said, he didn't say nature or source. He just described exactly what happens.
Right. I used the word source, but I did not mean it in the sense that we were talking about it earlier.
My bad.
Source, I would say.
No, there wasn't a question.
You could call it God if you want to, but that word's been defiled.
I think every realm has its own source.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can't.
And
say
either way,
there's always
and
gonna
the
be
source
another
can
one.
be exactly.
You can't see it. That's the thing.
For me, source and nature are the same thing because it gets back to the earth. You know what I mean? I don't have any proof of this. I can't prove it, but I'm down with the Sophia narrative, and so to me, source and nature are the same thing. I
agree totally.
I do not personally. I have serious doubts of whether I believe that a man can exist out in space, like so many miles away from the planet.
I do not believe that.
Oh.
We can go there. We can go there in 1 second. I just want to say that,
dude. There's a reason Ian has joined us, though.
Yeah, I know.
Very interesting that we got back to that. Yeah,
I live in a Sophia narrative. That is my truth.
And the whole connection with nature, and let's just call it nature. I would say not call it.
But I don't consider Sophia source. She's our immediate
energy
contact.
There you go. I agree.
But I would just argue that source is us.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, we're part of the deal. We're part of
us.
We're part of nature.
Then we're generating it.
Everything is source, right?
Yeah, pretty
essentially,
much. And we are everything. So.
Yeah.
But
we are nature.
Animals might not be projecting reality out of their skull. If we're projecting reality out of our, I don't know if animals are.
I don't know. They're projecting their own reality.
They may not be.
And if they are plants, and if they are minerals, because you have these
plants, minerals.
Well, you could look at it a different way. Go ahead, James. Sorry.
Well, what if that's all connected, Aaron?
I get it all the way down to electromagnetism.
It is all connected. They're all forms of consciousness.
It is connected to our body. Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say now. It's okay. The space thing's interesting, though. Yeah. I don't think that
it is interesting.
Possible to leave the plane world.
You agree, or you agree or disagree with that idea?
I personally think whatever, that we live in some kind of holographic environment that's not a spinning ball, and you can't leave, can't go anywhere. Maybe there's another room upstairs that's like low Earth orbit that you can go to. That's where the ISS is, but I don't think you can go anywhere else.
No, I agree. I don't think we've been to the moon. I don't believe in satellites or any of that shit.
Nah, me neither.
They why don't they just fucking show us one? Just one.
Because they can't. For
Right,
some
because
reason they
it's
can't
not
show you a picture of
real.
Earth from space. Right, exactly.
It's not real. But if you go tell everyone you know that, you'll be, put in a mental institution or discommunicated from your job or your church or something like that. People will buy the lie wholesale.
I only tell people who are beneath me, like Starbucks people. I'm kidding. But no, I only tell people that I come across. I don't talk about.
You throw your coffee back through the window?
No, actually, you'd be surprised how many flat earthers are at my Starbucks. And I'm not a flat earther, by the way.
I know. Dude, I know.
See, Omar even agrees we're living in a hologram. I agree.
There is definitely compelling evidence to say that it is, but
And
I've made a video on it.
I don't want to live in a hologram. That's
Well, when your thoughts have a direct impact on the reality around you, and you see this and witness this enough times, I mean, almost always there's a scientific explanation as well, but not always. And when you start talking about these whatever paranormal experiences, but you see that enough times, and you're like, there's it's I don't know what it is, but it's not like just hard science like what we've been told. I don't. Yeah, is there?
Paranormal is a electric screen memory, I think.
Also, clearly,
like a hard
clearly, we've been mistaught.
Oh yeah.
We've been distracted.
By
design. By design. Totally do.
I have a different aspect in space, like as far as I see right now. My whole paradigm is consciousness, and consciousness exists here and exists way the fuck over there.
Right, but your concept of space, the way you think of space in your head, is all a belief system.
Sure, no, my belief system is just there is no empty space. It's just it's ether.
I mean like outer space, like how you think about outer space and the planets and all that. That's all.
I mean, dude, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not as far as some people are.
You're considering it. That's all you need to do. That's all.
That's exactly all you need to do. Tonight, I considered the fact that as I was looking up the stars, I considered the fact that that might be actually the portal that happens when I die.
The sun. They say it's the sun.
Yeah, that's the sun. Apparently,
It involves
it's
the
real
sun. It
yeah.
involves the stars. It involves the moon. And when I die, that outer space is what integrates.
You're not dying. Shut up.
No.
Oh no, we all die though. We all die essentially, and that's what I'm saying. That's the portal.
What about all this sun simulator stuff that people are talking about?
Wouldn't that make sense?
What about the two suns when they take pictures of two suns?
That's that I don't buy.
I don't buy
that's like
that
Nibiru crap. But there's some people were talking about the sun broke 10 years ago or something, and it had to be replaced by a simulator. And now it's breaking down.
I'll buy a Nibiru.
It's a portal,
hilarious.
and it's integrated within our being.
And it's
the sun and the moon complex is within. It's what we're born into. It is nature.
It's the light and dark,
and it's also the portal when we die. Is what I am kind of saying.
That's like the whole monadic narrative, though, too.
There is a natural aspect to it, but there's been a false machine laid on top of this thing, and this is, you can maybe consider like a matrix, and then there's one behind that, and I don't know if it's this one or the one behind it, but one of these machines is broken.
All of them are.
What we see on the earth is a struggle by humans and entities and stuff like that. They're fighting for control of a broken machine. That's my take on it.
What if the broken machine is us and we're repairing it right now? People like
we're not.
Us right now talking are the ones repairing the broken machine. The broken machine is humans.
We're breaking it further, dude. You're looking at it the wrong way.
No,
you think we are though?
Yes. No. I think it's breaking naturally, and we're bringing it about faster.
I think we're starting to do repairs.
You go back to that stupid fluoride thing. It's like it's a dumbing down of something, but we are on the up and coming of something that's being blocked.
Maybe.
Well, I really think.
I would just want to say that, before I forget, sorry, that think of it as building neural pathways, Nomad, not necessarily fixing anything. We're building new paths to get around the unraveling.
I think,
in a way, though, isn't that the way we need to start fixing it? And it's complex. There's no simple way to explain it.
Exactly.
But there you go. We're building new pathways.
It
I'll
reminds
agree on
me
that, dude.
I just don't
a bit of spooky action at a distance. So in this context, so if we're vibrating at this level of where it is, if we're fixing it or if we're further destroying it, isn't there an opposite energy somewhere that's also vibrating, polarizing it, like a stratification? Or is that just not with this layering effect that Ian was talking about?
Yeah, I do want to get back to that.
I'm done with
that
aspect.
But go ahead, finish.
Take the stage.
What you were saying.
I think none of these subjects can be looked at completely without taking a hard look at the subject of black goo And then also the possibility of goo versus goo. In other words, an alien-based goo that comes in from the asteroids or meteorites or whatever, and then an Earth-based goo.
Wait. How can you talk about alien shit and not believe in space?
We had to drop out again.
Of course,
everyone dropped out.
Aliens.
Yeah, I dropped out.
Right?
It's 303, right? 2 3s.
As soon as you talk about aliens.
I know.
Dude, it's classic.
But Ian, how could you talk about aliens when we can't leave the planet, and space is...
That's an excellent question. Obviously, my world views on a lot of these things, I'm struggling to come up with my world views on a number of things. But the further we get out and towards cosmology, the less my ideas are defined, and also, the less direct experience I have of these things.
My best way to explain space is that it's a map of our consciousness, and it's the only way we can deal with it right now is at that distance, because we're not in a place where we can understand that these other realms or worlds or whatever are right here with us now, just hidden by frequency.
I totally agree, dude. And that's exactly why I say it's a portal.
I'm feeling it.
It's what? No, man.
Talking about like different timelines or something?
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, because I'm kind of
cool. It's all about nature. It's, dude, Aaron, Ian, sorry.
Okay,
I keep on saying Aaron.
My example would be
Ian.
take the Orion
It's all about
reptilians.
nature, like you said.
Yeah. You take the Orion reptilians.
What about the Mandela effect? What about the Mandela effect?
That could be 100 different things, and it could be nothing.
I don't know about that.
Well, I don't think it's nothing, because I know, and I've talked to enough people that they remember the movie in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs being mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them?
99% of that is people not remembering shit right, or they remember the glorified versions of things on T-shirts and mugs.
You just actually proved the opposite argument, is because the way that we remember it, like I remember it, Luke, I am your father. I remember mirror, mirror on the wall. These things are spoofed and stuff in The Simpsons and other comedy shows and stuff like this, proving that other people have the exact... It may be one thing for us to have variant memories, but if millions and millions of people remember the exact same thing, I mean, why not dinosaur mirror on the wall or popsicle mirror on the wall? Why does that have to be mirror, mirror on the wall? Why do I remember it like that? Why do millions millions...
I'm not... I've had my
It's
own
because
Mandela effect,
that is exactly what was put out in the mainstream. Luke, I am your father. That was what was put out in the mainstream in reference of that movie.
Correct. To give it context.
But that line never actually happened.
No.
It was no, I am your father.
That's an
It was always that way.
Look at mine.
Okay, what about mirror, mirror? I'm less certain about that one. And let me tell you, there is an explanation for this that's the most unique one I've heard yet, and it's by John Lamlash, and it goes back, once again, back to this Sophianic narrative. And what a lot of people are trying to blame it on these mad scientists at CERN, saying there's all these different timelines, and they got collapsed into one timeline and everything like this. And John Lamlash is saying, no, there are no alternate timelines. There are alternate memory lines. In other words, it's to get our attention that the Earth Mother has done this, implanted these, made people remember things differently. But whatever's behind this Mandela effect, everyone should be able to at least find one thing that is not.
And it seems weird, yeah. Dude, I totally find with you.
That's exactly what it is a collapsing of timeline. A coalescing, I call it, of timelines.
But Ian, it goes back to what you said about nature.
Let James
it
talk.
goes, that is the true thing. That is the one and true thing.
He's about to pass out, too. You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah. All right, there you go. I just want to say, Ian, dude, it's all about nature, and I think we're being distracted from that.
Well, yeah, I equate the Sophia and the Sophianic narrative with nature. I mean, I think that we came from the earth. I think that man is a cosmic template, is a pattern throughout the cosmos, maybe different variations and stuff. But, we're just a pattern, but we're here on earth, and earth is where we came from, and we can't live away from it as far as I know. Oh, well, I think that can possibly go to other stars, but you have to die first. In other words, these Egyptians that were going to the afterlife to go to these stars and stuff like this, You know, notice they never tried to go to these stars or any of this stuff while they were alive. They always waited until they were dead. And now in William Henry's work with the blue aliens, not the Corey Good blue alien BS, the real blue alien type of stuff, that these interplanetary ships or whatever UFO looking things might be more of like a spiritual type of thing for a light body or a light ship that moves these souls, you know, between stars and stuff, because a physical body absolutely cannot do that.
That's what it's all about,
Let me
dude.
throw one thing out here. Is my concept of what what's going on with like UFOs and whatnot. That there's another organism that we interpret as different things as our consciousness evolves. So let's say back in the past, they might have been seen as fae or fairies, right? Because that's the kind of lore that those people were used to. And as the UFO and alien narrative cooked up in the 30s, 40s, even earlier than that, really, people started to see these energies, these frequencies. You know, the way they rendered to these people is as UFOs or aliens. You know, it's the same. I think it's the same thing.
Which makes sense for
it's the same thing. Yes,
I totally agree with this.
Extraterrestrial.
I didn't say that.
Doesn't mean anything, though. Think about that. Extraterrestrial. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean from space.
It means out of this earth.
But it's still coming to terms consciously with these entities that people have had experiences with over the millennia or however long.
Right. Yeah,
through different names.
All of the stories are too similar, from fairies to aliens to everything. It's all exactly the same.
My personal simulation theory explanation is that when our brains render these things for us to visualize, that it has an image database somewhere that says this frequency goes with this image, you know, because everything's got a unique frequency, and those are just things we haven't experienced yet. So our brain tries to fill in those.
That's what the brain does.
Yeah, what should this look like? Well, how about let's make it look like it's going to pull from all your lore, all from your knowledge. So you're going to see fairies. If you know about UFOs, you're going to see a UFO.
Right. That's a neurological function. I mean, that is they teach you that in neuroscience.
Yep.
And that goes also to the point where that maybe somewhere in our modern history, the Greys were introduced within media. And then everyone that had experiences started seeing Greys instead of fairies.
And doesn't it fit into that American Gods thing too? Like the old gods being the Fae, and now then the Grey aliens, and then whatever else. You know, this constant procession of the entities rather than the equinoxes.
It's an evolution. It's an evolution of deities, is what it is.
But they are and they exist.
American Gods is a little different because I think those are supposedly real. We have to separate things here. You know, whatever is the Fae and UFOs is not the same as God entities. I don't think.
Well, I'm just saying the concept of what American Gods is getting at is what people are feeding them. So the old gods are dying out because less people are feeding them. Their energy. Right. They don't believe in them. They don't sacrifice to them. They don't, you know, and they've shifted over.
Like whatever media is pushing via TV shows, movies, is that feeding the paradigm?
Absolutely. But the other thing is, though, that we're doing it to ourselves. We like these shows. We want more of them.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm a huge fan of anything cool, graphical, anything like. I mean, I'm not a big fan of horror movies.
No, me neither. But my point is, though, that when people say, why are they doing this in the media? Well, they're not. It's just what sells.
It's a cool movie, dude. You know, like, yeah.
Right.
Now, it is what sells, but also then when you think about...
I would have to disagree with you on that. Like, case in point would be, okay, what about the feminization of man? So in other words, the Big Bang Theory, I like that show.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, but, you know, I like the Big Bang Theory. It's funny and everything like this. But why can you not even turn, and I don't own a television, but if I had one, I know that I could not go on the television and find a man anywhere on there. It's always got to be some little sissy. right? I mean, they're shoving that shit down our throats.
Definitely, and that might be part of the program.
I actually heard a really good explanation of this last night.
All right, let's hear it.
God, I'm trying to remember where I saw it. I think it was. Has anyone ever seen that occult science series by Schism 206?
No.
It's really good. And one of them he put out recently was about he's studying the religion of the elites, for lack of a better term, and how that ties into magic and science and the occult and religion and all that. It's a really interesting series. And they're all like 15 minutes long, and he's got a nice slide presentation, and he's funny. All right, anyway, he was talking about, he had a picture of a spiral, like a regular old Fibonacci spiral, where it starts in the center and goes around. And I don't remember the exact way he laid it out, but basically what he's saying, as you approach the outer edge of the spiral, as we escape this loop, we become more androgynous because we're becoming more spiritual, and we're losing our duality. So what we're seeing in the media, to Ian's point, could just be a reflection of that.
Dude, that's a really good point.
So, I mean, it might not be a program. It could be being taken advantage of, but I don't think it's being steered that way by
it.
Humans.
Probably dude, you're totally right, and I think there's a lot happening right now that is extremely significant. Right, and it's all being taken advantage of.
Yeah, it's being taken advantage of. Yes, you're absolutely right. The androgynous, we have to look no further than the chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz, and to know that, just your different sages or even your own personal energy work or whatever. Yeah, there's male and female components within every human being, and that seems to be the case. But to force this liquid gender things, it's okay.
It is interesting.
That's almost an outgrowth of political correctness, though. So that's more. I would look at that more as a system trying to take more control.
No,
it's society.
Yeah. Well, it's to break down the morals. In other words, there's nothing immoral about being gay. But what if you're not really naturally gay or whatever? Whatever that is, and the television isn't forcing you to.
It's not enforcing it. It's exposing you to it. And if you're not strong-willed enough to not turn gay or start sucking dick, then that's your problem.
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't talk about gay. That's not the best. I would talk about the transgender thing because that's where shit gets like blatantly something is going on. Something is off.
The fluidity.
Yeah, the fluidity.
The age with which they're introducing it to children is bad.
Dude. Did you see that posted the other day?
What?
In New York City, dude, the elementary school where they had the fucking transgender dude like in a G-string fucking dancing out.
Yeah. Well, there was a woman who was letting her 4-year-old kid get a sex change.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. That shit happens.
5-year-old kids, dude. Like, what the fuck? They're doing story time with like Tamina. And it's like Timmy. Fucking. I don't know.
No business being in school.
Also, think about when you're young.
Sorry, dude.
When you're a young kid, you are so influenced by so many different things.
Like Bruce Jenner.
Bruce Jenner.
My hero.
No, his fame was dying, so now he has it back.
Yes. And a back, huh?
A hand in the back, two in the bush.
He's not a bad-looking chick, really.
Good.
I mean, just think about now that the Wachowski brothers are.
I don't know.
They're both looking.
Females.
See, that's weird to have both of them go transsexual.
Yeah, they were brothers. Yeah, I don't know.
Did they do each other, man? It's creepy.
It's the SJW, Safe Space, Real World.
I think it's more program. I always think back to possibility that there's some deeper level of programming in all the media that you're exposed to over all the years you watch it. That maybe
I totally agree, dude.
People might be being turned into this.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, that's what's happening. For either that or it's fake. They're either being turned into, or the whole thing's just they're laughing it up in some backstage room, saying, and Michael Jackson's really alive or something like that. I mean, it's really one of the two.
One more thing to add to that is that
You're right.
The problem I have with this is there's a small percentage of transgender people in society. It's like under 5%. So why all the big hoopla about this 1%?
But it's under 0.05%.
Exactly, but I mean it's a fucking distraction. Is what I'm saying.
The NFL can't have their championship playoff games in some stadium because they don't have transgender bathrooms.
That's not true.
Fucking ridiculous. No, that was a big deal.
I know, but
that'll never get shut down though.
All they do
Reddit did a good show on this.
They make people
a while
pissed
back.
off. That's all. It's just for reaction, for emotion.
Of course,
it is a distraction. It's a total distraction. It's a distraction from what we need to be distracting.
Totally.
Right.
Like,
Seth Rich or Otto Warmbier. It's like
it's something like that. That gets all your football, NFL fans out there. Well, goddamn, Jesus wouldn't like that. So yeah.
Why don't you lay this game is rigged on them and see what happens.
Right? Exactly.
You'll get lit.
It's all a big distraction to distract everyone from the actual truth of reality.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing they don't want you to realize. They don't want you to become.
It's funny because I'm a sports fan and I go to these events and I'm like, all these fucking retards, but I still like to go to the game and I like get my.
They're massive ceremonial centers. They're harvesting huge amount. I mean, you get 20,000 people, screaming for something. Yeah, there's a lot of energy to be.
I've actually heard that the LED screens have some kind of fifth dimensional technology in them, or scalar technology that can absorb that kind of energy, and that after some of these larger games and stadiums, they go around and they replace all the LEDs, and they have like a process which can extract all this energy out of it.
I am fascinated by this, Jared.
I am too, and I've
Holy
heard
shit, dude!
And I would definitely believe something like that. I've also heard at David Icke's shows, where he goes around doing around the world, that there's some weird machines back there. Some weird shit.
I guarantee you he's collecting something because he freaks everyone the fuck out. 10 hours listening to him? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
Yeah, mesmerizing you, And who's really got
some
information on this is Josh Reeves. Have y'all ever seen Josh Reeves at the Global?
Yep.
This dude has it figured out, and he won't be with us much longer because he's connecting the dots in a way that when people start connecting the dots like that, they don't live very long. And let me tell you, this whole deal with Scientology, he's got that shit figured out. Scientology is not what anyone thinks it is. It's fucking huge.
I think everyone here knows what it is.
Program. Yeah, we know exactly what it is. It's demon infesting fucking nasty. Ugh.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Well,
at first it seems so innocent.
Black magic, just like his son said, black magic.
Right. Well, the whole set.
Yep.
The whole.
It is. And the spirit. What is it? The spirit crushing.
The thetans. That Scientologists, bring into their bodies.
Yeah, they also do something like spirit crushing or something like that. Something fucked up.
Bogus ones, so the big good ones can come in.
Yeah.
But L. Ron Hubbard, he's.
He wrote a good book.
He's a fucking genius.
All these people that, all the shit that we talk about and all the stuff that's like our reality is all like science fiction from the late 18 and early 1900s. And then the science fiction writers were the people who were like in the MK programs, like L. Ron Hubbard and
Heinlein, all them. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's almost blatant.
The stories over and over and over.
Yeah, exactly. It's blatant.
Yeah, and so the whole Anunnaki narrative.
I gotta try to get Gordon in here.
Look how good the Scientology dovetails with the Anunnaki narrative. They're one and the same. That movie Battlefield Earth with John Travolta. That's basically your Anunnaki movie right there.
Yes.
It makes you wonder, dude. It makes you fucking wonder.
But the Anunnaki story is a story too.
He's put this shit all together, dude. It's fucking, because there's a way you can be a lot of these people that we don't think of as Scientologists, there's a thing called a free zoner, which is, like that guy Freeman Fly in his free zone. What free zone really is, it's an undercover way to be Scientology be a Scientologist without being associated with the Church of Scientology. And they get, a pass on all this stuff. And it's all fucking controlled by these, rogue intelligence agencies and stuff. That's why they're trying to get
that's interesting.
They're trying to get Miscavige.
What do you think about Antarctica, dude?
the ice wall?
What's that?
I mean, I kind of follow Freeman, and it's interesting you say that because I've always kind of wondered. He's been there from the beginning, and it's one of those things where you start to kind of wonder. Is he in on something? And the fact that you just said that, I was like,
unfortunately, and this is according to Josh Reeves, but he has some really good stuff to back it up. Almost every one of them is on the tape. Absolutely. I mean, classic. They come in at one point. They offer you gold or lead. I mean, they're going to do the same thing with me, and everybody already knows what I'm going to take. You goddamn gold. That's it.
Comes in the form of donations from unexpected sources. However.
Also, does that mean anyone that interviews Josh Reeves is also aligned with what Josh Reeves thinks?
No, because I'm trying to get him on my show, but the fact that I'm in the OTO is I think why he doesn't like me.
What's OTO? What's that?
He was interviewed on THT once, and that was a fascinating interview, and it was interesting. He called out Alex Jones and a bunch of other shit. And it was interesting.
He called out everybody now.
Yeah, essentially.
He's got the facts to back it all up. Check Starz.
Okay.
Down the line,
Sometimes I worry it's like almost like a scheme, but if he has shit to back it up, dude, I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, and that's why his latest film, Spellcasters 2, it's like, dude, I could probably, I can't interview him on that. Hell, I'd get kicked out of the secret society I'm in. I mean, he starts naming names, and this young man that got himself killed last year on Max Spears, he was doing the same thing. He was naming Colonel Michael Aquino, and a certain order that I'm not gonna say the name of, and just going right now naming names and shit like that. I personally reached out to Colonel Michael Aquino just 2 weeks ago to ask.
How's he doing?
Well, he's very nice and very humorous, and I asked him to be on my show with his Mind Wars book, and he declined. But there's a deal at the beginning of this of my video, like where me and the co-host are like in a hot tub, and so he gave the excuse that he was afraid to get in the hot tub with us. It's just kind of joking around.
I got an interesting correlation here that I remember. Christine Hart, right?
Yeah.
She was talking about how Aquino used to hassle her in Astral all the time.
Yeah.
And he always appeared to her as a white rabbit.
Okay.
Which mind control program was that with the white rabbits again?
Yeah, what Wizard of Oz or whatever, Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland, yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember that very interview, and you know what? I think that she was telling the truth, and that he was fucking with her in her astral.
I don't doubt it. But I don't know.
And
that dude's got the power. When I very first decided to start doing a show, I said, that's one guy I am not going to fuck with. It's that Colonel Michael Aquino.
He's never fucked with me. I have no reason to fuck with him.
Ian, I have a question. What inspired you to come out and write this book and then come forward with this information?
I've always been, I was into conspiracy theories literally before the term was coined. I've just always been on a search, looking for God or whatever it is, and then but I also knew that there's strange things I felt like about my life, and I also felt like that I was different from the other children. I've always, in other words, I had premonition of these stages of my life, and I had absolute convictions of things ideas that children don't normally have, like the feeling that I was going to be a world leader, from one of my very first memories, and so, but as I grow older and trying to think, maybe if I was different from the other kids in some type of way, what might it be? And one thing that I think is I tend to look at everything archetypally, in an archetypal fashion. That's kind of how I look at realities, and more in archetypes than in maybe more practical ways of looking at things.
What do you think about the archetypes being thrown into Saturn as like the black sun type thing?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to that.
Or what if you just think of reality in a more literal way?
Well, I look at it in a very literal way, in a very concrete way, but is yet aligned with the Sophianic narrative, and that story is that Iyaldabaoth created the solar system, not the Earth, not the sun, not the moon. but that he created all of the other planets and everything like that, and they're inorganic, and that these so-called little gray-headed aliens, whatever you want to call them, they're inorganic too. In other words, they're alive, but they're not like a biological. They're somehow, I don't know what the meaning of inorganic is, but apparently they cannot come within our atmosphere of the Earth for very long.
That's also a concept. When you really think about it, you don't know for a fact that is true.
No, but there are people there. I've been a student of the occult for my entire life, and many of these teachings throughout the ages say the exact same thing. Well, maybe it's all one big lie, but it does have some veracity, you know, when they're all saying the same things. And
Exactly. I wouldn't say it's a lie. I'd say it's all within our own minds.
Manifestation.
Manifestation. Belief systems.
Whatever. God, there's so many gods and beliefs.
There's so many ancient civilizations as well that point to so many different gods, and it's all a bunch of different ways of looking at the one
they're
truth.
all the same story except for the Sophianic narrative, and
it's all happening right now.
And that's the one religion that's
Gnosticism
totally eradicated. The real Gnosticism, see, not the fake Gnostics. In other words, the secret societies. The secret societies claim to be Gnostics. I'm even part of a church called the Ecclesiastical Catholica Gnostica. You know, the Ecclesiastical Catholic Gnostic Church. And I can't really. Anyway, there's the real ones and the fake ones.
First and second century.
I appreciate that, dude.
First and second century Gnostics are the Gnostics when they're falling apart. If you really want to know what the Gnostics are, you have to go back to the original mystery schools. That's where the Gnostic line really comes from.
That's what it's all about.
Or you just read the Nag Hammadi text. See, the Nag Hammadi text uses some of the same terms as the Dead Sea Scrolls, but they're literal blood enemies. You know, the Dead Sea Scrolls was written by the same people that brought us the Bible. You know,
the Zadokine.
Yeah, the Zadokine, exactly. And the Nag Hammadi, even though they talk in the same language and same symbols and stuff like that, they're bitter enemies.
Yes, but they were still, when we see them at that late, just before they're about to be exterminated, especially when Hypatia went down, we're looking at the decay of what was once a really a very enlightened group. The very, you can see the confusion. They're starting to bring in Jewish systems and Christian systems. They're really falling apart by that time.
Exactly, and all the modern day Western esoteric systems, secret societies of today claim heritage with the ancient, misery religions and wisdom schools and stuff like that. Of course, but and of course they are a watered down and poisoned or a
imagine
version of it.
They're all mishmashes of other religions. It's all a big.
Imagine for a second that it's all a distraction.
It is a distraction.
Well, you may be right, and I don't know this, but my energy lady, I know that she does some things to me, and I was like, love. I mean, when she showed up about love, and right, and so it's like I don't know what the deal is, but this people that I respect their opinions seem to be saying it.
Love, right? Love, light, laughter. I mean, just dude,
love is real.
That's like the only thing I can come to grips with. Make fun of the random bullshit that I don't.
This is really something that I think women somehow intuitively understand better. Is this greater concept of love? I mean,
I totally agree. But men can do it too.
Yeah,
human. It's a human thing.
Yeah, and for the ultimate, because that they outfolded us astronomical numbers and
and even in the OTO we say love is the law, love under will. So even the different groups that may be right or wrong are still espousing the correct thing, even if they're doing the exact different opposite or whatever.
Exactly.
They're talking a good game,
and that's been happening for how long now?
Agape.
With so many different belief systems, so many different religions.
Yeah, but they're for the most part, they're really all the same because it's all Pharaoh. It's all Egyptian. all those societies, all your Abrahamic religions, it's all straight Egyptian, straight up.
It could go even further than that, dude.
Which isn't even
it
from
could
this
go.
dimension.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of what I try to get to.
Go back to what Radagast said about where language came from.
There you go. I mean, it could go even further than that, dude.
Yeah, but it may, and it certainly it goes further than that, without a doubt. But the Egyptian is a culture that we in our modern day know the most about, and your average people don't understand that. Even our society today is like, it's kind of easy to see that it's still a Roman society. Looking at our Senate and all this stuff, but really it's just. It's more Egyptian.
There are certain markers, like even in the Egyptian religion with Horus. Horus is an avenging god. That is the parasitic energy. That kind of busts it open. It lets you know that it's been influenced. That whole vengeance and all that other
Yeah, that's the patriarchy, the Yaldabaoth.
Yeah, and that's what the Wachowskis did. They pulled a Hollywood reversal on us. They called the fake world the Matrix when it's really the Patrix. Nature is the Matrix.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I read an interview with them that they based that on the book Simulacrum.
Yeah.
It wasn't a.
Well, they stole that from some lady. Some lady wrote that movie, and they straight out stole it. And she finally won this lawsuit and got a lot of money.
But it's actually sourced from a 1970s book by a French dude.
But they were shitting on the woman again by calling the Patrix the Matrix.
Yeah, no, right, exactly. They invert everything.
And then they both did a sex change. What's up with that? But that's an illusion.
To me, that's them actually maybe instant karma, where they reversed the roles of what's really going on, and they ended up getting possessed and doing it to themselves.
I don't think the fat guy was gay. That's the thing.
I know, and so it's very perplexing. I somehow think that the explanation that was just given is actually almost as close as we can get in human comprehension, because I think that they literally somehow got on another level, or they got infected by the black goo or something, or got cloned at a celebrity cloning center. I don't know what the fuck happened, but that's weird.
Affected being in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Something is definitely going on.
Yeah, something's going on.
And we're all aware of it, and it's so easy to fanaticize so much of what is happening
But we just have to be careful not to go down these rabbit holes and get lost. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, there's a million rabbit holes to go down,
Right, but that's the thing.
And some of them might be legitimate.
Right, but we have to recognize the ones that are illegitimate and go past them, move past them. We can't get stuck in this fucking rabbit hole.
How do we really know? Okay. See, that's my ultimate point, is that nature is the one, as you know, I'll say it once again, nature is the one and true thing we know for sure.
Right.
Try and find something where you get to the same fact from 3 different avenues or something along those lines, or the same theory. That to me always indicates that something is probably true then.
Yep.
You can take 3 different paths to get there.
Oh, definitely.
The markers of mindfuck are the degraded female, the woes of the world are female caused, genital mutilation, tons of blood everywhere from contrived wars or otherwise, and that vengeful, pissy, patriarchal god. I mean, those are kind of markers of what is the Patrix of the false reality.
The idea that you need to be fixed, you need to be redeemed, because you're such a piece of shit. You got to be redeemed by the blood of Jesus Christ or whatever, because you're fucking worth.
Once again, there's the blood. There's the blood. It's all about the whole Patrix and the whole sickness is very blood based.
Why is that?
Oh yeah. Well,
because there are hungry gods.
That's a mystery, right? It's a blood mystery. That's one of the biggest mysteries in the occult, right?
Hungry gods love blood.
The life is the blood.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the blood is sacred.
And hungry gods are parasitic ones.
What were you saying, James?
And we've been doing that for how long?
Can you hear me, actually?
Yeah, barely.
About 5,000 years, maybe at the most.
Dude, I'm having...
bro,
sorry.
We still haven't learned our lesson.
Way longer
Try
than
the
that.
green ones again.
I am. All right, hold on.
The funny thing to me is we haven't learned our lesson. We're still thinking blood is the key.
That's because only 1% of us are thinking about it.
Well, we're in a certain condition.
Dude, you're right, Jerry.
There's an evolution of the conditions of consciousness. We can imagine that that the human race is in and maybe some of the human race is going into a higher, evolutionary stage of consciousness. But you also got to be real with where we are right now.
The blood is a symbol, though, for life force, I think.
Yeah.
But it belongs in your body, not outside of it.
Right. It's
I agree. Absolutely.
Well, that's the
oil
thing.
and
It is a symbol for the life force.
The blood of the sacrifice goes outside of.
What about the endocrine
that's
system?
parasitic.
I thought the endocrine system was the expression of your chi, if you will.
But that's also
No, the
another
endocrine system
construct.
is tied into our chakras and really creates different kinds of neurochemicals that affect consciousness.
Right. And you don't think that would be more representative of your life force?
Not at all. I mean, why do you think the magic's always working with either semen or blood?
Yeah, I agree.
You're
right.
right.
Or shit. And so the thing is, it would be a representation about, in the Eucharist, like in a Christian religion where they take the wine and they turn it into Jesus' blood. That's a symbolizing something. I mean, the real blood, there's something in the shit.
It's cannibalistic ritual.
Real power.
Yeah, there is. It's because it's got energy in it.
Yeah.
And maybe to inorganic beings, let's call them that for now, that kind of organic life force, concentrated life force, is really like a drug.
I'd say
possibly
all it takes is the belief. If that makes any sense, it doesn't matter that the blood is pure. It doesn't matter that the semen is pure. It's the belief that matters.
Charging the idea.
Because you also, if you follow a certain belief system.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you just lost people.
Oh, cool. I don't think that's accurate because if what everyone says is true, that these are inorganic beings that cannot create, then their belief is irrelevant. Right?
Right. They need our beliefs. Yeah.
They
yeah,
need
their
our force and our beliefs,
right,
yes.
But I think Nomad was arguing that they believe that it's more powerful, so it is for them, or we do.
Well, what I think that they want is our emotions. They're harvesting emotions from us. In other words, they're not waiting until you die and then you go in the grave and they're going to go eat your body that's got formaldehyde on it. They're eating you. They're eating us right now.
Because they eat our energy, not our physical.
Yeah, the energy. Yes.
Right. And so you are not your body. That's what my energy movie lady keeps telling me. It's like, you are not your body. So, I don't know that that's true, but I'm being told this.
You're not. Your body is a projection of your internal,
right. So it would be the endocrine system and all this other stuff. Even though these are more of the intermediary or phases, or something that talks, I guess, between your soul or your spirit or whatever, your energy in the body.
He's back.
And I consider the endocrine releases are basically the after effects of the energy that goes through our energy systems, and the releasing of the chemicals allows it to have more of a staying effect.
Well, have you heard of the adrenochrome?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the idea that if these people, before they're sacrificed, that they're tortured and put into extreme duress and extreme fear, that fear and everything charges up their blood with these, endocrine type of glands and stuff like that, making this blood even more desirable for the reptilian Queen of England or whatever.
Like a slaughterhouse analogy.
Mm-hmm. Slaughterhouses are major loosh factories.
I wanted to also add there's a correlation between Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I think they got Laszlo, the Hunter S. Thompson's lawyer, got them like a gram or a vial of adrenochrome. They imbibed it on a matchstick head, if I remember the story correctly. For those who read it, might remember it. I don't know. It was like
what happened?
It was the extract of a freshly killed person from I don't remember if it was from the pineal gland or from their adrenal gland, but no, it was like a giant buzz.
You would get adrenochrome from the adrenal. You'd get DMT from the pineal gland.
I don't remember the story. I don't remember the actual thing. I remember it was fresh. It was extracted from a freshly dead child or something.
Yeah.
And
so what are they trying to say there, right? I mean, it's just like thinly veiled child sacrifice.
Okay, you got to realize this book was written in what, 71, 1 or 2, right? And it was Hunter S. Thompson who was like the gonzo journalist against the establishment, talking about possibly a ritual that goes on in the establishment circles. It's like, is that disclosure? Is that a ha-ha, look what we're doing behind your back? I'm part of the system. You know what I'm saying?
All of the above, yeah.
Exactly. It's like, okay, what does that mean? So yeah, I've heard of it.
Right. And then, what does it mean when I'm doing this blood sacrifice ritual in this underground cave with Lucifer and all this shit, and he's rubbing the knife on the girl's chest as if to say, do you understand? Do you understand? I'm like, yo entiendo. I mean, what's that all about?
It's worship.
Is he trying to tell me where it's going next? What the next step is?
You're channeling energy to that being, that entity. That's all. I mean, that's how. It depends on who organized the ritual and what was the intention behind it. That's what you got to ask.
Nothing wholesome.
I'm sure it wasn't, but I mean, the dude who set that up, the Mexican shaman, it was his ritual that you performed in, so you were doing whatever his intention was. So I mean, you could have been, for all you know, could have been, we hope it rains and we have good crops this year.
Well, there was the official intention of what and that was to take care of something I was facing. That was my intention, and that was the intention that was the official intention of whether there was other sub intentions.
Did it work?
I'm being told that it is working.
And are there any karmic repercussions?
Well, there may be, but when somebody's trying to kill you, you think about that shit later.
True, but if you've somehow entered into a contract with this entity that you do not realize you have, that's a strong karmic attachment.
Probably.
Which could cause you more trouble than someone trying to kill you right now.
Not somebody who makes $3 million a year and who's dead set on fucking getting you effed off.
Yeah, but your attachment will live throughout your lifetimes until you get rid of it.
Chain. When did this happen?
It's all about the chains.
Last autumnal equinox.
Oh my.
But I I already had a lifetime of attachments before that. I'm not, you know what I mean?
You're used to it. I get it. But I don't know what.
I was born with attachments. Let me put it like that.
I think we all are. I think what is it?
That's probably why I just got booted.
The
Jerry didn't agree with me.
No, I did. I don't know.
Why'd you boot me then, dude?
I can't boot anybody because I didn't start the call.
No, I got booted for saying that.
Before you left?
I know we were talking about you as soon as you got booted. We were like, "Oh God, I'm just joking."
Do you remember, Nomad, what you were talking about? Because I added something to that I wanted.
Oh, because of the moderator.
Pardon?
I was just saying that it is all up to us that we're being distracted. By so many different things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been happening ever since history happened. Ever since Earth happened, really.
My energy moving lady in Colorado, she don't give a damn about conspiracy. She don't give a damn about any of that stuff. She's totally focused on, like you, in other words.
Exactly.
Your shit right with you, your energy. I'm talking stuff that we've heard before, like there is nothing else but you. Everything else is an illusion. I mean, yeah, I've heard.
And that's what I'm saying. Nature.
This, but she's got
nature
power.
Is key.
She's
exactly.
She's
and I also kind of agree with the Sophia thing, but at the same time, I think it just goes deeper than that, and that doesn't even matter as well.
Where do you think it goes, Nomad? Nomad, what?
It goes down to the source, whatever that is. And
do you have an idea of what that is?
I have an idea, but I wouldn't even say I have an idea. I have a recollection.
An inkling.
Do you mind sharing?
Well, I'm actually reading John Lash's book, Not in His Image, so I'm going to say goodnight to everybody.
All right. Hey,
Radagast. Good night. It was nice seeing you.
Thank you
That's
for
the best
honoring
book
us
in the world.
with your
I highly
presence.
recommend that.
Okay, good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
So you didn't boot me, dude?
No, not at all.
It said I got shut out.
I cannot.
I was like, oh shit.
I can't boot anyone. I can't mute anybody. I can't do shit.
Okay. My bad then.
It's all good.
I thought I got freaking booted. I was like, oh, damn, I said too much.
You and James dropped at the same time.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And I was sitting here thinking, God dang, they hadn't booted me yet? Oh my gosh. That's what usually happens.
No, it's a good conversation though.
You know,
that's how I found out about this. Is I got on the old CW Chenter's deal. That's how I met a lot of y'all. Is on CW
right,
Center.
I remember that when you came on.
Yeah, he made a video about that.
Did he?
Yes.
He's crazy.
Oh yeah. We made a video about it too.
Oh, James is back.
Yay.
James. No, it makes me wonder all the notions that we have right now. You know, think about our history and the notions we've had, and now what we have. Most of us believe in Sophia.
I don't.
You know, and I'd say that's a good thing because I've gotten over that. But all of it are notions. All of it is concepts.
They're all belief systems.
Stories.
Exactly.
Dude.
Stories,
right? They're stories. And I just, like the first or second episode of American Gods had this great quote where she was talking about, it was his wife, Laura, about how she used to believe in God and went to church every Sunday, but then she read all this history about all these people not being real, and the history's not real, and it's all, I think the line she says, it's all snake oil. But she says the bad thing, the worst thing is that snakes are real. So it's like, you know, all these stories made us conjure these demons in our lives, if you will.
and in a way, that's also like a hint, right there.
Right, that we are.
It's all snake oil.
Yeah, I know.
And snakes are real.
And it's reptilian.
That's like, really profound.
It is. That's why I made that video about it, which keeps getting shut down. But whatever.
What? It keeps on getting shut down?
Yeah, every time I put it up on YouTube, it gets shut down because American Gods is copyright. But
yeah, that'll do it.
I have it on my Google Drive if you guys want to watch it.
Nice.
It's like 2 minutes. It's just a clip. I even cut up the video to pictures, but they blocked it on the audio. It was one of those ones that couldn't be played in Antarctica.
Oh, jeez.
I made a video and had some song in it that could not be played in Antarctica. Like, you got to be kidding me.
So strange. Jeez.
What do you mean? It could be played everywhere except for Antarctica? I'm not following.
That is correct. You're 100% correct.
That makes no sense.
I agree. It's one of my time-lapse videos. One of the songs I don't remember which one.
Dude, it makes me wonder if something or someone knows what you're all about and they're onto you and they're fucking with you.
I'm not up to anything. I have no plan.
Dude, but you're onto something.
Questioning it kind of
alerts
the
reality.
eye of Saruman, you know?
I've questioned reality
something
since
like
I was a
that.
kid, though. But yeah,
maybe, but now you're colluding.
Yes, yes, I am colluding. It could very well be. I don't doubt that I'm stalked by the AI. I see it in my feed. I try to document it whenever I can.
And that makes me wonder, like, when I get booted and shit, after I say something that I feel like I was onto something, and I'm like, oh, damn, I got booted.
When that happens, I would
What the fuck happened?
Here's what I say. When that happens to you or things like that, write down what
yes.
you're thinking before it happens.
Yes.
And after. And
that's a good
Agree
idea,
completely.
Dude.
I'm going to start doing that.
Because if we
I'm gonna start doing
correlate it to a certain thought
topic, yeah.
Or thought pattern,
yeah.
We can avoid it.
Right, because you know it could be the archons doing that, or you know,
dude, and that's the whole Gnostic. That's the whole Gnostic belief too. That archons will, the second you get onto a good life path, they'll shut you down.
Right.
And that's why I was like
it's
kind of saying,
it's really, if you look at it that way.
Yep. And also, why be oppressed by anything? Fuck the archons. No, nothing's gonna take me down ultimately.
Yeah, but you still got to know. You know, that's one thing. It's nice to have these spiritual discussions and everything like that. But one thing I learned from living in the penitentiary for years and years and fighting for my life and fighting for my pride every day, there is an objective reality, and it does matter who your enemies are. And if there's people out to get you, they can hurt you real bad or they can kill you or something like that. It's not just a bunch of philosophical, love, light, and peace.
Dude, you're absolutely right.
There is an objective reality, and it does matter. And so we need to know who these enemies are, and whatever different people have ideas of what the archons may or may not be. We owe it to ourselves to find out what the enemies of humankind are.
I'm down for that, dude. I'm totally down for that, because that is probably a plague that's happening right now. As we're chatting right now, there are
a virus.
Well, what? Okay.
I see it as a virus too, actually.
Virus, plague. What's the difference?
But
at
it's
this
the
point?
same thing. I hear you, Nomad.
You're right. I wasn't trying to mince hairs. I think of it more as something that grows and adapts more than a bacteria, which causes plague.
It's a fixed.
It's a philosophical virus for one. It's more than one different kind of virus. But for instance, I hope I'm not pissing anybody off who's like a fundamental Christian. But I mean, Christianity or any of the Abrahamic religions, they're straight philosophical virus.
Those are the introduction of the virus. That's kind of where Radagast, I think, was going to say. Or did he even say that? I mean, that's what I think. I think that the whole Krishna Christ consciousness is the infection, or the beginning of it.
If you just look at what the Bible says, it says Jesus is just like one unto Melchizedek, knowing no generation, no mother, no father. Right there, it tells you he's not a human being. He's a clone. It says it right there.
He's fake. I don't know. I've never read the Bible. It just seemed like a giant programming manual for my head.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's a belief system, and there's so many of them.
Absolutely. And they all suck.
And they're all distractions.
Yep.
From the key.
From yourself.
Yeah, I think you're right, dude.
Indoctrination.
There you go.
Any interaction with another human being is a distraction, because if it's all you and you're all that matters, and you just got to get with source and one and self and the energy within.
I wouldn't say that's true, though.
It's true at some point. You have to do that, yes.
Interaction with other human beings, though, leads to getting to that point.
Suffering.
I wouldn't even say suffering, but I mean, I'd say some of the chats we have are great. It's not suffering. I don't feel like I'm suffering. I feel like we're always
doing my Yoda impression.
Who is my favorite? I love Yoda so much.
I know.
And Agra.
Suffering we will endure.
Sorry.
Oh, drop.
I thought so. Maybe not.
Nomad cut out real quick.
Suffering we will endure.
Yes. Don't you remember that line, though, that Yoda says about pain and darkness and suffering leads to suffering? I don't remember.
I totally remember it. I love Yoda.
He knows what's up.
He was the one for me, totally.
Little green man.
And that was Steven Spielberg.
It's 4 o'clock, and I want to say goodnight because I keep it to 5 hours.
I know, we rocked it.
And we'll definitely do that tomorrow or Sunday. I don't care. I love talking to you guys. But I'm really tired.
Well, it was great.
Which one are you?
Thank
Which
you.
one are you on there?
Who, me?
Yeah.
The eyeball one.
The one's Mike? Oh, Jerry. Oh, you're the one I know. Yeah. Hey, brother. Hey, what's going on? I've been enjoying the conversation.
Talking for 4 hours. Doesn't matter.
I know it.
Yeah,
really. I didn't know which voice went with what, emoji or whatever.
Let me make some more Illuminati hand signs in here.
Do it. Yes.
I love when CW makes his videos. They always pick a thumbnail for him where he's got like doing this, or he's got his hands up like this. It's kind of funny. Like the first.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
We should also keep on analyzing anything from Steven Spielberg, George Lucas.
I showed you my mind map, right?
Oh. Show it.
I did
dude.
show it to you, but
Close it out with that.
I want to build one for Spielberg. He's on my list. I actually built a software package that
Jerry, I can see your you're muted.
I'm muted.
Can't I can see you're talking,
I'm
but
sorry.
can't hear
I
you.
was saying I made this. I'll show you. Hold on. I show you again. I've showed you 1,000 times. Oh, here we go. Boom.
One more time for all the old times.
One more time. I want to make sure it's actually going on a feed this time because I've not actually done this before. Window capture. Where is it? Sorry, here it is. All right. Can you see that?
Yeah, this is brilliant.
No, it's not. Yet. It's not yet. So, anyway, this was the sci-fi author's mind map I built of all the people I thought were kind of important in sci-fi arena in the 50s and on. And their ties to other... I don't know how to move this shit around. Their ties to different organizations like Hollywood, NASA, television...
Oh, that's freaking amazing.
Yeah. It's a really
Dude, I think this should be a preview to Hive number 9. And we should get into this.
Well, we should build one for Steven Spielberg in the center. So now I took this and I dissected it and did one for Tom Wolfe, too.
And do one from Kubrick, do one from Lucas.
Yeah, right. Well, they're connected at some point. So like this is one I did for Tom Wolfe, and he's got ties to Richmond, Virginia. His fiction has ties to Hollywood, to Brian De Palma. His nonfiction stuff is tied to Ken Kesey, Merry Pranksters, which we know is tied to the CIA. You know, and this is just a really nice way to visualize all that. And this is free software, and anyone can get this. But I spent maybe, like I said, 2 hours on these total. It's not a lot of work. And this is
what software is this?
It's called Xmind. Can you not see this, right? You can't see that. Hold on.
Are you a Linux guy?
Yes, I am. Here, this is what it's
Excellent.
called. Xmind.
Xmind. Thank you.
Xmind.net.
Yeah, we should totally bring this up in the next Hive.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And discuss the shit out of it.
Yeah, I agree. This is genius.
I didn't show you this other... Check this out. You want to see genius. This is
when is the next Hive?
Next time we get together.
When is that scheduled?
Nope. But I'll let you know.
Ian, you're on that
Friday,
group.
I'd say, right?
Yeah,
Every
and then
Friday
it looks like Ian's in the group now.
If you stay in this hangout, I'll always put a link in here.
All right. Oh, okay. I mean, so y'all get together, I'll automatically get the invitation or something?
Well, you'll get the notification.
Okay.
When there's a new message.
That sounds good. Appreciate it.
Silent movie. So I wrote the software package called Silent Movie that's going to... I forgot how to get to it. Silent Movie, here it is. Sorry.
That kitchen's making me hungry.
It's called... Okay, I found it. Okay, so this is my other program. I'll just share it here. It's easier. All right. Make sure this is going out. Shit, it's not going anywhere. All right. Sorry if anyone's actually... I don't think anyone's watching this, but... All right, fit the screen. All right, so this is my thing. Fuck. Screenshot. I'm already screenshot. Okay. Here we go. Where is it? Lost it. So I wanted to get a good data set for building a mind map. So I built this tool called Silent Movie, and it's a media data analysis tool. And what you do is you put in any media personality's name, like Steven Spielberg. I think it might not be working right now, but it goes out and mines the... Yeah, I broke it. Oh, hold on.
So you built this software?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Oh, nice.
My server, my database server's down, so it's crashing.
Still, dude, that's freaking epic.
I mean, seriously, impressive.
All right, there we go.
It really is impressive.
I did break it. But anyway, it goes and pulls from IMDb and pulls all the matches and stuff, and you get to pick one, and then it drills down and maps out every possible link between whoever you chose and all the people they've worked with throughout their career.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Dude, I just broke up with this lady in the movie industry. I want to use this program. Goddamn, she put me through a mental mind torture shit.
Sorry. And I built one last Sunday. I was feeling extra creative last week.
Yeah, you did good, huh? And she's got an IMDb page. She's like in costuming and stuff. I want to see which Illuminati she's in. God dang, she's in the bad one or something. This shit's out of control.
Or she just thinks she is.
Or she's just mean. Just plain mean.
Fucking log me in, damn it. I don't remember my password.
She's probably just damn mean, dude. I mean,
well, she's got weird.
She doesn't have to be illuminated.
That's been happening. She's got weird powers.
Who's Loop?
What?
Is that me?
I don't know. How do you
loop to loop? I don't know.
I mean, I know what a loop is. I just didn't know. I was afraid that it was actually me.
What makes you think she's part of the Illuminati, though? Is what I'm wondering, because that stuff, we can continue this and talk about.
Yeah, well,
because that's interesting as hell.
Well, she did this thing, what she called an anointing, and basically what it comes down to is we were having sex, but it did have a very strange effect on me. In other words, I have this calm now that I can bring over myself at any time, like on my workouts or like in any argument and everything, and I don't get keyed up and wired up like I used to. And subsequently, going along with this, there were several other things that were happening. But then after we maybe like broke up before we got back together or something like this, I woke up from this workout, because I go to these really weird workouts like where they basically like torture me. But anyway, so I was doing a power nap after.
That sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's like, and it's a place where they train military people too, so it's like really weird, But I woke up crying uncontrollably, and so I called this lady that is now she's my life coach, which she's certified as that, but she's a my energy moving lady, and I'd been working with her, and then she advises me that I'm undergoing a Kundalini awakening. I'm like, what? Because I was not in the market for that or looking for that.
Let me know if your chakras start to hurt afterwards. Hey, so check this out real quick. This is my latest project that I wrote last Sunday. Where the hell did it go? Fuck, here it is. It's called Wrong Number. I name all my projects after movies. So this is called Wrong Number, and it's a gematria calculator. So you can pass in any phrase you want, like put Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And,
yes.
And it goes and calculates all the known gematria for that phrase. That's where I'm at right now.
I am so into this. Wow.
Dude, I'm totally. I want to interview you on my show.
My point. What I'm going to do now is marry this with Silent Movie, and pull up the gematria and anagrams of all the names that go into the database, because there's something in there. And if I can get them into a big data engine and do some kind of visualization, which is what I'm working on, I'll be able to see the patterns more clearly. So this is just the first step. That's what I did last week. This weekend, I'll hopefully get to work on it some more. But that's my hobbies. That's what my fun.
So it's doing like you would put the director's names, doing the gematria of their names.
Right, that would be part of it. Every person that gets looked up would be run through that engine, and it would be stored all the different numbers associated with their name, plus their birth numerology. If I can do that, if I can get their birth dates, if I get their birth date in time, I can actually do their natal charts and come up with an equation to define them.
Oh man, I find this sexy.
Yeah,
I do. Really, truly. This is great.
Yeah, it's kick ass.
I just think there's a lot of correlation that goes unnoticed because of the divisions that are up between. like Hebrew religion and astrology, and media. I think they're all tied together in some way, and the numbers hold the key there, and that's kind of where
What if it's all tied together in a way that it's all a big ass distraction?
then it'll be
Sorry
more,
to crash the party, but
no, you're right. My answer is it'll be more easy to recognize distractions in the future because we've got automated
no, you're
systems.
right, dude. You're right.
Which
You're
is
picking
really
up
an
on
algorithm. It's genius.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, it is an
It
algorithm.
really is. It's badass.
So I'll just throw this on there before we say goodnight. That I'm a believer. I know that numbers and equations are frequency. They generate a frequency, and in this electromagnetic container, frequencies are what program this reality. So by me coming up with us coming up with algorithms to figure out what's part of the system, we are programming our own reality. We are the new programmers.
Yes.
But would you also say that
You gotta shoot
believing
me down.
none of that?
Okay. Here's what I want to do.
Wait. Let no miss it. None of what?
I want to pitch my idea that I want to put this person's name in it for you to run through your program at a later date, because these other people like George and all that stuff, we don't know them. Now she's a very minor person, but she worked on a lot of big movies and stuff. This lady I've just broke up with, but she's got an IMDb. She's been in the movies for 26 years.
Yeah, no.
We can put that in there and see if it comes up with any weird stuff.
Yeah, my code's on GitHub. Anyone could download it and run it. It's not, I'm not hiding it.
Where is it at?
I'll put a link in the chat.
Kick ass, brother. I'm gonna check that shit out. I gotta find her middle name though.
You got Kundalini? What?
No, I've got to find her middle name. You want to put somebody's entire name in there, right?
Yeah, once it's working.
What if you don't have a middle name?
No, you don't even know. You just need to be able to look it up in
Which chat are you putting it in?
ours, a private one.
Okay.
There. That's my username on GitHub is Chaotic Wave, like my blog.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
That's a link right to the. It's all PHP too. So anyone can read it. It's all English.
Yeah,
it's not like
it's genius.
Fucking Ruby.
Yeah, it's fucking brilliant.
So.
Dude, you're onto something.
I have a bunch of projects here. I've been working on a lot of crazy shit. Like, I didn't even tell you guys about my my chakra trainer app, mobile app.
Ooh.
Dude, tell.
We can get into it another time. I don't want to get into it right now. Basically, it's an app that connects your chakras and allows you to control them and control. My long-term goal was to be able to add basically an event system or hooks into your chakras, so when certain things happen, like unrecognized energy hits your chakra, it would alert you somehow.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, and it's something you have to work with consciously to train it for it to work.
Right, just like a speech program.
Yeah, pretty much. But once it's tuned to your energy, you'll be able to be notified. And again, this is just a crutch, because everyone should be able to do this naturally. So
Right, but it's also good to see a visual like that.
Right, but it's also building neural pathways.
Yes.
On how to
True.
do it.
I'm with you.
So it's a training tool, and it's revelatory, and
it's also an experiment too.
It's an experiment
at the same time.
It's possibly healing, because you're able to imagine looking at a screen with all your chakras and they're dirty, and you could press it and it will clear them, because you've stored the routine that you go through to clear your chakras in the app.
Right. That's genius. It's kind of like the scalar thing that they're using with healing.
The Skio energy, yeah.
Yeah, Skio. Thank you. I can't remember that guy's name. It was
like a steel
trap. Dude, that would be friggin' awesome. You gotta complete that.
I'm going to. This is all part of it. I'm just like all mini experiments to that one larger one.
And if, in a way, to me, it just seems like a way to train people that aren't used to it to clear themselves.
Yeah, think of it as a dirty cache in your browser and your shit's slowing down.
Yep.
You gotta clear those cookies.
Totally.
I feel like most people
Too
here
many
know how
cookies,
to
baby.
do that naturally.
Yeah, I mean, I do it every day, every night. But I don't think anyone else thinks about it.
Nope, they definitely don't, dude.
I have this really, it's not a ritual, but complex thing that I go through where I build 2 infinity symbols around me that rotate and like act as a high-speed shield.
Oh, definitely, dude. They do.
I know
Without
they
a
do.
doubt.
But like,
That's
I
awesome.
never heard anyone do that. It's something I just came up with.
No, I've never heard of that
I use
either.
the mirror ball.
I have that around my house.
Nice.
Those are my shields.
I use my mind.
Well, me too, but I visualize it as a disco ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm.
We all use our mind.
That's it. That's the bottom line.
I try not to rely on any physical, though.
No, me neither. Well, incense. I like incense.
Well, yeah,
the
and the
infinity
physicality, certainly. That's the whole point of the physicality, is to get you into that emotional state. If you can get into it, then, you know.
Exactly. It's almost like an oomph in the right
The
direction.
infinity symbol is just the shape that my shield takes internally. That's how the energy, I wind it around my body to shield me after I'm clear.
I love the infinity symbol, and it's one I work with a lot. I've just never done it in that way. It's a major one for me, though.
Are you an energy worker?
Me?
Okay.
No, speculum.
I mean, I think I'm an innate energy worker. I don't intentionally set out to.
Yeah, me too.
To do it. So, I mean, I think we all are, Ian. Really.
Yeah, most of the people on here, I think.
Yeah.
At least everyone on here right now.
But we're
definitely.
not fucking light workers.
Yeah, I don't have like a card, and it's it's not a situation like that.
We are awake.
What does light workers even mean?
It means you're part of the New Age movement and a shill.
Which I am not. Thank you very much.
But what does light mean? It's a stupid thing that exists in reality, though.
Yeah, but
like
we talk with our optic nerve into the blackness of the brain and perceive light. You know, so there's a lot of like kind of cool occultish stuff around the idea.
Is inverted.
Indeed.
Oh yeah.
Where's my pipe?
So true.
Anyway, on that note, I'm going to say goodnight and hang up because I'm going to bed.
Yeah, so my thank you, everyone. This was great.
Thank you.
Good chat, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Do it all again real soon. Because we can't wait this long anymore. We have to do like 3 days max. All right. Well,
Bye.
All right, guys. Take care. Thanks, Ian, for joining. Take care.
H.I.V.E.
H.I.V.E. is done.